Okay now.
To person between my bed.
I see.
I see what I don't want to forget me.
Okay.
I want you to feel. I'm not getting I'm not saying I want to go. I got no one to lumba. Oh, where would he get? I got you to put it on the moon. I don't know what they are.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún lè dé, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú.
Baby, mma wego para chuba jọdịrị chukwu mma dukwu chuba jọdịrị ndị mmụọ obodo jisi ike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo
It is a free one. Be free.
ayandaba 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 asima ayandaba 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 wannan ayandaba 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 susu baby subramia suku sunu baby subramia suku sunu baby subramia suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Obodo say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Obodo say yeah we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba ayandaba ayandaba. Asima ayandaba 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 ayandaba. Wannan ayandaba 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Asekwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna koga bu.
And there it is right there. Pardon me. There it is right there. Here I am right here, and there you are. So here we go again. Another day, another session. It never stops. Of course, and it will never stop. So you might as well get used to it. Just bake it into the backdrop of your daily routine. So come whatever hour that I come online, wherever you are, then that is 1 man went to more time. So surrender that slot. Make it the backdrop to your events. And please, I'll be sharing the links in your social media spaces, your WhatsApp groups, you know, those school groups that you hate everybody there and all that. So come there, bring them in, let them come hate me as well, like everybody else does. So share the links as widely as you can, especially the people on Facebook. They say share on Facebook. So we repeat that here as well. Share on Facebook and share everywhere you are. So we want to expand. We have big ambitions, but those ambitions, we cannot mention them now because we're not anywhere near close. But as we start to, because I have the anticipation that it's a breakthrough phase. That's the yes, I have the anticipation that it's a breakthrough phase that the platform is on, and because of the things coming. So let's just leave that for the moment. So yes, good day to you is what I should have started off with. So good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you? So how are you? The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. So we need to get those likes as part of the master strategy for our journey to where we're going to. The like button is a very important, paramount part of the journey we're embarked upon. So click on that like button, if you will, please. So do that immediately and right now. There was a time we used to get the likes in the hundreds, but now we barely get 2 people clicking on that like button. So click on that like button, especially if you spend that much time here. Do that immediately and right now. So click on like. Click on subscribe as well if you are not already subscribed. If the subscription button is showing red on your screen, then you have not fulfilled all righteousness yet. You've not fulfilled yet
the fullness of the righteousness of it. So fulfill all righteousness by clicking on that subscription button as well. And that goes right across all the platforms that we're streaming to. We're streaming to a slew, just an abundance of platforms, different figures coming through from all of those spaces. Whatever, so follow is the best thing to say, because subscribe might not be applicable to some of the platforms that we are streaming to. So follow. Because follow only really because there are big events, big conversations coming on. It takes place every day anyway, and the conversations get bigger and more expansive in the course of. So in the course of, it gets bigger and more expansive, and be part of that in crowd now that gets the slew on what is going on within the Nigerian space. So click on like, click on subscribe. Is that rather long-winded plea that I just said? So we need the figures to go up. So if you're not already subscribed, do that. If you have not clicked on like, do that. I'll be nice to you today if I see the numbers going up. But that's only a one-off, though. You know, instinctually, I'm not. I don't do nice instinctually. It's not my natural whatever it is. Yes. So click on like, click on subscribe. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your invitation to come and join us on the studio. So we're always looking to harvest great minds. We're on a harvest. That sounds quite that sounds like something like from Frankenstein, doesn't it? That we want to harvest minds. We're not harvesting your mind in terms of holding a scalpel to your head and pricing into it. You know, when they do brain surgery, they actually chisel through. So we're not chiseling through your mind but we just want your voice to expand on your thoughts in conversations that we're having. You know, add your elegance to what is already an elegant gathering. That is essentially what it is. So come add your elegance to what is already an elegance gathering, and to add that elegance, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That's your ticket to ride. So if you want to ride, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So do that. So like, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then we're pushing quite for the super chats and super donations and whatnot, because only really because we see that in every other spaces. So why not this space? So light up the comment section in the multicolors of super chats and super whatever it is. So that $ at the bottom of the screen is there for a purpose. It's inviting you to empty the content of your wallet into mine. So that's what that you see that $ at the bottom of the screen. It is an invitation for you to empty the content of your wallet into mine. So do as directed, but all that in jest. So we have a whole wraparound of different, it's a potpourri. You know what, I don't just use these words just to sound cute or whatever, but that best describes how this session is. It's ilala sepo. Let me use that one. I think we're all familiar with that. It's a little bit of this and a little bit of that. This is what we're having in this session. So it's a potpourri. It's a licorice all sorts. You know, you dip your hand into the bag, and whatever delight comes out, comes out. So the delight to come out in the first instance is this, but is it a delight? Is that the right adjective? UK bans care workers from entering with dependents. So this is the tightening of the regulations around the immigration space within the United Kingdom. There's been a whole raft of all, you know, they did it first with students coming, because previously, when people are coming to do like a course of study, they're allowed to bring their dependents with them. And if it's a juvenile, the parent is allowed to come with them. So they canceled that out. So they're now canceling out now as senior professionals coming to work in the United Kingdom and bringing their loved ones with them. United Kingdom bans care workers from entering with dependents. So somebody was saying it's just care workers. It is everybody. It's just everybody. Everybody within the medical field. Care workers entering the United Kingdom on health and care worker visas can no longer bring dependents, the United Kingdom Home Office announced Monday on Twitter. It said the move is part of a broad plan to drive huge cuts in migration overseas care workers brought let me see if I can get this from somewhere else. I look for it from somewhere else, but certainly it captures medical doctors, nurses, and care workers. That's the policy. Care workers entering the United Kingdom on health and care worker visas can no longer bring dependents. The United Kingdom Home Office announced Monday on Twitter. It said the move is part of a broad plan to drive huge CUTs, in migration. Overseas care workers brought an estimated 120,000 dependents to the United Kingdom in the year ending September. So that's so the calendar is not a calendar year, but I think for the purposes of whatever this is, this migration, whatever, they count the year cycle September to September. Overseas care workers brought an estimated 120,000 dependents to the United Kingdom in the year ending September 23rd. James Cleverly, United Kingdom Home Secretary, wrote in a post on Twitter. Today, we put a stop to this. Banned most overseas students from bringing their families to the United Kingdom, banned overseas care workers from bringing their dependents, he said. So now we're entering the phase of elections in the United Kingdom. So when we enter that phase, the language gets more stringent, it gets more right-wing, and their usual whipping spaces are the migrants and the ethnics. So you get a lot more of this sort of posturing, right-wing posturing. You get a lot of this in the course of the succeeding weeks and months. Let's take it from the top again. Care workers entering the United Kingdom on health and care worker visas can no longer bring dependents, the United Kingdom Home Office announced Monday on X. It said the move is part of a broad plan to drive huge cuts in migrations. Overseas care workers brought an estimated 120,000 dependents to the United Kingdom in the year ending September. James Cleverly, United Kingdom Home Secretary, wrote in a post on Twitter. Today, we put a stop to this. Banned most overseas students from bringing their families to the United Kingdom, banned overseas care workers from bringing their dependents. He said so. That it will have quite how that is something to be peacocking and bragging about is beyond me. But that's the language he used. In April, it plans to increase the minimum income threshold for skilled workers to 38,700. Scrap 20% going rate salary discount offered for short occupations and raise the minimum income requirement for family visas. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. The button down the hatchet. That's what they usually say in the is it button or button down the hatchet or whatever it is. You do something to the hatchet. That's what they usually say in the United Kingdom, and that's the direction of travel now. So that is all right. So yeah, somebody is telling me. Says I says, hi, my one man. I sent you a topic on Instagram about headsmen demanding ransom of 1 trillion naira. So yes, that news is in that space. If anybody wants to have a conversation around that, you're perfectly welcome too. So if anybody wants to have a conversation around that, you're perfectly welcome too. I'll be playing you a series of video clips towards the end of the readouts, but let me get the readouts out of the way first, and then I'll play you a series of clips. Let's go to this one. Northern governors should give herdsmen land for cattle grazing. So that is not quite the totality. That is not quite that. You see, it's just this mischief-making journalism that we get in Nigeria. Really, that is not quite what was being said. That's not quite what was being said. If I see it under a different headline, I'll bring it, and then you see. Right. Hold that as a thought. Hold this headline. This is from People's Gazette. The one that confessed that the owner of the platform confessed that they just make up stories. So, hold this headline as a thought. Southern Northern governors should give herdsmen land for cattle grazing. Tinubu. So that's the headline that describes a story, but that same story comes with a different headline here. I can end farmers herders crisis in 2 to 3 weeks, Tinubu. So what is the correlation? How does that cohere? So this one says Southern Northern governors should give herdsmen land for grazing. But this one tells you I can end farmers herders crisis in 2 to 3 weeks. Same story, but the different headlines sends different messages. I'll actually read you both just so you see it's exactly the same. President Bola Tinubu on Monday expressed readiness to let's do that again. President Bola Tinubu on Monday expressed readiness to end the perennial farmer herders crisis in the country. Tinubu vowed to draw up programs that will end the crisis within 2 to 3 weeks. He spoke during the inauguration of the mechanized agricultural project in Minna, Niger State. The president, however, noted that state governors should provide land that will help in facilitating his programs. According to Tinubu, we must reorient our farming population, including livestock program. I don't see why Nigeria can't feed our pupils with 1 pint of milk a day if the dairy system is well harnessed. I know what it means as an economic sabotage for cows to eat up the crops and vegetations of our land. When we reorient the herders and make provisions for cattle rearing, governors must provide the land, and I, as president, is committed to giving you in 2 to 3 weeks a comprehensive program that will solve this problem. So, that is quite a claim to make, actually. That something that has lasted because this setting it outside the politics of it, this farmer herder crisis is something that even probably predates Nigeria as an entity. The cattle rearers, they are nomadic by nature. They rear cattle in a nomadic way, and the farmers, by virtue, they are sedentary people. So the two have always collided, and this our joker here from Lagos State is telling us that is something you can resolve in 2 to 3 weeks. So it'll be interesting to see how he approaches that. But that's the same story, but from this headline. Southern Northern governors should give herdsmen land for cattle grazing. Tinubu. President Bola Tinubu says his government is committed to ending farmer-herder recurring clashes, urging governors to provide land for herders to graze their cattle. Tinubu made this call whilst commissioning Niger State Agro Project in Minna. I know what it means for roaming cattle to eat crops and the vegetations of our land. I know it is painful, but when we reorient the herders and make provisions for cattle rearing, we can address that, Mr. Tinubu said. He added, you are the governors who will provide us with the land. I, as president, I am committed to providing a comprehensive program that will solve this problem. So the same, exact same story, but see the spin is just the politics of whichever platform is presenting the news. So let's go on from there to this. So let's go on from there to this as we check to say. So keep the super chats coming. Don't keep them coming. Even start them is the thing. It says just in revoke licenses for non-performing discos. Federal government urge NERC. The federal government on Monday issued marching orders to its agencies regulating the power sector, directing the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission (NERC) to withdraw licenses from non-performing electricity distribution companies, DISCOs. The government accused the DISCOs of not doing enough to improve supply despite availability of power on the national grid. The Minister of Power, Chief Adebayo Adelabu, who stated this during a meeting with the head of agencies in Abuja, said the distribution segment remains the weakest link in the electricity supply value chain. So first, we want to know how much wattage they are actually generating before they can take this hard stance. So how much are you generating first before we can then see where the next focus is? Chief Adelabu stressed that NERC must look for creative ways of getting the DISCOs to improve supply, including the imposition of stiff sanctions on utilities which fail to pick their allocations and outright cancellation of licenses. He insisted that the franchise areas are covered by the DISCOs. I think they want to unbundle it. It's a real mess the way they've done that thing anyway. It says, all right, let me take it from top again. The federal government on Monday issued marching orders to its agencies regulating the power sector, directing the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission (NERC) to withdraw licenses from non-performing electricity distribution companies, DISCO. The government accused the DISCOs of not doing enough to improve supply, despite the availability of power on the national grid. The Minister of Power, Chief Adebayo Adelabu, who stated this during a meeting with heads of agencies in Abuja, said the distribution segment remains the weakest link in the electricity supply value chain. Chief Adedibu stressed that NERC must look for creative ways of getting the DISCOs to improve supply, including the imposition of stiff sanctions on utilities which fail to pick their allocations and outright cancellation of licenses. He insisted that the franchise areas covered by the DISCOs were too large, adding that government would pursue a restructuring that will create smaller DISCOs with companies restricted to one state each. So I'm not quite sure that I agree with that actually, because it works better if they command a geospace rather than a state, and so then you have 36 different companies managing electricity state by state. Just the convolution of it. He insisted that the franchise areas covered by the DISCOs were too large, adding that the government will pursue a restructuring that will create smaller DISCOs with companies restricted to one state each. Distribution is our weakest point, and it is the closest to the consumer. If we don't get distribution right to Nigerians, we're not doing anything. So, of course, if you don't get distribution right, you're not doing anything, because no matter how much wattage you are generating, if I can't go to my house and switch on the lights, then what is the purpose of it all? So efforts need to be put on this. In fact, we must intensify our efforts. And by the way, a lot of people, they are accusing this guy, Adelabu, of being the worst underperforming minister yet within this administration. He insisted that the franchise areas, distribution is our weakest link, and it is the closest to the consumers. If we don't get distribution right to Nigerians, we're not doing anything. So efforts need to be put on this. In fact, we must intensify our efforts in ensuring we address all issues relating to distribution. It is true that the distribution companies are in the hands of the private sector, we don't have direct control, but we need to compel them to perform. Well, you must have regulatory control, which is somewhat of a direct control. They must perform. If they do not perform, all our efforts in generation, in transmission is zero. I have also had a meeting with the chairman of NERC on how we are going to address these performance issues of the electricity distribution companies across the nation. So how much are they actually generating? Does it actually tell us? Okay, let me go to this paragraph. Yeah, it showed some wattage there. It described the ongoing electricity rationing across the country as unacceptable, disclosing that the government plans to improve power generation from its present 4,000 megawatts. So 4,000 megawatts, I'm not quite sure if that is a record yet, or if we've ever generated that much, to 6,000 megawatts in the next six months. So I like that they actually put they put what's the phrase that I want to use? They put benchmarks in place that is within a short range for people to hold them to account to. So if it's telling us then that they are able to increase the wattage from 4,000 megawatts to 6,000 megawatts within 6 months, so that's a 50% increment within 6 months then. So then we can then put our focus on the generation space. So I think that's sufficient enough of that to be going on with. Buhari rates President Tinubu's 1 year in office. I'm not sure that Tinubu has completed a year yet. The immediate past president of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, has rated the performance of his successor, President Bola Tinubu, barely a year in office. According to Buhari, the former governor of Lagos State has done wonderfully well since the assumption of office 9 months ago. Correspondence reports that the former president made this remark when he received the Comptroller General Customs, Bashir Adewale Adeniyi, and members of the management team of the Nigerian Custom in Daura, Katsina State at the weekend. It is no longer news that President Tinubu has faced wide criticism over some of his economic policies, including the removal of fuel subsidy and the unification of the exchange rate windows. This policy, amongst others, have brought about untold hardship on Nigerians following the economic hardship and the naira depreciation, which in recent times have led to protest. Buhari, however, said Tinubu has performed well given the prevailing circumstances, but affirmed that Nigeria is a complex country to govern. According to him, there is not much anybody can do about Nigeria. Buhari, so it says, yes, let's get to his words. According to him, there's not much anybody can do about Nigeria. Buhari addressed Adeniyi and his team, emphasizing that Nigeria poses significant challenges, urging citizens to persevere through economic difficulties and back the initiative of the present government. So these are his words now. I thank you very much for coming. I very much appreciate it. I thought Tinubu has done very well. Nigeria is so complex. Really, there isn't much anybody can do. Correspondents reported him as saying. So there is that's Buhari scorecard on Tinubu then, excellently well. I think some people will probably want to stone him on that. You've done well, so that's Buhari comments Tinubu. So that's another headline there. Let me see. One last one. Oh, okay. Let me take you to the clips that I want to play you, and then we kick off the session. So I'll take you to. Let's see. Which one do I want to start with? I'll take you to the clips I want to play you in a moment. All right. Oh, okay. Let's kick it off with this one. Actually, yes, let's kick it off with this one. This one now tells us how Godswill Akpabio, fed up with the mess, promises to probe Buhari. So let's kick it off with this one. So what this?
In the 9th Senate,
a total sum of about 23.5 trillion was brought before the Senate for the Senate to, is it concur?
To approve.
Or approve. And the same thing was also presented to the House of Representatives. But the Ninth Senate, some of the members are still here, did so with a caveat. And the caveat was that the details of the ways and means should be provided. By the time the 10th Senate came, we were now saddled with the responsibility of looking at about 7 trillion. So when you look at the totality, we are talking about a total of about 30 trillion. So having waited for the details for a long time, and the Accountant General and the CBN Governor have failed to provide the details, the Senate took a major motion and then decided to set up an ad hoc committee to look into these ways and means.
So there it is right there. So they've taken the better part of 30 trillion naira out of the Nigerian economy, and there is no invoice to account for what the money was taken for or what it was used for. So no receipts. So having now asked for that receipt endless times, Akpabio now sets up a committee to. So essentially, what he's telling you is that is going to probe Buhari, who necessarily must be probed. So yes. So yeah.
Failed to provide the details. The Senate took a major motion and then decided to set up an ad hoc committee to look into these ways and means, and particularly look at how the expenses were done. It is our belief that the totality of the ways and means somehow have contributed to the current economic hardship that we are facing today. And that it is incumbent upon us as representatives of the people to look into these issues, know what items, in fact, let us say we should want to unbundle the expenditures involved in the ways and means and see whether they were judiciously utilized.
Thanks for checking out Symphony on YouTube.
So there it is. So enough of that. So that's essentially Godswill Akpabio telling us that he's going to probe Tinubu, and there is no getting around it. Not Tinubu. That was not even a Freudian slip. So that's Godswill Akpabio telling us that he's going to probe Buhari, and there is no getting around it. The Buhari administration, they stole so much that we have to attempt at some form of our recovery. They just, that all they did, a little bit of infrastructure here and there, but the entirety of the totality of the Buhari 8 years was just gluttonous looting. They were just, anyway. So now this is a story we were discussing yesterday, but it follows through. I insist, 3.7 trillion naira are not linked to any project. So this is Senator Nengi, who came out with that expose yesterday and is doubling down, even though he's been abandoned by everybody that surrounds him. So we'll pick this up from this spot where he speaks on that. So listen to him. There's been a lot of pushback against him, and the northern space are abandoning him as well. But let's pick it up with him doubling down on his assertion that close to 4 trillion naira are padded into the budget.
With our findings, and subsequently meet President Bola Ahmed Tinubu with our findings. So if one is questioning our desire to relate with Bola Tinubu, how will I say that the findings of the Northern Senator Forum will go to the Senate President and then to Bola Tinubu, the president and commander in chief. And you could see, I switched off all my handsets this morning. I don't want any northern senator to come here. If it is a cross I have to carry, I'll carry it. I'm not afraid of anything. Anything. I believe in one God, and I believe power is transient. I'm not scared of any issue like suspension. I've been out of the Senate for 8 years. And people had to force me back. It's not an issue. Some of our friends were removed by tribunals. They're living their lives. If because I say what I will say, if because I said what I said, then I'll be suspended. So please be it. It will be an honor. And for me to be suspended by whatever body. The interview I had with BBC was never an interview for Northern Senators Forum. It was an interview for myself. I don't want people to castigate them. I want people to castigate me as a leader. I want to make sure that I shield. I want to make sure whatever happens, let it happen to me. And that's why I said, please shut my phones. I will address the press on this matter.
So there it is. One of the many gifts that Buhari gave the Nigerian state was the phrase, when you fight corruption, corruption fights back. Let me play you, hold on. Because we missed the opening phase of that, but there's something he said at the beginning that I want you to listen to.
And I also said, in the course of our perusing the budget, which Onanuga seems to have dwelt on, I say we have established very reasonable doubt about 25 trillion so far has nexus in the budget. That means there is money, and then there is project, and then there is location. Money, project, location. But we are yet to ascertain 3 trillion of that budget. We have established the 3 trillion in the budget. We have not established its location and the place. The intention of the Northern Senators as regards to the budgetary allocation was to meet the Senate President with our findings.
All right. So that was the part of his presentation that we missed. So that's quite important, because he said this yesterday or a couple of days ago, that they have done. He said there is a nexus between there's a nexus in 25 trillion naira in that budget. So what he means by that nexus is that there is a chain linking the budgetary allocation to a project and a location. So there's an audit trail that accounts for that money. But nearly 4 trillion has no nexus. So there's no connect either to location, project, or anything, but it sits within that budget as something that has been budgeted for. But what is that thing? So that is what he said. And it's doubling down now on that space that essentially 4 trillion naira padded into that budget. So he doubles down on that. But as ever, like we said, who said it, that when you fight corruption, corruption tends to fight back. So when, I hope I've not closed what I was about to play. There was a Northern all right, I think I may have closed it. Yes, there's just a clip of a Northern governor raging and riling. Let me see if it's in the history, because it's quite pertinent to this conversation. Yes. So here it is. Yes. When you fight corruption, corruption fights back. So that was Senator Ningi doubling down that the budget had been padded with up to about 4 trillion naira. So you heard him. So here is now corruption fighting back.
Is that one, it is not true that we have 2 appropriations. 2, Senator Nigi must be charged to courts for conduct likely going to cause breach of peace and criminal misinformation. These 2 are very important. The charges will be preferred by the Criminal Justice Department of the government, and of course, after thorough investigation. Because I'm a member of our operation committee and I'm chairman of Interparliamentary Worldwide. When I go here and travel to the next United Nations Convention, the first question I will be asked is, how did you do 2 budgets? And you know, it will be difficult for me to begin to answer this question. I'm preparing for the World Bank in April for the spring meeting. I'm going to be asked this set of questions. So it's very important, as a matter of urgency, for the federal government to charge Senator Nigi to court for criminal misinformation as well as conduct likely to cause breach of peace.
Thanks for checking.
All right. So when you fight corruption, corruption fights back. It's quite similar to the storyline in the Labour Party, actually, when the treasurer of the party came out to expose financial impropriety, and the response of the party was to suspend her. So here is now a senator, Bauchi somewhere, Senator Ningi, exposing budget padding. He's giving us figures. It's not just abstractly stating something in the ethers. It's not just throwing words around. It's not just banding words. It's giving us breakdowns, a structured, logical follow through in terms of the flow of that budget, and it's telling us that there's about 4 trillion that has no accountability. So rather than address that, what this senator Ibrahim Jimoh, what he's asking for is the locking up of the senator. So there it is. When you fight corruption, corruption fights back. So when you fight corruption, corruption fights back. And still on the theme of how not to do it, this is a man that I greatly admire. Anybody that followed this platform for more than a microsecond knows how much I admire this man. I'm talking about our Governor Charles Soludo. But as he dropped the ball in this little contretemps, let me use that, in this little contretemps, watch this.
You stop it, you come and bulldoze it down. If I come here again, I see any of these rubbish, I'll sack you publicly. I'm incompetent. They began it and you are watching it going on and you didn't bring it down. Where is the walkway? Come and show me the walkway. Where show me? Bring it down. You stop it and it's going on. Look at this, look at this. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Coming out on the road. Who changed it? Who changed it? This is not here. This is supposed to be there. Don't say, okay, you tell me the person, tell me the officer, and I'll kick him out. Let me tell you, we must regenerate. This chaos must end. See, all the shops, all the shanty shops along this road that is attached to the wall, the fence must go back, and you have at least 1 meter where people can walk. No, that's you stopped, but it's gone on and you've done nothing. But I stopped. And I'm just telling you, pull this thing down tomorrow. Friday, tomorrow is Friday, Thursday. By tomorrow, this wall must be off. And they must go at least 1 meter up there. And they get me the paper who approved it, and I've sacked that person tomorrow. Get me whoever, if anybody approved this, that person is leaving my government tomorrow. Okay? Let them get me who approved this thing to be done this way, and I will dismiss that person tomorrow. Get me the paper. This being built here. You start it, you come and bulldoze it down. If I come here again and I see any of these rubbish, I'll sack you publicly. I'm incompetent.
All right. All right. Enough of that. So that is that is Governor Soludo, who is on an inspection tour of a construction space. Cameras in tow, of course, because this now seems to be the fashion of governance. Cameras in tow, and that person, by the way, is his commissioner of works, the equivalent of. So there he is, raging and riding against the guy, calling him incompetent, and all of these invectives. So the optics of it, of course, will have a lot of people say, now he's an action governor, he's tolerating no nonsense. And we've seen Dave Umahi do this as well, but this Dave Umahi does it from an integrous place. It does it from an integrous place. There's integrity but you could see with his little cane or his elephant tusk or whatever it is that he carries around with him all of the time, you could see that he was preening and peacocking for the cameras, Governor Charles Soludo. And a lot of people actually go deeper to say that it is essentially destroying the morale of that guy and is sending some sort of negative signals to his workspace, to carry cameras around and be calling your commissioner of works incompetent for reasons that you see an anomaly in a piece of work. So, not the best presentation by Charles Soludo. Could do better if it's school report on that. Let's see, is there anything else that I intended to bring that I have not yet brought? Is there anything else that I intended to bring that I have not yet brought? Yes, the discourse, we've done that. There's one piece that I'll probably bring you it later, but there's one piece that about MTN somewhat covertly, I should say, signaling confidence in how the country is being administered. But we'll get to that in the course of the session. So enough of the readouts and whatnot. Still plenty of spaces still plenty of spaces on the studio. Anybody that wants to jump on. You can jump on whilst we play you the Kegite music, and we're not seeing the super chats yet, so let's see some of that as well. So first, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Obi master keke elemu re o. Chifu Wailati keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mu dòdò jàre o. Eruku lele Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodame ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjì ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku kò ní rí wa gbé ṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. Àmì ẹ̀ pọ̀. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So Iku kò ní rí wa gbé ṣe, joining us, Solly from Abia State. Good to have you, Solly. Father of the bride, Ajanle Koko. So there's Ajanle Koko right there, your favorite voice and mine. Ekene joins us, is still not in bed. Wonder when the man sleeps. Dewale joins us, always a delight when Dewale is here. Rational Mind is been a moment. He joins us now. Charles are next to make up the crew. Still plenty of spaces. Plenty of spaces still. Anybody that wants to hop on, hop on. So anybody that wants to hop on, because we have a decent complement of panelists. We'll do a quick 8-minute whip round, just so we get to voices fairly quickly. We kick it off in the order, but we have to try and abide by the 8 minutes somewhat. But we kick it off with Solly, who's first in line. Solly, Alpha.
Hello, everyone. I know you guys have missed me, especially Rational Mind.
Well, I've missed you. I've missed you.
I don't think you have missed me. Anytime I come in first, one man will quickly start saying there's space. No,
you know, look at that, eh? If you don't say I am, nobody will say that word. Look at it. Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, we have missed you, Solly. So, what have you been up to? Did you travel?
No, I was here in Orlando. I've been.
There was a time you were going around Europe fairly frequently. The budget is not there. Bitcoin is not paying out anymore. Bitcoin, crypto.
No, it was during COVID. I was very, very bored. So I started traveling. So I got used to traveling. So it was just the final calm down.
You know, if there's one thing I always recommend to young single, especially men, is to travel as much as you can before you settle down.
Yeah, I still want to travel, but this time I have to plan for it. It's not like before. Things seem different. The airports are not as free as before. Last time I traveled, it was so full. That's when I knew that, okay, things are getting back to normal. Before, when I used to travel, everywhere was free, straight to the point, no delay, no nothing. I won't lie, I miss COVID.
Your next trip should be to Asia. Go to Thailand and go and do the Ladyboy Trail and whatnot.
No, God forbid, though. Not Ladyboy. I want to go to Asia, but I don't know. I wanted to go. If it was during COVID, I would have gone, but now I'm just too lazy to travel anywhere. Where I really want to go to is Nigeria.
When was the last time you were there?
I think 2013 or something.
20 what?
13.
Ask me when I was last there.
When were you last there?
Maybe 2009 or something. I don't know.
Nigeria has changed a bit, Sha.
Yes.
Things are looking a little bit better. You just need to final touches and everything will be perfect. But they don't want to hear what. They used to say Nigerians are smart, but sometimes when I look at ourselves, some of them used to look dumb to me. But compared to the world, we are much more cunning. A majority of the people outside Nigeria. So that's a plus. But anyways, guys, like, share, and subscribe. Make sure you click the notification bells. And when you click the notification bells, click all notifications. And I already said like the video. So I want to talk about some topics. Let me not try to take too much time. The what do they call it? headers that not headers, bandits that are demanding Nigeria's budget.
40 trillion naira. Those ones are not. My goodness me.
You know,
Yeah,
Nigeria
sometimes
should not forget about any projects this year. You know, like Tinubu said, we should all sacrifice. So people like Akpabio, I know he has been waiting for that special pardon that they put in the budget, but it seems like we have to give it to bandits to let all those people go. But see, this thing is not funny. Nigerians play too much. What's all this?
that's no more than the pardon now. The pardon is 4 trillion. They want 40 trillion.
Yes, now that's why I said everybody has to forget about budget. Everybody has to sacrifice. You know, but we laugh and we joke about all these things. We go to Instagram, they've quickly turned it to joke. You look at the comment section, very unserious set of people, and these are people with high IQ, but it seems that it's not being utilized. You know, this I've always been saying it. We should use the way Obasanjo went, clear the whole area, use weapons and finish the whole area. Tell them, if you are not a bandit, don't stay in this area. That's Sambisa forest. We should cleanse it. Cleanse it. Any life in there, any living thing, wipe the place out. If you are not a bandit, leave that area. Why are you there? You tell them you cleanse them like you have a pests in your farm. But no, people don't want to take this thing serious. I think US has even offered to help. But you know those people, me, I don't always trust them. They always have ulterior motive. But at this point, you know, just do something about it. It's getting out of hand. Nigerians are very, especially Nigerian males, they are very one go. I don't know the English word of one go. You know, they are very one man, please. What is the English word for that one go?
Would it be docile?
Dons or docile?
Not docile. What gone now? They are very
Dons, like they were one go anyway. Yes.
No,
they are very go. They are very go.
Very not dominant. You know, when somebody tries something
subservient.
Gullible.
Not gullible. I'm speaking Yoruba.
All right, carry on.
You know, when they tend to, like a Nigerian man can just slap a woman's ass, you know, that kind of confidence, and not that they'll do it with shame or they'll be scared, they will stand on it, you know. So those bandits, they've gotten so much confidence that they are demanding 40 trillion. And if you speak to these people, I can bet with you that they are not joking about that amount. These are the kind of people you need to wipe out. Unfortunately, when they catch this kind of people, they bring them back into police force. They say that they are rehabilitating them. People that have already killed human beings. How are you going to rehabilitate those kind of people? That's a joke. And these people, they can literally within one day enter Lagos. Just like that. You know, and another thing, these people seem like they are not even from Nigeria. They may not even be from Nigeria. Another thing, they've been making so much money. So much money. Where is this money going to? Because they can't be keeping it in cash. It's surely entering one bank. You know, so all these bankers that you are seeing that are wearing suits, they are one of the elites that are terrorizing the people of Nigeria. But they don't want to carry them. I don't know what politicians. Well, actually, I do know what politicians have with these bankers. They are the ones keeping their money. So you know, it's just a feeding frenzy of the poor Nigerians. The people that have little, you still want to collect more from them. They have to do something about it, man. If they want people to come to the country, because I know that's their major aim. They want people to start moving to Nigeria. And expatriates, they are not really focused on foreign Nigerians outside Nigeria.
Sorry, I was going to ask a question. Like, if we've been giving these bandits money and things like that, what do you think will happen if we actually stop? Like, what do we have to lose? Like, if we just say kill, kidnap, and do whatever you like, we're not giving you any money. Do you think it's a better solution than just, because this is, I think the whole 4 trillion thing, they've taken it a bit too far. It's like, it's more or less like these guys are not even serious. Like, we can actually,
please, not 4 trillion,
40 trillion. Like, what will actually happen if
the only issue is we can't say we can't say kill them now. That's the thing now.
No,
It's
the
not.
thing
We can't say kill the victims.
Yeah, but if we just ignore them, like they kidnapped 200, we just maybe we tell the mass media or news outlets not to publish anything terrorism. Just throw it under the bus because
no,
I think they are
Yeah,
too
you
relevant.
know
So
how you know
no,
the
people
news
will
they
still
always
pay.
post out to the government now.
They will find a way to pay.
So,
They will
so,
find a
so
way
the
to pay.
parents of those children, you think they will keep quiet?
yeah, they can
What?
shout. The ones of Chibok girls, what happened to them now? They've been shouting since. Did they find anything?
So the government responsibility to secure life should not matter again. That's what you.
That's the thing. You're saying the government's responsibility. They don't care about responsibility.
So
You're
they
the
should
one giving them
just let those.
responsibility that they don't want to take.
Hold on. So we should not let those children go like that.
But that's what we've been doing for years.
No,
Isn't that what we've been doing for
that's
years?
not true. That's not true. A lot of
That's
children.
Chibok girls. How many of them have they rescued?
Hold on. It's not only Chipo girl that has been the only situation or kidnap of school children that we have had. Several other incident has happened where they carted away with children from their school and they were later released. So don't just say, oh, just leave them. And then another day they will come and go and we just, I mean, what are you talking about?
No, if we do that, the bandits will not stop. The family they will just, in fact, the victims will start buying more because the bandits will get very frustrated and just start buying the victim because they may not be expecting any money and they just want to end it. So it will be worse for the victim. But me, it may not sound good, but I'll say that, man, if they've caught you, they've caught you. Let's just we finally have a way to catch them. We finally have their position, or you just trick these bandits.
Sorry, what you said earlier is probably really the key point. How are they able, because these people, they are collecting 50, 70, 100 million. How are they able to move that money? That's the thing. How are they able to move that money? To catch them.
In hard currency.
I've told you now, one man, see, there are some local government chairman. Let's not even get to senators and governors. There are local government chairmen that have up to 300 houses. And I'm going on the low side. Some of them have 500 houses in that country. There are plenty ways to save that money. But yes, some of them still put it in the bank. And that's the bank's fault also. They don't know how to track and trace money. And that's because we are still using a cash economy. We need to be using a cashless economy. That will stop the banditry. They will just go into fraud and it will be easier to catch them. Or you can trick the bandits. Actually, they always say, oh, Nigerians are smart, but you cannot outsmart bandits. Okay, look at this strategy for example. You can, for example, yes, give the bandits the money, let them escape, and you put a tracker in the money. You announce to the public that the bandits escaped, but you'll be wiping them out in silence. That way, they will not stop what they are doing, and you can keep on catching them. The ones that think they are escaping, because government is publishing that they are escaping, will continue. And as long as they continue, you keep on wiping them out one by one.
Why would the government put a tracker to catch themselves?
All right, you have 4 more minutes, Solly.
So yes, let's move on to the next topic. I can end farmers' headers crisis in 2 or 3 weeks. They are not serious. It means I heard that sometimes these farmers are always the ones to start it. Then the headers are the ones that retaliate. You can't go and be giving people land, this thing, all the money that these people are making. How much is a cow? Can't they start a proper ranch? Isn't that, if you say you want the country to move forward, isn't that the sensible thing to do? Is any country giving anybody land to roam around? No. They have enough money to build it. They've been selling cows for years. Cow is not cheap. You have enough profits. It's just greed. It's just pure greed. You have enough profits to build a ranch and end these things, but they don't care. They don't care. They give these headsmen guns. They don't care about who the headsmen wipe away. All they care about is their cow. They don't care about the human lives that is lost in the process. Same thing with Dangote trailers. Those people should not be using trailers. They should not be using trailers to transport all these their goods. You have trucks, you have trains. Put buy a space on the track and ship your goods. People are dying. Thousands of people are dying every year for no reason. They should even be paying a fine to drive their lorry on the major roads. They should be paying a fine. People are just dying unnecessarily for simple policies, very, very simple policies. Thousands of people are dying. But the human activists, they are focused on politics because that's where they want to eat. They don't know how to be activists. They just want to go and fight for office, fight for office, fight for office. They will look for somebody like Nnamdi Kanu just so that they can rise their profile to go and defend him. If you say you want to fight for human life, you say you want to fight for the people, you look at this kind of little tiny policies, you will solve the problems that you can solve now. These are the kind of things that they should be protesting for. These Dangote people, they have enough money. All these people, they have enough money, but they don't care. As long people are dying, but they don't care. And you, the people, you are just sitting down watching. You'll be shouting Peter Obi, this one and that one. Simple policies that you can do from the ground that will save millions, that can save millions in a year. They don't want to face it. All they care about is clouds. Both the people suffering and the people oppressing the people suffering. So yes, very unserious set of people, all of them. All they know how to do is joke. What is the next topic, please?
All right, take us to this one. UK ban care workers from entering with dependents. So the immigration laws is usually in a build-up to an election. You usually get this sort of right-wing posturing. So what are you making then of this hardline stance by the United Kingdom?
I've always seen the United Kingdom as a bunch of a government of scammers. That's how I've always seen them. If they can find a way to scam you legally, they will do it. They will take the chance. Always. I can always put my money on them taking the chance on scamming you 100%, UK government. But you can still let me enter, but I don't even care if you don't let me enter. Anyways.
Have you ever been here?
Oh man, I applied for this very foolish UK people visa. They denied me 2 times for very flimsy reasons.
Do you not have an European passport?
I haven't gotten one yet.
Why not?
Well, do you want me to apply?
For the length of time that you've been living in
I've not really seen the need to. I'm not a traveler. It's only during COVID I traveled.
You were traveling on a Nigerian passport?
Yes.
God.
They don't check it. If you're in Europe, they don't check now. You just move around. So it's only when I went to Dubai that, But anyway, where was I? UK workers. Yeah. So the problem with it is that no matter what type of visa you take, if you are taking a visa that you cannot handle and you're having problems like feeding, they will not want to continue to push this kind of visa because then the wrong type of people are taking the visa. Anybody can take any type of visa. You go there, you come with your dependents, you are now having spousal issue. The women, they come there, UK men lie to them, and before you know it, the women just want to throw everything they have away. UK men are not going to, I'm not talking about like one man, no. I'm talking about the road UK men. They will lie to you, but they are not going to take care of you like a Nigerian man. They are not going to pay your bills. They are not going to take care. In fact, they are not going to take care of your child. A majority of them. So Nigerian women don't think about that when they start misbehaving. They just see fine boy, they hear sweet words, and they start misbehaving and scattering the whole relationship. Some Nigerian men come there, they forget that they are not in Nigeria just because the whole society seems like it's a Nigerian society. They come there and they start doing things like chasing little children. The rubbish that they were doing in Nigeria, they think they can come outside Nigeria and be doing it. All the rubbish that they used to take, all the nonsense they used to take in Nigeria, they leave Nigeria and start doing it. All this kind of rubbish is what they don't like. You come here and you misbehave, you don't use the visa for what you're supposed to use it for. Different types of things you say.
No, I think it's really about immigration control because there's been a lot of outcry about the country being overwhelmed by
yes, but one man, they only really implement it when they can find a reason to. If you do not give them a reason to implement it, it is not good for the for the outlook. It is not good for the image. You know how all these European countries care about their image. So it's not good for the image of what they want to do. So first of all, they have to find the reason. They have to display the reason, and then they can.
No. The reasons are pretty obvious. The United Kingdom runs a welfare sort of a system. So the hospitals are clogged up. The social housing system is bogged up. Everything is just clogged, all because of migration. Well, they are reducing it to migration, but they didn't really build enough social housing in the first way. That's really the main reason. And the natives are complaining.
So when the immigrants come, before they become citizens, they can already start getting benefits.
Well, it depends on the circumstances of their entry into the country now. They are not going to let you to be destitute in the United Kingdom. So if you are sleeping rough, they won't allow you to sleep rough. So they'll have to provide accommodation. And they won't allow you to starve to death. So they'll have to provide some sort of a stipend.
Exactly.
Obviously, if you fall sick, they can't ask you to wither away. So they have. So these are the things. It's a welfare-based system.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. They found a reason. If you came there and you planned properly, you will not need all these incentives from the government. I don't think I've ever asked government for any incentive. I don't even know what benefits I have. Because I planned my life properly. I know where I came to. I know my finance. I know if I could handle the situation. And if you can't, you go to a poorer country. It's all the same. You still get the same. I think you still get the same amount of opportunities everywhere in Europe. It's the same. It's not any different anywhere. So if you can't handle it, then you're putting stress on the government. You've given them a reason. When I went to Germany, I saw a woman. She had 4 children. This was a Nigerian woman. 4 children.
Yes. You get that a lot, especially with the Edo people and the people from the East in Germany. The welfare system in Germany is the most generous. But they're changing it now, of course, all because of Nigerians.
I ran away from that Germany. I didn't even like it. They when you say abuse, they abuse the system. I've never seen anything like that in my life. They abuse it. They squeeze it to the tin. They just suck it dry. They suck it. How can you give birth just to collect benefits? I don't even understand. 18 years. You brought.
They used to do that in this country as well. You give birth for not really for family, just for social housing.
It was terrible, and I'm a black man.
And then Nigerians being the way they are, they will take the social housing in London, then they will travel to Manchester, make themselves destitute, take another social housing there, then hop around the country and collect, social housing all over the place.
So now I'm a black Nigerian man, and the thing is disgusting me, and I cannot stand it. I can imagine how these people that live here, pay the taxes for what you are abusing, feel. I can just imagine how they feel. So many things was just running through I would not want to stay there. And these people were staying there comfortably without shame, abusing the system. And they'll look at you in an insulting manner.
A lot of people, they've actually built houses for themselves in Edo and places off the back of the welfare system in Germany.
See, somebody is saying, oh, somebody cannot plan on getting sick. I promise you, getting sick is a very tiny percentage of how these people are abusing the system. You need to see it with your eyes. It was just terrible. They were following on the road like rats. And I was just seeing more and more and more everywhere, just abusing the system. I just couldn't believe it. So you are giving them reasons. Even if they have these issues and they cannot see.
Although to be fair, like somebody is pointing out, it's not only Nigerians that are doing it.
Yes.
A lot of East Europeans do it. The Armenians, the Albanians, especially the Ethiopian. No, not the Ethiopians. The Somalis.
Even Arabs, even
yeah,
the Arabs.
yes, they have a lot of children, so they can get as big because the system here at Janle Koko is that after a while you're allowed to buy your social house, at a discounted rate. So they'll give you 30%, and then you go and look for 70%. And usually, if you want to get a mortgage, 30% is the deposit thereabouts. They just have all of these children and get as big a house as possible in posh areas sometimes, and it really rankles. It will rankle the natives now. We keep saying racism. If I was an Oyo man, I paid my tax in my history in Oyo, and you've come from Rwanda, and you are getting preferences over me. It will jar me now. I will want to. It's not cool.
Hello, one minute. Yeah.
It's not just that. Just 1 minute. It's the way that it's brazen, and they do it with it's nonchalant. They glamorize it. They glorify it. In the face of the people that are paying the tax for it. So yes, everyone does it, but who glorifies it?
Hey, Solid, quick question, if you don't mind. So in Germany, you're talking about how come they're trying to change the system if it doesn't if it's not a problem, if the welfare system is not a problem on the German economy or welfare?
It's not it's not about the economy. It's just the outlook, how it looks. I don't know about Americans. I don't know. I never really care about British. They always annoy me. I've always been annoyed by British people ever since I met. Not all of them, but majority of them. But the Europeans themselves, they care about image. They care about how things look. And if things look bad, they don't want it around. They care about every single cent in their pocket. So they may not talk, but in their mind, they're always calculating how much they are losing based on you. They always have that financial amount in their mind. They always have it. So, it's just their culture and how they are. It's all about image.
So this kind of comes to immigration. It comes to immigration issue.
Hold on, sorry. Let Prince come in a bit. Yeah.
I was gonna say. So to me, it comes down to immigration issue, right? So if they can afford it, how come all those immigrants, all those people on welfare from all these other parts of the world, how come it's not a net positive for the economy, for their system, for them not to worry about it? What do they care if they're getting all the benefit? Like Angelica and Mike always say that immigrants always bring positive, net positive to wherever they go. So why are the Germans or the European nations so concerned about the welfare system? It should be positive to them, right?
No. Sorry. Prince, there are several types of, there's several categories of migrants. If we are looking still in the German example, there are several categories of migrants. There are migrants that are notoriously dependent. So we're talking about people from places like Albania, that East European coast, where you have the gypsies coming in. They are notorious for milking the system, and they are notorious for pickpocketing. So they already have that strap line. And the Nigerians, they are notorious also for milking any welfare system that there are. But there was a time that the Germans opened up their borders to people from Syria, etc., because they have a population deficit, and they identify that those sort of people, they will fit into their society more, and they have a history of working hard, and being educated and all that. So they categorize them somewhat in terms of maybe not stereotyping, but how they understand the demography.
Well, yeah, and that's the point there, because not all immigration is the same. I mean, there are categories of immigration. There's no doubt. So, but there are some immigrants that are a burden on the system, but some people don't want to acknowledge that. They think it's all positive because they come to the country. I'm not sure how a mother of four with 4 little children comes into a country and be right away a net positive for that country when the children have to be on welfare for such a long time before even the country gets any benefit from them. It costs a lot of money. People don't know the actual cost of
No, no,
welfare.
I think you are misreading that, Prince. You see, that mother bringing in 4 children, they don't, like Germany, for instance, they have and really the whole of Europe, they have an aging population and they have a very low birth rate. So they're through migration trying to repopulate their country. So that mother bringing 4 children in, let's say they're under the age of 6, thereabout, they don't see them so much as a burden on our society. They are seeing them as 4 heads that can be trained to become engineers, doctors, so that will fit into the labor force over the course of a shorter period. So that, especially the Germans, that's how they see it.
Well, okay. I guess if you talk about a nation like Germany with a population growth problem, maybe that'd be a positive. But nonetheless, I mean, the children under 3, 4 years old, you're still going to spend at least the next 20 years or so raising those children before they go into the workforce. So for that many years, do you know how much money is going to cost?
And then they'll spend the next 50 years paying tax.
Yes.
Well,
So,
it is. You're making an assumption that everyone is going to turn out to be doctors and engineer. That's that's a stretch.
One way or the other, they are going to pay tax. As long as they are working in Europe, they'll pay tax.
Well, it could work out, I guess.
Your man is right.
all right, bring it home, Solly. Then we go on to Ajale Coco. We did say 8 minutes, so bring it home.
So, you guys should be very careful of UK. No matter what type of visa they are given, they always have something to benefit. And once they've benefited enough, they will close all the doors. They're always doing that thing. They denied me visa because they said I had 2 accounts. I had money in British pounds and I had money. I didn't have money in my local currency. Now they said, oh, they denied me the visa because why didn't I have money in my local currency? That it makes sense, but that I have money in British pounds and you still denied me because you wanted me to pay for another visa again. So if you give them a reason to scam you, they will scam you. That's what I know about British government. They will scam you. If you are dealing with European governments, they are very lenient, they are very understanding, they may tell you to change some things, but UK, they like money, they are greedy, very greedy. So yeah, that's
all right, brilliant. Stay there, Solly. We'll loop around very quickly. Up next, Ajale Coco. Ajale Coco, where do you want to come in?
Thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Let me start with that Senator Ningi. What is his name? Hello? Can someone hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead,
sorry.
Baba.
Carry on. Yes. He doubles down on that 4 trillion padding of the budget.
Yeah, I'm glad that the man came out today to clarify his position against the lies and the barbaric attack on him by that ugly man called Bayo Nonuga. You see, if we cannot start to tell ourselves the truth in that country, and people in the position like the senators who are representing us, if they can't, speak up when something is wrong, particularly when the administration is doing wrong thing, and maybe within the government circle, some things that are going on there that are wrong, they cannot speak up, then we cannot have a country that will work. So what that man is just telling us was his observation alongside with others that, they saw in the budget money been allocated to some specific project and the location of it that amount to 25 trillion. And the balance of 3 trillion, they cannot see. They saw the money, project is not seen, location is not seen. What is responsible for that? That's a bad padding right there. If we were to be padding, that's a bad padding. So some people or people in charge of the budget appropriation within that Senate and the budget office should be able to come out and clarify things against what he claimed that he saw. It's not by attacking him. It's not by abusing him. It's not by saying he's mischievous because he's a northerner and is not happy with a southerner ruling us. This man has came out specifically.
Is that not exactly what is going on at Janle Koko, that the Malams trying to attack Tinubu's administration?
That is not what is going on. If he's not speaking to the budget padding or what he saw in the budget that is not right, then we can say, if it's not specific about what he's talking about, then we can say, oh, he's talking about this. People can call him maybe, how do I describe it? Ethnic jingoist. But he's speaking particularly on issue that borders on our well-being as Nigerians and the nation as a whole. And then the government, like I said, the budget office and the appropriation committee and the Senate should be able to make clarification for us. So the guy is doing his job as a senator, representing Nigerians. It's a Nigerian senator. Though he have a specific area he's represent, but he's a Nigerian senator. Every Nigerian can walk into his office and ask for anything from any part of Nigeria. You can go and push for any issue. You can hold any senator accountable because he's a Nigerian senator. So the guy is doing his job. I'm happy. I was with him yesterday. A lot of people, some of you here were taking the position of that Ononuga because you guys have assumed, oh, he is attacking a Yoruba man that is the president and they are petting him ethnic jingoists. But now he doubled down. He came out and he's so specific about what he's saying. And what he said, and he made mention that he did not represent the voice of anybody, but he was speaking on his own volition as a senator of Nigeria. So this ethnic nonsense that some of you are jumping up in claiming yesterday
Can I
totally
interject you?
not right.
Okay, I
Interject.
wasn't on the show when the topic was discussed yesterday, but I wanted a clarification on the fact that when it came out, did this particular Senator Ningi actually specifically mention the agency or the department where the alleged padding actually took place? Did he mention the intricacies or the breakdown of how the money was discovered? Did he mention in his public declaration? Did he mention? I want to know.
Hold on. What he said, I want you to listen.
Okay.
He found the money.
Okay.
Particular project title is not there.
Okay, which
And
particular agency of government was supposed to carry out that?
that is not a question for me to answer. That
Okay,
is
if he
where
did not
that is where
specify
it,
in his public Babadale Koko, hold on,
yeah.
let's be logical here. If he did not,
That's a key point that Dewale is making, though.
yeah, because look, we are so used to this sound bites sort of, yes, go out there, go to the press. I'm not saying that, if it actually happened, that it should be encouraged or no. If it actually happened, I throw my weight, around that, I mean, behind that. However, I want this particular senator who chose to ignore the rules of the parliament, in which there's a way they can channel, but decided to embrace the press. So because that he could, expose this alleged pardon. Did he actually, if he did not mention the particular agency or the project in particular, and how much was budgeted and where it was actually located in that budget, then he's not. It's just making noise. Because if you are not specific, Nigeria will not be able to know or look where, where they need to search in that budget that was presented to them. But you going to the public saying that you switched up and trying to speak to the political aspect of it and neglecting those essential information that will actually help Nigeria to pinpoint, just like we have Beta Edu, I mean, is it Beta or Beta Edu, that mismanage the money. So Nigeria will be able to know who to hold responsible, which agency, presented such budget to the budget office or to the, before it was actually passed to the parliament, so that we won't just be making all this, or supporting this man blindly. I'm not saying that, it happens or it doesn't happen, but I want the details, because without the details, we're just going to join his chorus and be singing, oh, paddling or no paddling and what. I mean,
Yeah,
it's been
yeah,
going on.
they were, to be fair. This is exactly what the senator is highlighting. Because when they first came into the public with that, is it an accusation or assertion? When they first came into the public with that statement, by your own, the budget that was submitted, it was 27.5 trillion, but the budget that was approved was 28. They added an additional 1.2 trillion at the Senate, which Tinubu just assented to because he didn't want to rock the boat. But there is no itemization in there's just too many gray areas in that budget is essentially what is highlighting.
There's sometimes where you have a budget presented, we've never balanced budget for years, but when you make a presentation, I mean, when you present a budget, sometimes during the reconciliatory, you'll be able to find some discrepancies, or in some areas, in some cases where you have to have some amendment and all that. It happens. But I mean, we have to have the full details, the breakdown of what actually, amounts to that 3 trillions naira, so that we'll be able to know where actually the budget was padded. Other than that, it just amounts to noise. That's the way I see it, woman. Go ahead, Babandale.
You see, if we are all, if we don't try to search for the truth and the fact sometimes, that we will not really know what is really going on within the at the top there, people representing us in position of power. This man is raising a legitimate question, and it should be answered by the appropriate authority or the people that are in a position to answer. Not to go, you guys are showing as if you are all of you that are supporting against this guy are all Yoruba people. You are painting a picture that anybody that go against the Tinubu government is anti-good for Nigerian country. You guys are wrong.
Well, you have to prove it.
When people speak against misgovernance or what is not good that is happening.
Papa Galeko, if I say that you embezzled money, if I allege that you embezzled money now, and I'm not specific, won't you take offense to that? Won't you want me to?
The guy did not say so. What are you guys talking about? That is
He
not
said
what
that
he
was.
said. He's just asking question on what he saw that is inappropriate in the budget.
So he
And
was the
has
one that
a legitimate
alleged, and he needed
right.
to. You see, he is
But
the one that alleged paddling or misappropriation of budget or whatever it is you want to call it. You should show Nigeria where you discover these discrepancies. You don't just make allegation and expect Nigerians to go and figure it out themselves. He's the one that made the allegation. Show us, where was it? Where did you find the discrepancy? Show us the receipt. Don't just make a blanket accusation.
it is not blanket. This man, he said it, and he came out to the press again, standing on what he said. That's to tell you that he's not playing. He's really serious about what he's saying. And the appropriate authority should answer his question. It's going to be like 48 hours. Nobody ever come out to really come out and explain. In a democracy where things are done properly, where the facts and figures are there, and where you have transparency, some people should have, been out to debunk what this guy said, laying before us the fact.
Obaja, can I say something?
Look, we have to be, look, I don't know what is wrong with you guys, thinking that people that are speaking against Tinubu or anything that has to do with the way he's governing the state, you think that people are not patriotic or they hate that country. You guys are wrong. We should be able to ask questions. A lot of things have happened. Look at the what do you call this thing? The ways and means being investigated. How on earth that the government draw, a new what do you call it? Ways and means in the amount of 23 trillion within 8 years, and the interest and everything that attached to it amounts to 7 trillion, totaling 30 trillion. That is ridiculous. So people that are asking questions, if some people are asking questions on that now, they want to attack, they don't know what they are doing. They are just, they are this, they are that. But we are seeing it. It's been investigated. Now, according to the Senate president, he said they are waited for the Accountant General to submit, to get them information concerning this additional fee that it totals 7 trillion. We are talking of trillion, for God's sake. It's not billion. 7 trillion. They are not hearing anything from, what do you call, the Accountant General. The same from the central bank. Your Cardoso could not provide information. That is what...
Adale Koko, before you go too far, it looks as though the guy has retracted. It says Senator Ningi backtracks, claims he never criticized President Tinubu over 2024 budget. So let's see what the retraction is. A Senator Ningi, PDP Bauchi Central, on Monday in Abuja, denied saying President Bola Tinubu was operating two different budgets for 2024. I'm not quite sure what the retraction is. The BBC Hausa service had reported that Mr. Ningi made the submission in an interview he granted to the British media giant. It said Mr. Ningi spoke under the banner of the Northern Senators Forum and claimed that the National Assembly passed 25 trillion as the 2024 budget and not 28.7 trillion that was being implemented by the federal government. Speaking with journalists on Monday, Mr. Ningi said he was thoroughly misrepresented and was taken aback by the twist of events. Mr. Ningi also said he was not representing the Northern Senators Forum as reported, but spoke on in his personal capacity. With the press release I saw in the media yesterday, I was taken aback. At no time did I say Bola Tinubu is implementing two budgets. There was no time. At no time did I say Bola Tinubu was biased against the North. At no time did I say Bola Tinubu is implementing. At no time did I say Bola Tinubu is implementing 25 trillion naira budget. There is no way I will talk about 25 trillion and 28 trillion. Reacting to Mr. Ningi's interview, the president also, I'm not quite sure. This is a qualified retraction. I'm not quite sure that he's fully retracted the thrust of it.
He didn't retract.
Yeah, because what he's querying is a 4 trillion overspill that is unaccounted for.
He didn't retract nothing. He was just telling us there that he was misrepresented in that report as against what he said with as against his interview on BBC Hausa. So he's not distracted, nothing. And he was saying he did not attack Tinubu in his interview in Hausa, BBC Hausa. And he said that some people that are saying that federal government had two budgets, one 25 trillion, another 126. He didn't say so. That it was misrepresented. It's a lie against him. So, look, we must start to listen to people that are raising issue with the way the government business is being conducted and not see them as enemy of your tribal leader, who is the president. So this man is doing a good job, asking questions, and it should be answered by the appropriate quarters. That is what in this situation, I'm a one man.
This senator, how long has it been a senator in Nigeria? And also, is this his first time ever raising such concerns?
I know it's been there for a while, but I don't know whether this is the first time he's going to raise this kind of question.
And was it part of the senators that voted for the, what do you call it, the Buhari's the largesse? What do you call that?
No, that's what I was hinting at earlier on. You know, this is some sort of a Boki strikes back sort of move, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just trying to see his antecedents and see his background really. If he's a fighter.
Can I answer your question about how long?
Yeah. Yes, sure.
Well, he has been a senator. He has been in the National Assembly. I think since 1999. I think he lost some. I think he lost election, or somehow he was outside the Nigerian Senate for some time, inactive, not active in any political.
About 8 years. 8
yeah.
years.
So and then after that, he came this last election. I think he won, and then he came back. Yeah. So I don't know
yes.
What's the point of your? What's the point of your question?
Jafar is adding to that was Prince that he says he was not part of the 9th Assembly, so it might not well be part of the looting spree, the endorsement of the looting spree of Emefiele and Buhari.
You know, the funniest thing, Woma, the Senate have their own rules, the parliament rule, what you need to follow to channel some of these grievances. So when you embrace the media, that's why you don't see senator just blabbing or speaking anyhow in the public. They will sanction you, whether the cause you are championing is correct, is right, or it's not. They will sanction you. So for him to have embraced the media instead of going to the floor and table this grievance, they will sanction him. That's why a lot of people are a
Yeah,
little
but
bit.
it comes under it should come under whistleblower protection, though, shouldn't it?
But there's a procedure for whistleblower. You don't just go to the media and say, "Oh, this is what." No, where is the
Is
where is the
that not
protector going to
the
be?
whole purpose to
He
make
will
a
he will be singing canaries in the DSS jail. What are you talking about? There's a process for everything. Even though if you have discovered anything, there's a way you go about it. As soon as you are part of the government, you are not an outsider. So there's a process.
Adewale, yesterday we are talking about some girl that came out to make some statements. You didn't talk about process that yesterday. You talk about free speech and all those stuff. That somebody can just
You about your cousin Erisco?
yeah, but today you are talking about
No,
process.
that's
Eh?
private. This is a public. That's
Is there
private.
no?
This is a
Are we
no.
not supposed to have more
This
freedom of
is a
speech in the
public
government than
sector. This is not. Risco is private. This
public
is
sector?
public sector.
Public sector has to be more of freedom of speech than even the one you talked about
No,
yesterday.
you are
Because we're
wrong.
talking,
You are wrong.
actually,
Public
Adewale, we're talking
administration.
about account. We are
When
talking
it
about
comes,
accountability.
hold on,
Government is not government is
Emefiele,
not
hold on. Public administration is different. When it comes to your right to free speech, when it comes to public administration, as long as you are holding a public office, there are some things you just can't say in the public, but as a private citizen, you have that right. And some of these actors that we're talking about, they don't have, they are guided by the particular organs of the government they belongs to. So they have to go by that rule of that organ that they are, they belongs to.
Dewale, Jafar makes an important point in the comment section. It says that, and yes, we all do know this. Maybe we forgot. It says the senators have the privilege to speak on any issues related to the state. The senators have the privilege to speak on any issues related to the state of the nation in the chambers. I'm not quite sure outside the chamber. So because parliamentary privilege, I think it's only within the confines of the chambers, but not outside of the chambers. But yes, Adale Koko, bring that space home. Then I'll take you on to the discourse and electricity.
Yeah, so I think we should begin to listen to people raising questions on the way the government business is being conducted and not go after those people. Listening to them, ask the appropriate quarters within the government to answer the question, and then we can move on from there. But not to all the time support the government, particularly because it's a Yoruba man that is leading now. Support him.
You just really want to label that Yoruba land. I mean,
Yes,
you are trying to call people out for a fight.
All of you and this guy are saying that he's talking rubbish. All of you are Yoruba now. How long will we continue to do this nonsense? Supporting government. I mean, when somebody is raising questions, you say, "Oh, it should be shut down." It's talking nonsense. That is not the way that the country is run. When somebody raises question, let that question be answered. And is raising legitimate issue that borders, that concerns the life of every Nigerian. It's our own commonwealth. The budget is for us. And if one of the lawmakers is raising question, they should listen and answer appropriately.
Can I say something real quick?
Yes.
You see, I think it's time we need to start differentiating who the Yorubas are and who the Yorubas are not. Or should we say those who call themselves Yorubas? You see, this whole narrative of people are fighting for Yoruba people. I don't even know where that narrative is coming from. Tinubu is not fighting for the Yoruba people. He's fighting for his own interest or whatever interest and his criminals around it. I don't know why people always come here and they champion this cause of Tinubu as being the Yoruba cause. Because I've never seen in the history of that country the how do I call it? I mean this level of sycophancy that I've seen with some Yorubas who claims to be Yorubas and how they worship this man. This man is above board. You can't even criticize him. You can't even say anything against it. You can't even say anything like criticism against him. They will just
Okay. Let me
hold
chime
on,
in,
I'm not
Judge.
done. I'm not done. Let me please can I talk, please? I know you're itching to talk, but let me just land my point. You see, I don't get it. And I've said it here many times. I said these people are creating a monster already. There's a monster in there in Aso Rock there. Because when you come here, anything little thing that is said against this guy, or that seems like is being said against this guy, people will just jump on you. I don't get it. Is this if you remember, I mean, some of us who grew up when Awolowo was there, Awolowo was not revered the way this idiot that sits down in Aso Rock is revered. I mean, they carry him like a godlike person. Not even not even the presumptive winner of the June 12 election. Not even Moshood Abiola was even revered the way this guy is revered. I mean, I don't get it. What is wrong with people? Is it because of what they are going to eat?
Would you say he's revered? Is lampooned and pilloried almost on a daily, almost to the point that you feel sorry for him.
Just listen to Jim Ibrahim. I don't know if
it's not revered.
Rational is just jealous.
Hold on, Dewale, for him.
You see the idiocy of Jim Ibrahim. I even regret that I even shared the same time with that guy. I mean, I understand his politics. I understand the game he's playing. Look at how he went and then he was talking about this guy to be arrested for what? So nobody can criticize this guy. Nobody can criticize anything anymore. You have to just, you see, one man. All of us will be here. We won't die. We'll see. I know more about my lane. We'll see the end of it. I mean, right. I don't get it when people just can't allow other people to criticize other people. You always want to label it as one thing. I rest my case there, one man.
Okay, one minute. Give me a few seconds if you don't mind.
Yeah, carry on.
I was going to say, rational mind submission right now may be what is wrong with people trying to support or criticize Tinubu, for example. When Joel of Nashville came on yesterday, I did agree with him that it's fair. I mean, I think we passed the stage now that Tinubu's government is in the operation to be playing politics. We all should be on the same. I told Joel, we all should be on the same side right now. You know, talking about anything we find wrong or to criticize the government for in a more constructive way than coming out like what Rational Mind just did right now, calling him an idiot or something like that sits in the office. So it just doesn't promote, you know, the solution
what's your understanding of idiots? When I say somebody is an idiot, what's your understanding?
Well, tell us. Somebody
who's a nonchalant. Who has this nonchalant
attitude? And to you, the perception of an idiot to you is how the rest of the world sees it.
Say, if you see it as an abuse, that's up to you. I'm just describing his disposition to the people of Nigeria. That's what I'm saying.
Well, most people would think it's an insult anyway if you call a president an idiot. Okay, but anyway, my point is that my point is that you are the problem.
Sorry, you heard me when I spoke on the etymology of the word the irrational mind, and you held on to that.
but
the word idiot is actually a non-conformist, not a fool. Yes.
Sorry, one man and Prince Daddy. Sorry for 1 second. You know, Fashola said in his book that some of the things that formed our political discussion, I mean, public discussion, not necessarily politics, are formed based on non-factual issues or non-factual topics. That some of these things are just rumors, and because the public are not actually privy to some of these things that goes on in the corridor of government, that most of the time when we are having a public discourse, some of the things we discuss are not something that are actually taking place, but based on the rumors or the things we read in some of these things. I mean, no thanks to the bloggers and all that, now they're creating their own alternative stories. So when we are speaking to issue, because I want to see everybody in this show as intellectual, you don't necessarily have to have in-depth knowledge of what we are discussing. Let us do our own due diligence. Does it work this way? Some of the experience that we carry into our discussion on this show are most primarily private. In public administration, it's a different ballgame. That's a process. And when we are talking about things being done or certain things done this way, it usually comes from the political side of us. And that is what I want us to, just block it away when we are making a genuine analysis of what is we are discussing. Not just about somebody hates somebody or somebody doesn't like or everything Tinubu does has to be negative. No, we should be open-minded in the way we tackle issue. Okay, corruption should be condemned in totality. Fine. But when we're alleging something, let us attack it. Let us analyze it from the fact, whatever fact being presented to us. Not just going overboard and saying things that we know knowledge of. That's what I would say.
But
Okay.
then you were arguing a while ago when the Adeluko was
Okay,
speaking.
let me wrap up my point. So, one man, you're an Englishman, so the etymology of the word idiot. Okay, you can explain to us, but just simply look at my dictionary.
It actually. Okay, you go with what the dictionary says, but it actually comes from it comes from Greece, from the word idios.
No dispute, no dispute
Yeah.
on that, not at all. But see,
And that idios is somebody that abstains from social norms, especially politics, and that's essentially where the word it comes from, the Greek word idios. Yeah.
okay, no argument or opposition to that, but that's why we have technical definition of things and dictionary definition of things. Now, you don't call somebody an idiot and they think they want to go to the etymology of that word idiot. It simply says in the dictionary informally, an utterly foolish or senseless person. Full stop. And I can guarantee you, 99.9% of the people, if you ask them what an idiot is, would take this description right here, or this definition right here. So again, rational mind seems to be the problem of what we're talking about here when we want to constructively criticize the government. And I believe at this point in time, I'm not a psychophant. At this point in time, we should be all on this, almost on the same page, trying to look closely at Tinubu's government, his governance, and call out what is wrong and criticize where need be, not just jumping up and down, just like Adewale is saying that, oh, it's Tinubu, so we should criticize him or say something bad about him. That's not the way it goes. We don't want to be like the obedience or people just in opposition for the sake of opposition. It doesn't solve any problem. We are as bad or even worse than the people that we criticize. I'm all about calling things down and holding them accountable for what they're doing wrong. Of course, we can't blame Buhari for corruption and let Tinubu go scot-free. No, it doesn't work that way. But we need to know so we can actually cut it out. If somebody needs to be fired or they need to reject something, then that's what we should be working towards. Not this flippant way of just talking because we want to multiply words. It doesn't solve any problem. And calling people name, it's really backward for the most part because it doesn't allow us to address the issue to resolve the problem. Don't call somebody an idiot. Let's call Tinubu for his appointment of people not doing their job. And when there's corruption, let's call it out because at the end of the day, it's Nigerian people, the citizens, that suffer.
Okay. All right, brilliant. Wrap up that space, Daniel Koko. Then I'll move you on. Then after this next one, we go to Charles, Rational Mind, Dewale Ekene, Bishop Prince Daddy. Back to you, Daniel Koko.
Yeah, so all I'm just calling for is that appropriate agency of government that has to do that, can answer question on budget should come out to clarify things, and we can move on from there. We can know whether the senator is, saying the truth or is lying. If before the end of this week, if we don't hear from budget and planning ministry or the appropriation committee from the Senate, then I want you guys to know something is wrong. So let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant. So to this next one then, revoke licenses of non-performing discos, federal government orders, NE, I'll say. So this is the narrative of this epileptic electricity, something that is like it's something a noose around the neck of the Nigerian nation. So this now Adelabu that a lot of people have been critical of. He has now come out into the into the public space, threatening fire and brimstone. So he's identified then that they're generating not sufficient enough to meet the needs of the nation, but sufficient enough to have an improved electricity experience for the country. And he has identified then that within the value chain of that electricity space, the final end space that takes it to the consumer is where the problem is. Of course, the discos. And he's saying that a lot of these discos are either incompetent or not capacitated. He feels that broadly, he insisted that the franchise areas covered by the discos were too large, adding the government should pursue a restructuring that will create smaller discos with companies restricted to one state each. So essentially, the narrative of the electricity, they are narrowing it down to the discos. He's even now told us that they are now generating 4,000 megawatts to generate 6,000 megawatts within 6 months.
The woman, the whole electricity generation, transmission and distribution, I think we are not getting anything right from the source. The source, which is when was it that the transmission line break down? Maybe 2 weeks ago, nationwide. So they can threaten the disco as long as they like. The disco is the last end of that chain of electricity supply. If it's what the disco gets that they will distribute, if they don't get anything from the transmission line, what are they going to distribute? So what the generation, even the 4,000 they're talking about, they should be very, very ashamed. And for what is 4,000 to the whole country? I mean, the entire electricity space should be restructured. They have to break it down into smaller units. Let state, local government that can generate that, let them do it. This idea of, they are not getting that electricity supply line. They are not getting it right at all. So the government should not be threatening, but rather restructure it in such a way, backed by law, and let competent electricity company from within and outside of the country, let them come into that space and get things done right. The way we have it today, those that are in charge of even the discos, and they are political favored company. Most of them are not even competent the way the Jonathan administration handled it. Then APC been there for 8 years, more than 8 years. What have they done to the structure, the system for 8 years? And they make a loud of the loudest noise when they came in. Oh, Obasanjo stole 16 billion. Where is the electricity? That was what Buhari was saying. Oh, they spent 16 billion. Where is electricity? But he couldn't get anything done for the whole 8 years that he was there. Have we have improved electricity in the country?
Fashola promised us electricity within 6 months, so that they take over.
Did we get anything? Look, these people should start to do the right thing, and doing the right thing is to let people competent hand, competent company, electricity company to take over, not by favoring anybody. Open, let it be a level playing field for investors to come in and have, what do you call it, this uh, um, uh, 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 how do I say this? I can't remember this now. But let the company, I mean.
I got it. Okay, it's a quick interjection allowed, just to point something out.
Okay.
I just want to point out that the reference you make now, there is more to it. What happened in 8 years after the privatization of the power sector? That APC could not do anything, Buhari could not do anything because there was a clause that was inserted that to revoke that license or that contractual agreement, there was a penalty of $8 billion that can be slapped at arbitration. $8 billion. And that practically made it impossible to tinker with the agreement that was entered into by the previous administration in 2013 in the privatization and the unbundling of the PHCN, whatever. Thank you.
Okay. The regulatory body should be able to create an enabling environment for investors to come in. They must break it down. Let community, the way we have it in the United States is every city that generates and distribute their electricity supply. So we have to break it down. This idea of centralized or all these things, it should stop. So they can continue to threaten. If they threaten and sack the present discourse, what do they have to replace it that will make it function? You see, this grandstanding going to the press by the government and shouting and saying marching order, sack, and this and that, they should stop. They should just get down to the work, do the job work, the work well, back it with the law, and make things work right. That is what is important, not by saying, oh, sack disco that is there that is not performing. I mean, what do they have? Why wouldn't they give out the electricity if they have, if they have a regular supply? They don't have any reason to keep it. They will surely, distribute it out. But when from the source, the generating point, you don't even get enough. So what are we talking about? So it's just a grandstanding by the administration again. Let me leave it there now.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Thank Ajale Koko. So we move the conversation and we move it quickly in the direction of Charles next, who joins us. Charlie boy, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Alpha, you've been very quiet. Are you in Canada? You're in Canada, aren't you? You are going through a tax period, aren't you? Is this not when you file your
taxes?
All right. Yes. So that because I've noticed that the Canadians are not turning up on the platform. So
everybody is doing their math
and whatnot. All right. Where do you want to come into the conversation? Do you want to come into the conversation with the commendation that Buhari has given to Tinubu? You have done well. Buhari commends Tinubu, says Nigeria is complex. So if there's anybody that is perfectly positioned to give a verdict, to give a scorecard to the journey so far, is somebody that has walked that path. And by Buhari's reckoning, Tinubu is doing excellently well.
Yeah, he's done well by not investigating all the money launderings and all the dirty deals and stuff like that took place under Buhari's administration. So obviously that's what he means. These politicians, we all know the game. They really don't. they have done well does not really translate to you have done well in terms of improving the welfare of the citizens of Nigeria, of making life better, of making things easier. It's more or less like you've done well for the political ruling class. It's as simple as that. We all know this, but we keep denying it. So, in all honesty, he has actually done well for Buhari and his cohorts, and that's just it. But as far as well for the state of the nation or for the average Nigerian citizen, definitely Tinubu has not done well. You can say that it's still a long way, but going by the current scorecard, definitely he hasn't done well. We are just hoping for the best, that maybe things will change after 4 years or whatever. But in all honesty, we all know how this game is played. After 1 year, we'll be hoping and it's just like the way these pastors manipulate us. We'll be hoping and praying. Second year, we'll be saying things will get better. Before you know anything, 4 years is down the line, and they'll be saying, okay, elect us for the next 4 years and we'll complete what we started. It's as simple as that, but we don't know how the game is played.
All right, brilliant. Do you want to free flow, or do you want me to?
No, give me a topic to talk about.
Do you want to speak on Senator Ningi, who doubles down? The one thing about somebody that has satisfied himself in life in terms of achievement is that they position themselves in a way that enables them to speak and let whoever else gets God gets God. So he speaks now and doubles down. 4 trillion naira padded into the budget. Everything changes but remains the same. This was the narrative all the way through the 8 years of Buhari.
Yeah, but I'll blame the senator. I don't know what he's trying to achieve here, really. Well, they are trying to, like, if you are in the political ruling class, you only owe allegiance to your political group or the members of the Senate and things. So I really don't know. And that's what Sowore has found out the hard way. You go there fighting for Nigerians, thinking you're doing the right thing and thinking they will recognize your efforts and stuff towards better governance. But Nigerians don't give a damn. And that's why I don't understand why. Like, if in all honesty, as much as I would like to change Nigeria, if I was ever to get into the Nigerian political landscape, I would not be a good person. I would just tag the line of go there, embezzle money, enrich my family, and leave. There's really no point being a good guy when it comes to Nigerian politics. Like, you're just wasting your time. Because if in any right-thinking country, citizens are meant to laud this man that, okay, you've called our attention to some gaps in the way we actually run our accountability in terms of passing budgets and stuff. Whether he's right or wrong does not matter. What should happen is, okay, this guy has he has seen some lapses. Let us investigate. That's the normal thing to do. Let us investigate. If we find something, fine. If we don't find anything, really, you don't even have anything to lose. It's more or less like, okay, guy, thank you for calling us out, but next time, before you bring this to our attention, do your homework. That's how every functional society should be. But in Nigeria, you see somebody trying to do the right thing, and before any investigation has even started, they are making the guy look like a fool. Like, are you okay? Why are you doing this? That's why I blame him. I blame him for not tagging the line. Next time, and you see the problem now. So how do you expect, if someone like me, I'm in that Senate, and I'm thinking of, I've seen some lapses and stuff, some inefficiencies in the way we do things in the Senate chamber. Why don't I call it out so that we can fix things? How am I meant to speak now? Like, seeing how they've treated this guy now, how on earth am I meant to think for the betterment of the Nigerian people? Nobody in Nigerian politics in the Senate will ever do this kind of thing, like call out any fraudulent activity in the Senate. After what has happened now, just kiss it goodbye. They can forever. What has happened is that they've given the Nigerian Senate and the Nigerian government the free way to pad as much as possible without anybody ever speaking up again. So, like I said, Nigerians are our problem. In Nigerian politics, there's no, and that's why we are where we are. We don't, there's no service. It's not about service. It's more or less like self-enrichment. When you get in there, you enter the matrix and behave like your fellow political counterparts. There's no good. There's nothing about good here. It's just about your self-interest. And I blame the senator for being stupid enough to think that Nigeria is a functional society where doing good would be lauded by Nigerians, not only by the politicians. We know politicians don't give it down, but Nigerians themselves will not even laud you. They'll tell you that, why are you attacking a man? Is it your business? So next time, he will follow his fellow politicians to chop and close his mouth. Simple and short.
All right. Whenever the United Kingdom leads, others tend to follow. United Kingdom bans care workers from entering with dependents. So this is tightening the news around that immigration, migration sort of a narrative. And you can tell, of course, that elections are coming up. So coming to Toronto County near you, because often instances when we get this in the United Kingdom, we get it then in places like Australia, Canada, etc. So what are you then making of this hardline stance? Because there was a policy that if somebody is coming to study, if they have dependents, they can bring them along. They shut that down. So they are now talking about crucial workers, care workers, healthcare workers, which sweeps across all of the healthcare sectors, and telling us essentially that they cannot bring their dependents along with them as they come in to work. So what are you then making of the hardline stance by the United Kingdom?
Well, I'll look at it in two sections. One, it's a political stunt and stuff. A lot of Brits have been complaining about the issue of migration and jobs being taken and immigrants taking advantage of the system and people being changed for government benefits. But on the funny side of it is that the slave ship is full and they cannot take any more. It's as simple as that. Like, I don't even know, we don't even have any, like, see, and this neo-colonialist.
Do you find
migration is not?
Sorry, Charles. Do you find it rich though that a guy called Rishi Sunak, which is not John Smith by any stretch of the imagination, from Chennai in India, is now telling us that nobody else can come into the United Kingdom after they let him in.
No, it's right. Right, for him, he's ascended that level. He's a billionaire, so he's left that. He's not on that level again. It's the same way they will never say the average Nigerian billionaire or politician. They will never stop them from doing their citizenship by investments or bringing their kids or buying houses. They know what they're doing. You see, this whole migration thing is just complete. And until African leaders decide to say, you know what, no African should just leave us as where we are. Because until we sort our things out, we are just like, this thing is like, they are making us, the people that are meant to fix the country are the ones leaving. So what we're left with is the shaft, people that have nothing to offer or don't even have anything to make the country grow. And that's why we are continually going on in this spiral. Like, this whole thing is this neo-colonialist movement. See, myself, I migrated, though. You understand? But I migrated because really the system was not working. Do you understand this? I did it for my own benefit. I'm not saying that they should stop migration, but in the long run of things, the truth about it is that they cannot take every Nigerian or every African out of their country. So the question is, if you are going to take only like 1% of Nigerians,
so you support splitting families up,
and then I support it now. Is it not that country? Why shouldn't they split it up? It's that damn country. When we are doing Ghana,
so somebody should abandon their children just because they want to come and work.
Well, you have to. So you have to. So in this ground, you have to now show your ethical side. Is migrating out of the country more beneficial than the lives or being in the lives of your children? You understand? If it's more beneficial, then you leave. Like, nobody's forcing anybody to leave. When we are doing Ghana Must Go, I don't think anybody was complaining about it. We did it for our own reasons. So if UK is telling you that you cannot, we are doing you a favor by helping you, but look, we are running out of favors and stuff, then what it means is that migration is a short-term solution to our problems. We have to start looking at the long-term solutions. And the long-term solution is fix your damn country. They cannot accommodate everyone. So that's just the bottom line of everything.
All right. All right. Yeah. Let me take you to this space. So the curious thing about governance is that and this is probably a universal phenomenon almost. The curious thing about governance is that a lot of the solutions, they are always essentially the same. Maybe the approach might be different, but a lot of the solution, often instances, always the same. So we're back to that farmer herder or herder crisis that's hung around the neck of that country for goodness knows how long. And Tinubu now tells us that he has a 3-week solution to this 30-decade long situation, crisis. It's telling us then that you have to it's telling us essentially that the governors have to cede land for grazing, and then he will wrap a strategy around that. So what are you then making then of this somewhat familiar seen by Buhari under his administration new policy of Tinubu farmer herder crisis 3-week solution?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why I don't know why Nigeria is just different from the rest of the world. Like, what's the idea behind the North giving the leeway to carry cows? I don't know how does it work in the West, because me I'm even confused. How does it work in the West? Like people in the North, so those cows when they walk on the road, is it that if someone wants to buy them, they stop them over and give them money and take the cow? I really don't understand the how that works, because Nigeria has a functional societal problem. Like it's too deep. I don't know. So you give them. So if the government gives them land, okay, how many cows are meant to be there? How is the system meant to work? Are they going to provide accommodation for them? Is the government going to be giving them feed, or are the farmers going to be sourcing feed from the government? There's so many questions. I don't know how this thing works. So are they going to be giving them like permits that they'll be renewing or what? Like, because all these things that are saying about ceding land, okay, you see the land, then you have the cattle rearers just staying within that land, or is that how it works? Would you just stay there and stay there permanently, or what?
I'm not sure how we will work, because it says he has a program that he can wrap around it that will solve the problem.
They can wrap more man. They cannot wrap their program around their own finger. Talk less of round the country. These people are idiots. Okay, the government gives you land now, then all cattle rearers maybe in Niger State will go to that land and stay there. And then what? Like, I don't understand. Is it that they're not meant to be mobile? They're just meant to sit down there? Are they creating like a cattle, like a ranch where people will go there and place bids and buy cows? I know that in there's a place in Bagada. You understand? There's one place in Bagada along the expressway where there are goats and like I think they sell ram or something like that. You understand? And it's just one area where they just keep rams there. If that's what they plan on doing, like a commercial ranch where citizens go there and buy and sell cows, that one is understandable. But just giving them a large parcel of land and cattle rearers should just go there, stay there.
That one in Bagada you talk about is just a place where you can go and buy. Talking about rearing those cows. They
don't move those rams from there. Those rams stay there 24/7. They don't move them.
Because that's like a market. That's where they're stationary. That's where they're selling them. They are not rearing them. There's no like a grass, or they bring some of those their food down there. They don't have grass there. It's just like a market where you have a regular market for boat market, fish market. That's just what that place is meant for, not for rearing those cows or the goats. Yeah.
But the land itself that the federal government will give, at one point in time, they will run out of grass. So what happens then?
I thought they already did that under Buhari's mother thing. When was it Kano State that said they had sufficient enough land to take all of the and then they threw a whole bunch of money at that space.
Yeah,
and nothing happened.
Yeah, that's because it doesn't work. The policy is they just say things, but they really don't have any concrete plans in terms of future plans, looking at the logistics, looking at the feed, looking at is it a Binance, is it a transactional kind of environment where people come in? Nigeria is not a functional, it's not a reasonable country. That country just has to split though, because I think it's too, the problem with Nigeria is just too big to govern. Like, we're so diversified. Like, look at this situation, for instance. This problem is a northern problem. And it's going into every part of the country. Like, the country is just too big for one man or one president to handle. We just need to actually divide ourselves into regions. If we do that, I'm sure that country will be more functional. But as it is, these things don't work.
All right, Braden. Let me take you to something that one of the listeners sent in. This may or may not interest you. Richest woman in Nigeria, Folorunsho Alakija, and husband Modupe are separate after over 30 years of marital bliss. Clearly, it's not marital bliss, is it, if they separate? And just at the twilight of her marriage, former society matriarch turned minister of gospel, Folorunsho Alakija, has suffered a devastating marital crisis. According to a very reliable source, the mother of four, who is also Nigeria's wealthiest woman, has allegedly separated from her husband, Modupe. The businessman allegedly no longer spends cold nights in the well, I think that tells all, but I think we all know where he's not spending cold nights. But do you have any thoughts on that, or is that beneath your your highbrow?
No, it's a normal thing, especially when you have the woman as the breadwinner. It's just normal. At some point in time, the woman will see you as, what do I even need you for? Like, what are you even bringing? Again, the man self is old, so the guy no fit perform again. So, like, really, I would rather, like, I have all the money, I spend everything. So I might as well get myself one young guy that will kukuma do. Even if he doesn't have money, at least you'll be servicing me in the bedroom better than you are. So basically, it's a matter of it's just the mentality women have. Like, once you are not a provider, once they feel you're not a provider, then you're irrelevant. And that's why men should always try as much as possible to be financially sound. And in all honesty, if you're not financially sound, you don't have no business getting married. Because at one point in time, a woman will always would pick money over you any day, anytime. So
do you think, just to get down into that sort of do you think money affects is it libido or libido? Yes, whatever it is that was it. Do you think it affects it?
No, there are people that have, it's not even libido. I think sometimes women do get bored. I've seen women that the man is rich and everything, but they still go outside of their marriages. Do you understand? You see the problem with women. Women are very complex people, because you have money, they can still get bored of you and just look for some excitement outside. You don't have money only makes it faster for them to get bored.
Do you think a man not having money affects his sexual drive?
No, it affects his self-esteem, which mentally will affect.
Woman, hold on, Charles. How does Alakija husband? How does the what libido does it?
No, is what Charles was saying, that maybe he was emasculated by her wealth.
So let me explain to you. So what happens with libido? Sometimes libido is there's also a mental side of it. There's a mental side of it in the sense that if a woman emasculates you, makes you feel less than a man, mentally, it's when you're faced with such mental challenges, it can emasculate you to the point that it physically drains you and affects you.
Sorry, guy. What age are we talking about here? That we're talking about libido? What age are we talking about?
Any age.
Any age. Let's even look at it from a younger age.
If you don't have money in your pocket, how can you have the
drive? Yeah, but specifically to this couple, I don't. There's something more beyond. I don't think, and it has to do with some.
It don't be libido, but it might be. It might not be libido. It might be. Maybe the man said, I've told you that women get bored. It might be that the woman also wants him out of the way so she can fulfill her fantasies. She has all the money in the world now.
After 30 years of marriage and almost 70 years old couple, no, it's beyond that.
I think the woman is probably just realizing that life is too short. She's getting old. She needs to live life a little before she comes. After seeing what has happened to Wigwe, I'm sure the woman is like, I'm a billionaire. Let me live my life before I end up playing crash.
At 70 years old, at 70 years old, she's realizing that. Huh?
Yes. 70-year-old women are freaky. 70-year-old women are freaky. Don't go enjoy yourself.
You know, 70-year-old are the new 55 in this age of eternal youth.
Is that right, woman? Is that right?
That's what they say now.
If I were any of you, you better enter a DMs. You'll be surprised that she will say, "Come and meet me at a hotel." You might surprise there.
Hotel, okay, somebody like that. It will just fly you to
Dubai.
They'll fly you to. Is it the Seychelles?
I think in all honesty, I think this thing is more or less
the Maldives. Yes, that's
she wants to. She just wants that freedom. I think she wants that. I think she has gotten to a point of, you know what? I want to live life. I want to live a little. There are 70-year-old women that have sugar.
But none of them are done this story though. Why? Woman. Say, why? None of these people have
the woman want to change soup. The women used to change.
Wait a minute before we all go down that expressway. This woman and her husband, they've not come to address the press and debunk this story that is circulating in the media. I mean, none of this premium media have taken up this story. It's only the bloggers and the gossiping newspaper that is carrying this news. So if they've not debunked it,
let's wait until then.
Yeah, but that's the section of news that it falls under now.
No,
it's not serious. It's not serious news now. It's not going to be on 88 10 o'clock news.
Then that's why we should not go far in condemning or speaking into it without having them confirming, or people actually people with good authority confirming their story that is actually they're going their separate way. I mean, they have business together. They both own farm oil. So what is going to happen? They just opened a new headquarters in Via not quite long ago.
Get that thing, almost separated.
But really, let's be factual. Being separated is not a bad thing now. There's nothing wrong with being separated in the Western world. This is normal. This is normal fanfare here now. I think it's because we're carrying this African mentality of carrying marriage on our head. Come to the Western world and say you're separated. We will throw party for you, sir.
Charles, hold on. Did Bigel not divorce his wife? Did not divorce his wife? I mean, what are we talking about?
We're just carrying it on our head. This is nothing now.
You see, our friend, my friend from Wisconsin, I mean, Ade, you like to, it's like, oh, let us find out. I mean, this is just for the whole thing. We just want to make fun of this. I mean, just make fun with this. I mean, either it's proven or not. But I know in every one of these news, there's an iota of truth in there. So maybe there's been rift between both of them, or they've been hearing rumors of both of them drifting apart. They only said they've separated, not as if they've really divorced.
And we're even blaming Alakija. How we sure maybe the woman didn't even catch the man with one young girl. So.
Well, for me, it's for me.
That's what I was thinking, Charles. I was thinking exactly that.
You see, let me say something to you. I believe is this, and without having to, I don't have any fact to this, but I'm just saying that what I see in this matter is that this man is not the one who wants to, because you see, men does not usually like to divorce. No matter how terrible the marriage is, the men will remain in it. They might be cheating, they want to remain in it, but it's the woman that usually wants to call for the divorce. I mean, like here in America, 70% or 80% of the divorce, and even other parts of the world, I mean, most of the divorce is usually initiated by the women. So for me, I believe that what I think is going on here is that you see that there's something between both of them going on, maybe extramarital infidelity, as the case may be.
I'm sure.
Maybe it could be that too. But then I suspect that this woman, a young girl, I mean, it's like she wants to, that's what I think. But I might be wrong though. Let me just leave it at that, woman.
All right, bring it on, Charles.
So basically, like, this is just a banter affair. These things happen, especially in the Western world. I don't think, even if they split or they separate, I think it's at least they're separating, and both of them are wealthy. So I think they're even better off than all these people that will separate and have 10, 20 children and not be able to account for any of them or raise them. So this is the kind of separation that should even be happening. We should even be giving them, we should be clapping for themselves. Say at least they even tried, they built something together. Not this young, this day and age that you have 20, 30-year-olds separating and they have nothing to offer their children. They're just having broken homes and dysfunctional families up and down.
All right, brilliant. Just a snapshot submission on this, and then we go on to Rational Mind. Your favorite governor and mine, Charles Soludo, are not acting in a way that we favor, calling his Minister of Works incompetent as he rolls cameras around inspecting our projects. What are you making of Soludo preening and peacocking?
He's just he's not a leader. Obviously, and that's the typical behavior of, we worship Nigeria. You see, we've worshipped political leaders so much that they feel like gods, because for you to do this to a grown-up man who has children and at home and emasculating him in front of the media in public like this. So what will you do to people like us or people on the streets selling pure water? You probably slap them or something. These guys are not leaders. These guys they're power drunk, they're power hungry. They don't see themselves as these guys. It really I'm not surprised. It didn't actually disappoint me because all Nigerian leaders are like this. You understand? But for him to do this just shows how poorly he is as a leader, and he's not somebody that anybody should look up to, because he would throw you down or emasculate you at the slightest opportunity. I think he's power drunk. That's all.
All right, brilliant. So that's the majestic Charles.
So Charles, you are saying that he should not hold his commissioner accountable.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that he should do so politely. You can talk to him and say, "This is yeah." You can do that politely. You can be assertive. You can be assertive without being insultive or demeaning in the way you say things.
It was not insulting. It was just
if someone should talk to you like this, no, okay, go on.
It was just disappointed in him, and it was showing the dissatisfaction.
You don't feel he undermined him with that comment?
It didn't undermine him. So to whom much is expected, to whom much is given, much is expected. How can you?
Where the project is in the chart? Where the project there?
How can you, a commissioner, how can you allow that to happen? Look at the fence to the road, for God's sake, and you say you are building. Where do you want passerby to pass there's no sidewalk. You want people to be walking on the street? For God's sake, he was just disappointed, and he could not just, he gave him so much, and he should have done better. And look at it. You show the video and let's see. So when sometimes some of these people that are in position of power in Nigeria that are expected to do the best work for their community, they just do some shady work and just walk away, and nobody will hold them accountable. But what he was doing there, he was holding him accountable in the public that you cannot do this. Pull that fence down. You should have who signed that, who approved this project. He wants to touch that person, want to see that person immediately.
What would have been more honorable was for him to sack him on the spot right there. I would love that one.
This man, let me say this man is not serious. There was even the one.
I agree with that comment, Charles.
Electric pole is standing on the center of the road. In fact, this man is not serious. I don't know the kind of workers he's using to do his work in Anambra State. But let him just finish all this mago he's doing and call it government.
What would be more laudable was for him to sack him there on the spot and find a replacement.
Now you are contradicting yourself.
Oh,
now
no.
he's holding him accountable in the public.
No, you're emasculating him.
He's saying that's better. He's saying that's better than humiliating him. Now that's better than humiliating him.
That's better than humiliating him.
He deserves to be humiliated. He deserves to be humiliated.
You
Look at the
remember
job that he did.
Obajale Koko? You
Huh?
remember when Umai was in the southeast and he was complaining about certain project that was not done properly? You remember that scenario when he was saying that he won't pay them? He was chastising those contractors right there on the spot. You remember?
Yes, I remember.
And the people were hailing him for doing that. That he actually, doing a good job by, ensuring that complaining about the job that they were doing. What is the difference between that? What
Okay.
Umai did and what Soludo did to his subordinate.
Okay.
What is the difference?
Sorry, Ajale Kuku. Okay,
I don't know. Thank you.
let me ask you a
Adewale.
question. Before I hang up, let me ask you a question. So, Ajale Kuku, let's just imagine something. I know maybe by now you've retired, living on your millions, but let's imagine you are in a workplace, okay, and your boss gave you a task, maybe to complete some spreadsheets, some Excel spreadsheets, and you got some figures wrong, and he walks just to your desk and tells you, what rubbish do you do? Are you a child? What do you do? Can't you don't you know your numbers? Don't you know your formulas in front of all your friends and all your work colleagues? Is that a good way of? Won't you rather tell him that, Oga, can't you just, the appropriate thing is to call me into your office and have this private discussion with me than to make me look stupid? Would that reduce your confidence
The
level?
analogy you are using is different.
It's
This
not
one,
different
we are
now. How is
talking
it
of
different?
public job. This is a
Right?
public job. Hold on.
No, that's not
This
true.
is a
How is this man meant
hold on,
to raise his head up
hold on.
and call himself an engineer in the
Oh,
office? Will anyone
oh,
listen to him?
hold on. This is a public job. This is public money being expended on construction of road, and you that is given the job, to do the job well, you fail to do it right, and you want the governor to pardon that guy and just pander and just take him to the office and no, say it to him in the public so that he will never repeat such a nonsensical job again. He's giving so much, and he should be able to deliver in the best interest of the state. But what did he do? He didn't deliver well. And the governor was angry with that. How on earth can you allow this to happen? You as the commissioner inspecting this job, how on earth? No, look, sometimes you have to be radical in carrying out your I mean this public service. Sometimes you have to go radical. So I believe with what it did to that commissioner, I'm telling you, the commissioner will never let this kind of allow this kind of mistake to happen next time. So, and that's the best. I think I commend it. I really commend him for what he's doing. Maybe you are speaking from obedient.
No, I have no grounds against
Position
Soludo.
that
No, I have no grounds against
never.
Soludo. But as a leader, I'm not speaking from as a leader. Well, in terms of leadership, I think there are certain ways of commanding. Like, you don't need all the time to be belittling people or
Can I
showing
say
yourself.
something?
There are ways you
Can I say
command
something?
that respect if you take a different or democratic approach in your leadership. This is autocratic now. We kind of leader is this one. I beg, let's forget it.
Can I say something, Charles?
Charles, hold on. Charles, you're saying autocratic. Are you an obedient? Are you an obedient?
He's
No,
disobedient now. What are you
I'm an
talking about?
APC supporter. Me,
He's
I'm
disobedient. They
Baba
don't see
Blue.
anything good in any good
So
thing that this guy has done so far.
all those stuff Obi was doing when he was governor, no due process, no nothing. What was that for?
Me, I wasn't born there. No, me, I was still. I'm a young guy. You can't hold me accountable for that one. No. I wasn't born there.
Let me say something. Let me say something, Kulata. Soludo doesn't know what he's doing. He's just ashamed of himself. You understand? He's just trying to replicate what Lesotho is doing in Abia State.
Is that what he told you?
Yeah, that is what he's doing. He's saying Lesotho every day. Let me finish now. Let me finish. Shame done the cash am. Shame done the cash am. In the say Lesotho every day. Go to inspect work almost every week. Let me finish, Kulata. Let me finish, Kulata now. Leave all this eye service now. 2025 is around the corner. This one eye service.
Let's talk. Wait. What has Alex Oti done besides digging 1 or 2 gutters and building a 5-kilometer road? The rest is hype.
Hey, Kulata, leave matter for Matthias. Shame done the catch.
This is Matthias talking to you. I mean, I'm Matthias, and I'm telling you,
Let me
you know,
finish.
this part is water.
Let me finish my
Outside
talk now
people
before you
family.
bring your question. Now let me finish my thoughts. Shame done the catch. Soludo. You know, so 2025 na next few months. So na 2025. So no be now in the wake up. He's Lesotho under 1 year has outperformed him, so he can no longer sit down. Before he was speaking English. Now he don't want to sit down again and be speaking English. He wants to come out and act like Lesotho. He sees Lesotho every day, inspecting his work, doing all sort of inspection and everything in a good manner. And whenever he comes out in the main road, the people of Aba will be sharing his name. The street will be filled up. But see him, nobody is following him around. It's only his DSS. Shame done the cash him.
Sorry, there's one
So
question I
let's
was going to
continue.
ask. As a leader, if you make appointments and the people you appointed to work for you on your behalf fail, can you say the leader himself has failed by making a poor choice or selection?
Let me tell you, Charles.
I was thinking that as well, Charles.
Charles, let me tell you, as the governor, he hire, and those commissioners are there in their different position by his grace. He hired them and he can fire them and he can do whatever he like to them.
But he hired them based on competency, and he's the one that made that selection.
Baba
but
Dale Koko, you know the funny thing about Dale Koko? Some of those commissioners are political stooge or being forwarded by their godfathers. So what if it happens that this particular commissioner happens to be his own person that is now messing up, right? So it will pain him so much that you of all people that you're
you of all
supposed to be
people
the
that can,
good
I
example,
should be
and now
able
I'm
to go
fucking up
to
like
sleep,
this. Yeah, so
not even
that
checking
is
on what you are
enough to
doing.
even make him lash out in the public like that.
Invariably, that means he failed. Not even the commissioner, because the commissioner, he was just doing the commissioner a favor. He was using, because if let's say this structure collapses now and kills people, so will you blame it on the commissioner or blame it on the governor now? Because he's trying to do somebody a political favor. I think, as far as I'm concerned, I think Soludo is the one that has failed, not this commissioner. If it's
He didn't
based
want
on
to fail.
political appointment.
Hold on. He did not want to fail. That is why he was challenging that commissioner publicly like that. That how can you do this kind of dirty work?
You already fail, oh. In
He
terms of
already
fail, you
failed by
already fail.
picking an incompetent commissioner
Because
now.
all these obedience that are shouting all over everywhere against him, he doesn't want them to come after him for that job.
The
So
contractor, he was from Aba,
that
that's
guy
why.
is the best performing governor in the whole entire Southeast now. So don't worry about the propaganda that they are carrying all over the internet. He has built more roads. He has hired more teachers for the school. He has invested in education.
They hear now, eh?
He has done better than any other governors. So let the obedient continue
He has transferred another brand to Japan of Africa.
So there's a lot of things he has done to transfer that.
Taiwan Dubai. Now Taiwan Dubai need use campaign. Taiwan Dubai. We never see the Dubai.
Just because he did support to be, then they calling for his head. He has not done anything.
In all honesty, nobody has any grounds. I think election has passed. Nobody even has any grounds against. Even Obi himself has moved on. These people are.
Who told
Obi
you
has moved on now.
Isn't it
Dati that is paying homage to Tinubu? Everybody has moved on.
All right, wrap up that space, Charles, and then we'll move on to rational mind.
Like I've said, I think for me, I think Soludo has failed as a leader and as an appointer because he obviously, this is a minor project, this is just a building project now. So if it was some super highway or one complicated this thing, we know what would have been. Only God knows what will have happened. I think Soludo should take the blame on this by selecting incompetent people based on political who you know and not on technical expertise.
One man do fast. I come to me. I want to lambast my governor.
Sorry,
I want
Charles,
to lambast
are
him.
you saying that I didn't mean in no doubt I would have given him a dirty slap?
All right, thank you, Charles. So thank you, Charles. So let's go from Charles. Go to rational mind. Rational mind, you're up next. Do you want to go to the talking points? Do you want to free flow, or do you want to speak to what you sent in? Lagos to design new building codes and all that. Rational mind.
Yeah, woman. Let me start with that because that's one of those things that brought me here. You see, I'll praise them for this. but at the same time, I would also hit them with a stick in the head. In that, like we always said here, it's just for the optics. Most times they do all these things. They don't really have. They don't. They don't intend. They don't have the intent. How do I say it? To really follow through. You just want to like, oh, we're doing this. Give that facade of an appearance that yeah, this is what we want to do, but they don't really follow through. Yeah, as it's done here, when some state does have their own building code. There's one that by the ICC, that's International Code Council. Many other countries are subscribed to. Even United Arab Emirates also subscribe to that. Some other countries around the world they also subscribe to that the National Code Council, and they have different kind of codes. But then some states they borrowed from ICC. I don't know if you see why I bring this topic is because I have a keen interest in housing and urban planning.
Rational mind. Can you explain what's the implication of the code? Because I don't think I get the. I mean, it's just.
One, can you just space that too, so that you can read more on that? It's just channels news just talk about it in passing. Not really. There wasn't much to it. I think
but there's nothing in the channel side because I'm trying to read it. That's why I'm interrupting you.
No, I'm saying there's not much to it. What he just said was that he went to somewhere in Jakonde Estate. And this way they were building things in Jakonde Estate was not just they did not longer follow the planning of that estate. People were just building illegal structures here and there, and he said he was going to demolish everything down. And he said, well, very soon we'll have our own building code. We would expect you guys to also bring your inputs, bring your suggestions, and that's how it's done here. That's why I said I would praise them for that. Besides some states here, when they have to follow use the ICC version of whatever, either they call it residential code or building commercial codes, but also you have to localize it to their own locality because every state, state, or should I say topography is unique in their own way, the way they set it up. But the thing is this, the issue is not, just give me a minute. The issue is not more although there's code to it too, there's building code to it too, but also it's about urban planning. The issue is more of urban planning than building code.
So are they going to be zoning areas and say, okay, this place residential, this place industrial, and then building code standard of the house, demolish shanties and all those things?
Yeah, they should. Yeah, they should demolish shanties. I mean, what I'm saying is this. You see, I don't know if this guy. That's why you see when our media reports things like that's why some of us come here with butt head. It's a lie. It's not a lie. That was why Nigi could be saying they quoted him out of context. We don't really get. You see, that's why I mean. Besides what I told one man, I know I told you something. Besides that, I had deliberately just have to take a break from this nonsense because I like one of my submission here the last time I was here was that I'm just so confused sometimes. I will hear one thing here. And we hear that's another thing. That's the Tinubu era for you. They make it so nonsensical that whatever we are seeing, they tell us it's not. We are seeing blue. They say that's not blue. You are looking at green. You start questioning yourself. Am I right in the head? So the point I'm trying to say is this: the reportage in the Nigerian.
So you asked that question to be rational mind. So it's not just us asking.
That what?
Are you right in the head?
What I'm saying right, I'm right in the head.
No, that was just an aside. Carry on. I was right. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm right in the head. Just for our listeners, it's just that they want us to like get confused. So what I'm trying to say is this: this guy went and it was like it's more of a urban planning. You need to plan the areas, like Kulata was saying. You dedicate areas, zoning. That's what we call zoning. So that's the issue here is not really building code also is also important because after invariably when you have to build. You have to follow the codes in how you build the structures, the egress and the setbacks and all of that, and you make sure that people don't build because of fire issues, so that when people are building house, fire will not jump from one house to another house. There's what they call openings and all of that, and you also talk about fire resistance and all of that. Fire building, I mean, you have to build fire resistant material. And these are suggestions I can bring to them, but the thing is this, is that it makes no sense you bringing that to them or suggesting that to them if what they're supposed to do in the first place, they're not doing it. That's what we're talking about here when we talk about politics, that Tinubu and his people are not doing what they're supposed to do. They'll say they want to do these things, but invariably, when you look at it very well, if you probe very well, there's something underlying things that he has to have done that he's not doing. And anything you build on that is just nonsense. You're not going to get anything. We're going to revert, go back 360 degree, come back to the same place we were before. So that's what I'm saying here. So I would advise Babajide to go and look at what is thing. Lagos need, because I saw a video of this guy. He went to some city in what's it called in China recently. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and he went to study the way the city was designed. I mean, if he can replicate that, fine. But I know it's going to involve a lot of building down a lot of structures, demolishing a lot of structures, and putting up new. So my point is that these people, they just pay lip service to all of these things, create an illusion or a facade of, oh, we're trying to do something, but at the end of the day, what you're saying is not what is going on at the end of the day. So for me, why I'm bringing up this is this. There are just two reasons. Is that I want to critique that thing, that the issue is not more of building code. The issue is urban planning and zoning. You need to zone. It's when you zone and you make people understand that, yes, you cannot build certain things. Whatever you're submitting, your plans that you're submitting to the, you see, that's what I'm saying. Okay, let me take this way, one man, because there's a lot of things to say about this. What I want to say is this: is that states here regulate their own building codes. That is, they have it. They don't go with the ICC one. They'll design their own local codes. So the states regulate it. In fact, the state has their own local code that they use that is tailored to their own states. But then what they do is that the enforcing of building codes, it's not by states, it is by local government. That is what I'm saying, that you need to build something on ground. When if local government is an appendage of the APC, all they do there is their councillors, they all go there and do their meeting and whatever. At the end of the day, they share money and they start planning for the next election, to rig election, local governments wise for the next for the governor. The main work that they should be doing, they're not doing it. They're only just an appendage of whatever political party is ruling that state. There's nothing you can do. You cannot enforce things centrally by centralizing anything by state. So my point is that when it comes to urban planning, yes, the state does that. But when it comes to building code, it is the local government that will enforce it. You can create more jobs. Woman, here in America, if you want to build a house, there are different artisans that will participate. Like your roof. There are some companies, they design roof, strictly roof. There are some companies, they just the walls, fire-rated walls. So these are the things. So you can create, in fact, some states, they even create a kind of an economy around that, an industry around that. They even create some kind of whereby schools, where they train people that would, you see, well, man, we can come here and start giving them these ideas of how to create an economy, boost the state. But the point is this: that when the fundamentals are not done, it's very, very hard for you to implement them or to even see any success with that. Now you're talking about building code, which is fine, which is good. You regulate it, but the enforcing of that code, that should be local government, not states. It is local government, because every local government has to also have to tailor the whole code to their own locality. But you see, when we talk here, they will say we don't know what we're talking about. That's why we're not moving forward in that state, that Lagos state, and maybe various other states in Nigeria. But for me, I'll just say focus more on urban planning first. Zone the state. If you want to decongest, you see, there's a lot of things to say about this, but I just want to say is that it's going to be very, very difficult for them to plan because of the congestion in Lagos State, trying to decongest it. But the point is this: is that if you want to start decongesting Lagos, there's a way you can do it. Here in America, here in some states here, they'll have existing code for, buildings that are existing already. Before some certain codes are adopted. So such existing building, you don't tamper with them. You don't force them to observe or to follow the new code, building code. So what we now do is this: is that you would say any plans that are being submitted, starting from so months going forward, you must show that when you buy a plot of land, this is the amount of size of house you can build within that plot of land. You cannot exceed that. so as to have surroundings like around it. So my point is this: when you start doing that, people will start building house, and you see people when people don't have enough place to stay, they'll start moving out of Lagos. When you can't find house in Lagos because that house is only built for X amount of people that are living in that house. If you build a house, this size of this house, only 3 or 5 people can live in it. This face me and face you will totally wipe out. And you see those old face me and face you, that face me and face you. You see that people will start acquiring them and start building them to the standard of the new standard the Lagos State wants. Thereby, those gradually they start facing out those old existing homes. I'm just giving them idea, but I don't
rational mind. These are two sides of the same coin. Urban planning is kind of like a big picture, but the building code enforcement are kind of like they're more of the actionable, they're more of the lower level stuff, like to make sure building is standard, our structural integrity doesn't take away the values of the property.
Exactly. Yep.
As in fire hazard, it doesn't constitute fire hazard, good construction. So it's kind of like part of overall urban planning. Well, you can look at urban planning in terms of zoning, infrastructure, community, parks, and all that stuff. But at the what's it called? My English fails me. I'm not talking a while. At the tactical area, the lower level, you must have structural. You must have some structure, good buildings. You don't want Lagos having all these buildings. This one collapse today, that one collapse tomorrow, or you see people living in shanties. You see people kind of defecating in areas because there's no. The building code has shalanga instead of like decent WC, stuff like that. You can't criticize just because you may have some sort of.
Apparently, you don't understand. You don't know the distinction between urban planning and building.
They're two parts of the same coin. Urban planning is just a big picture strategy.
You can say they are still part of the two sides of the same coin, but there's a limit to what building code regulates. There's what we call code enforcement in different counties here, or should we say local government here in America. Then they will enforce zoning. They will come there. They will look at what kind of house you're building here. What's the height? You cannot be so. Yeah. Hold on. You're asking that does not fall under the purview of building code proper. Even though building code also addresses that, but the building code will only address that based on the zoning of that structure you're building. So
which is the big picture.
Yeah. My point is this. Let me just so that I can move on. My point is this: is that focus more on urban. Someone who went to somewhere in China recently. Focus more on urban planning. Map out that Lagos or areas of Lagos whereby they are yet to be developed. Map them out. Just map them out. Any house that has to be built there, if you're buying one plot of land, tell them you cannot build X amount of house. Size more than this size on this plot of land. When they start doing that, you see that other homes, when people cannot even move there, the houses that are there, they're all standard. People will start buying those homes that are existing, and they will start converting it. And that is how you see.
You can do both at the same time, enforce the building code and also do urban planning. You don't have to leave one for the other. They're not mutually.
I'm not saying they should leave one for one, but I'm saying start with the basic first. The basic is, put a structure, urbanize the whole place very well, structure the whole place very well. If you do
Are you worried about gentrification?
Yeah, what?
Gentrification in Lagos. Are you worried? It's going to happen anyway.
What do you mean by gentrification? Like, are you talking about
like they chase poor people away from area and then they build mansions there?
So be it. If it happens, happens. That's how you need to start opening a standard at some point. You have to start opening a standard. I get it. I know it's going to.
So what will now happen to the poor if you are not worried about it? What will now happen to them?
Okay, then let's. You see that about
they can send them to Ogun. You know that in Monaco they don't let poor people live there. They put them outside of the city. They come to work and then they send them back again.
You see, when we say Tinubu does not have this guy is just a charlatan. It's just an opportunist. Right?
But when it goes out Tinubu with Lagos
now, because you people come here, you say you build Lagos. I don't know the crap Lagos you people are saying. Is that slum you say you build that you're calling Lagos? And then you're telling me, man, this guy, you people look at him as a leader of the Yorubas. Awolowo, when Awolowo was there, he did not develop only Ibadan. He extended, you see, there's a place in Ondo State today, if you look at the design that Awolowo had for that place, the way they structured that place, what do you call that? Okitipupa area there. Okitipupa area. There was a way that guy, they've really mapped that place because they wanted to turn that place to industrial areas. Only that was things did not fall through, like what happened after the coup and everything that happened after that. But my point is that he did not just focus on Ibadan, being the capital city of the Western region then. He was spreading the whole development around. Tinubu you knew that, okay, you are the leader of the APC, or AD then. You knew that you had this state within, and you knew that Lagos is a time bomb, it's a ticking time bomb. Why don't you just ask those governors around there with you? Tell them that, can you open your space? Can we move people out of Lagos? How can we help you? Can we bring in people that will come and urbanize certain areas there, and who can start moving out people? So Lagos can become a world-class
Maybe you should get yourself familiar with the constitution that says Nigerians can reside anywhere, any part of that country.
This is not Nigerian constitution. This is not. You see, this is.
But I'm just telling you how handicapped
When I say people cannot stay, you're not. If you have the money, come and stay.
Awolowo was the premier of Western region. That was his duty. Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State.
You people call him a Yoruba leader. Yeah, is that what you people are calling him?
Who called him Yoruba? Did you go to election and vote him leader of Yoruba?
I will remember you. I will remind you guys when.
Did you vote for him as leader?
No, nobody ever called him Yoruba leader.
My point is this. You see. Let me just you see, this is all you people just call me let me just go to what I'm saying. My point is this, that Lagos needs to be up to that. We need to bring it to that standard that it should be among cities that we call that I refer to as world-class cities that you can live. And that's the only way they can go about it. Urbanize the place, new plans that are coming in that are being submitted, give them a standard. If this is the standard, no face me and face you anymore. We're not allowing face me and face you. If you are building a 3-story building, you must make it that it's a flat. And this is like X amount of people that can live in that house and enforce it. But how can they enforce it when everything is centralized into Lagos state government? That is why you have to allow the local government to work, employ people, because through the permits that you are issuing, people doing inspection, they will be getting employed that way. You see, we can give them all these ideas, but will they follow it through? Because they want everything to be in Lagos, Sanwo-Olu or whoever Tinubu puts there to control the whole treasury of that money that is called. That's all they care about. And when we talk about this, you say maybe we don't like it. So my point is that it's just I think it's just noise making at this point, because the main thing they need to do is urbanize that state. That's my suggestion to them, through you, one man, through your platform. Urbanize the state first. Like Sokolata said, you can still continue doing the building code enforcement, but you cannot do it when you centralize it into the Lagos state government. Let the local government function. Let them employ code enforcers, building inspectors, do all of these things. Local government wise, not by states. Local government, and let us see how it starts. I'll leave it at that one.
All right, Brenda, rational mind. So the next headline on the screen, you sent this in as well. So do you want to talk us through what's going on with this piece?
Yeah, my point is this: from what I sent that to you is that, you see, people are going through tough time. Recently, I was just this past few days, I was with a family member of mine who has a very difficult situation, and we are just brainstorming together because she lost her job and her husband is not doing well and all of that. I was just brainstorming together and was like, but now, why I'm saying this is just because the policy, because the thing says, it says that the reforms that Tinubu brought as deepening the living crisis of the Nigerian people. Yes, and you look at that. If you look at that reportage very well, you see a lady was said that she used to earn X amount of money before, and she was able to take care of her kids. But then these kids, now she doesn't even make up to 30,000 naira that she used to make by day, like they said. She only makes like 5,000 naira. Did I say dollars? I said naira. I mean to say. If you make 30,000 naira, and now it makes 5,000 naira. So what happened to those 25,000 naira that is shaved off from our income, daily income or whatever income, how he makes it? Because people no longer have the money to buy or to ask for a service anymore. And then myself and this my family member were now brainstorming about this thing. What can you do How can I support you? And then we realized that virtually anything that she has to do, she will need to use electricity. And now we look at it, okay, now if you have to use electricity, now to power those engines that we're going to put in that warehouse for you to be doing that business. You might look, this is the business she wants to do. She wants to be collecting, she wants to be a distributor for one of those ice cream making company, and then we supplying her fan milk and all of those kind of milks, and she'll be getting all these some of those milks that all these kids they take to school. They call it bobo or something like that, and she'll be doing all that side business. So it's called that ordinary buying diesel alone, just to buy diesel to power those things. I mean, and then how much are you going to make at the end of the day? So my point is that this policy of this, I mean, I'm not saying Tinubu is the one, but it's part of the problem, part of the rot in that state, in that country. Now, this knee-jerk approach that they are always applying to the solution in Nigeria today, if it's not Binance, it will be Aboki FX tomorrow. If it's not that, it will be this. I mean, now you're talking about you people. I heard you when you were reading some days ago. Oh, the Tinubu is Cardoso is doing well now. The church, JP Morgan, is saying that Nigeria is going to. I don't even look. Do you know what the rate of Naira is today?
Even bigger than that, Goldman Sachs.
Yeah, Goldman Sachs, maybe you said. So, but what's the Naira rate now to dollar today? It's about 1,600 something Naira. So what does that? What does the Binance thing? How has that even helped the situation? It is still where it is. I mean, kind of. It is still where it is. I mean, we know that it shaved off after the whole Binance something. It dropped from 1,900 Naira to dollar to like 1,000, almost 700 Naira now.
Yes, but rational mind. The thing is, we are witnessing the green shoots of stabilization. So it has to stabilize first before it starts to strengthen. And we're seeing there's two things that we're seeing now over the course of the last few days, going on weeks. We're seeing stabilization, and then we're seeing convergence. We are tracking it here. Ajale Koko will tell you. We are seeing convergence between the parallel markets and the CBN rates. So we're seeing those two things. So there's a predictability to the price point now, somewhat. At least we're seeing the green shoots of that. So after that, then you start to strengthen it because it's established a value and it's not skittish in its movement where within one day it's gained and lost 100 Naira thereabouts. So we're seeing that stability first, and then consequent to that, we start to see strengthening.
Okay, I wish I could send you another article I just saw recently. That there was another
rational mind. The major problem to all these things is purchasing power of the people. So not necessarily all these figures that are given. Things are very costly. Yes, quite all right. Even if the dollar remains at 1,600, they must work on increasing the minimum wage. So that people can afford the price of food item in the market. That's the only problem we have in Nigeria. So if you keep on denying them that salary increase and the minimum wage increase, then you are doing nothing. I'm even surprised that things are even still going higher, even as of today. As of today, there are things I bought like 1,500 Naira last week. Today they are telling me 150. I was telling them, but they said that's the company price. So I'm even surprised.
Sorry, rational mind. That space that I can just opened up, and I've had that argument so many times. It's not really increasing. It's not really increasing people's wages. It's increasing the value of that naira, what is able to purchase. So if they make the naira, if they make it so that 100 naira can feed somebody comfortably, then there'll be no need to increase wages. So that's really where it is. And to that end, this piece now sent in by one of the subscribers. This is by your Ononuga, just letting you know policies being implemented. It says Tinubu government.
I don't know why diluting this guy. This Bayo Ononuga stuff.
Is a government spokesperson.
Not be only these hypocrites. I beg, talk
How
other
is he
people
a
that
hypocrite?
please
Is a
speak for
government
people that make sense. Not people like this. I don't listen to Cypher cans. I don't listen to I don't even follow him on Twitter. This guy doesn't make sense to me. If you want to talk about the Nigerian issue, you talk about people that makes more sense. People that are serious with the life of the people, not people that are looking for where something will fall under the table so that they will pick it and eat. I don't like this kind of.
It was already a wealthy man even before Tinubu came in, but is a government spokesperson, and I think this speaks to just. It says that Tinubu's government orders 10,000 tractors as Germany's Deutsche Bank pours 995 million euros into agri hubs in 774 local government areas. So I can read the rest of it, but that one paragraph just tells you then that that ultimately crashes the price of food, and you don't then necessarily need to. If you crash the price of food, you don't need to increase people's wages for affordability.
Yeah, well, man, you see, it's easy for us. I mean, we can go on and just say this. We just have to see, like one of the things I said is that I just have to wait and see how Tinubu navigate this whole thing. But the thing I'm just trying to say is that the cost of doing business in Nigeria it's insane. I mean, how do you expect foreign investors to come? Okay, like me, and I want to come in now and invest. I want to help somebody now to invest. You have to go and look for the shop or like a warehouse kind of place. And by the time you get it, they'll tell you so amount of money for you to get the shop. And then you have to figure out you have to deal with the electricity part of it. I mean, the cost of doing business in Nigeria is just so insane. So my point is this: is that this issue of dollar, whatever we're calling it, I just don't know. I don't know. I sent another one recently now, just a few weeks ago, about Punch. That dollar, I mean, naira will still go up to like 2,000. Well, that's just speculation. You might still get up to 2,000 naira to a dollar. But the point is this: is that what I'm trying to say is that you just have to wait and see how these people manages this.
To a pound.
Is it to a pound? Is that it to a pound?
Yeah.
Maybe I didn't look at it right. I thought maybe it was that. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Well, whatever it is, I mean, my point is this: I just want to see this is their policy really.
And by the way, it fell to 2,000 to a pound because it was higher than that. Yeah. So that still speaks to the strengthening of the naira slowly.
Okay. All right. Okay. To the pounds. Yeah, you're right. I agree. I will admit that. So my point is this: is that this policy that they are taking, that they're doing, I just want to see it take effect. But people will say it's going to take a while for it to take effect. But let us see, because I mean, it's strangulating businesses in Nigeria. That is why a lot of businesses are moving out. And I don't even know all the one that they're talking about that are coming in. Who are these people coming in with investment? How can you even invest? When you are buying something today, the next day the dollar is just skyrocketing, and then you can't even plan. So my point is this: is that this is our monetary policy. They need to get their act together and put it right, because a lot of Nigerians, a lot of businesses are folding up, and no new ones are being created. Like I just give an example of the one we're trying to do now, and then we're just trying to brainstorm how do we go about it. Because how can you run a business and you're running loss at a loss in a business like that? So, and for me, woman, I just wish them the best in that, but I don't trust Tinubu in anything. Like I said, until he proves me wrong, before I will be able to come here and sing his praise. I leave it at that.
Rational minds. You see what? Let me tell you something, right? What Nigeria is going through now, guess a country that went through it successfully. South Korea. You remember the Asian financial crisis in the 90s? South Korea used to peg their currency to the dollar, $1 to South Korean won. And they went through that crisis. They free floated their currency. It lost value against the dollar. Very, very massive. Immediate outcome was there's hunger, there was suffering, there was this. But then they took advantage of it to implement export policies and also restructure their banks and their corporations. They made them bigger, more buoyant. And now look at what is happening in South Korea now. Boom. But at the time they did that devaluation, they suffered. There was extreme hardship. So while Tinubu is taking us down this route, that's why we need to criticize his implementation, because we need those policies. We need the things that will kind of like get us producing. Because I think the other side of it will be better.
Now you see, when we use this false equivalency, like what
It's not a false equivalence now.
Listen,
Right? It's the right equivalence.
it's a false equivalency you're using here. You see,
why is it false?
Oh, hold on. Yeah, I'll tell you this is why it's false, because South Korea has always been a very industrialized country. They've always been they produce a lot. They are productive. This narrative you're talking about they devaluing.
I'm talking about South Korea of the 1990s.
Yeah. They have been. They've always been an industrialized country. They've always been producing. Yeah, they went through some crisis. I understand that. But my point is that you are trying to implement the policy when you've not even put the things. I mean, look, this is the same guy who was speaking some few days ago, the Tinubu guy who was speaking, saying, when I was talking about restructuring, was it restructuring? He says, you need to put some structure down before you can put something. He has no structure already, and you're just floating the naira, or trying to float some kind of reforms when you've not even put some things on ground. He's the same one who said that. He said we cannot just do this thing without putting structure. I said, now you realize that there's an important. It is very essential that you put in place some kind of structure before you can even say you want to build anything on it. That's the point.
This one might just tell you we're putting tractors.
Korea you're talking about is a very productive country. They produce.
Now it is very, very much productive.
Even much more now. But then
because of the devaluation, is now way much more productive. You know, a dollar is like 1,300 won or something like that.
You see, it's very easy. Okay, okay. We see.
And that was they pegged it $1. They pegged $1 to 1 won before, but now 1,000. It doesn't matter as long as we focus on the right priorities. If it's farming, let us go.
I don't see Tinubu's. That's why I call me. I'm a skeptic when I talk the way I talk.
But I'm trying to doubt.
I get you. I know other countries have gone through it, but not in the way and manner in which we did ours. My point is this: that if you want to see a policy or a reform you want to bring in really work, you have to do the ground job first, because you cannot build on something when you don't have anything underneath it. So that's the point. Nigeria right now, hold on. You're talking about we're not productive. Even the crude oil we're selling.
Yeah, but if we remain the way we were going, we will never be productive. We need to change our habits. We need to discourage.
What are you putting in place to show the productivity? That's the question. What are you
putting in place? Tractor now, 10,000 tractors.
Rational mind, can I chip this in? You see, a part of the structure you need to put in place for the productivity to take place is this floating of naira. You see, now with $1,000 I can make an investment in Nigeria of 1 million naira. That's the essence of devaluation. Even small businesses can come and invest in Nigeria. Businesses who have maybe $50,000, $100,000 floating. With 100 million in Nigeria, you can do a lot, and that's the attraction. And another attraction is that now, if it's stable, I can say, okay, I'm taking 100,000 to Nigeria. I'm making $100 million naira investment. I'm sure that it's going to be stable. So I'm not going to be having some exchange risk and that will take my money. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So it's this one that will drive productivity. It's not productivity that will drive this. Are you following me?
This manner and where you just said it now, it's very easy for one to just buy into it that yes, it makes sense.
No, that's what I'm sorry. That's the way it is. That's what I'm saying. That's why the man is now going to places and say,
the question is
finish. Sorry. Okay, that's why the man is going from place to place and say, come and invest, rather. The cost of investment in Nigeria is cheap for them now. People who have like maybe 500,000 and they think they can never invest in Nigeria can come into Nigeria and they'll become a very big investor with $500 million naira. They can do a lot of things.
No. That's a false.
No. That's the rationale.
Can I chip in, Dr.
I'll close with this. Sorry, I'll close with this. You are saying we need to be productive before you start doing that. Whereas one of the things that we need to be productive is to do this. One of the things we need to do to attract the investment that will drive our economy and make us productive is this. If we are already productive, we don't need it. Our productivity will drive our exchange rates. Do you understand what I'm saying? But because we are not.
Okay, you see, Mr.
Hold on, Rational Mind. Let Prince come in, and then
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, you fell off.
Can someone hear me?
No, you are dipping heavily.
That's the logic. That's how it works. That's the dynamics.
All right, Rational Mind. Let Prince Daddy come in, and then you wrap it up in about a minute or so, and then we go on to Dewale. I think Ekene wants to come in fairly quickly. But Prince,
Yeah.
Prince, yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Moment. I was going to say to Rational Mind, I don't think South Korea has always been a developed nation. I don't think so. They started from somewhere. But anyways, but to Colata's analysis, well taken. But the caveat, I would say, something that's core to the success of South Korea is missing in Nigeria, which is they are nationalistic and they are self-preserving, unlike Nigerians. Okay, so I don't know if you heard about the Korean miracle, the South Korean miracle, 1962 to 1980. That which boosted the economy and made them what they became today. It was export-driven industrialization strategy that they implemented, and that's why today, for example, the top machineries and vehicles in the world today are South Korean vehicles. So yes, even though it appears on the outside, Nigeria and South Korea may be, having the same problem, or Nigeria may be having the same problem as did South Korea back then, but we don't have a lot of the structure of our country, defeats, the success that may come from it. Okay, again, at the core of the South Koreans are the spirit of oneness, which we don't have. That is essential in any nation to succeed. So you have a nation of rent seekers, not doing any real economic activities in our country, and at the end of the day, Tinubu may end up being a very successful president on paper by strategy, but the implementation is always circumvented from the onset. Something has to drastically change in that country to realize the success as did South Korea. Thanks.
Point taken, Prince Daddy. You're right. Koreans are nationalistic, and there's even a security reason why they're nationalistic. They have a threat just across the border of the same people. The last recipe, the last card Tinubu can play for this to make sense is restructuring. But I don't want to turn this to another restructuring that goes all the time. But that card is still there.
Yeah. So in conclusion, woman and everybody, for me, I just think we have a long way to go. You've said it. How can you? I don't know. A lot of people have been talking about restructuring lately. A lot of organizations have been calling conferences here and there within Nigeria, asking for restructuring. See, I don't see. You see, that's what we're saying. If the other line, if the main thing is not done, anything you try to build on it, I don't see any. I mean, you hear what this guy said today? Was it today, Buhari, when they said he was praising Tinubu? But he praised Tinubu. But the other part of his comment, people did not even pay attention to it, where he said that Nigeria is I think so. Something about Nigeria is the most difficult place to govern, or something like that. I mean, he admitted
complex.
It's a very complex place. So if you know that it's complex, so what are you people campaigning about to want to come and do if you cannot even you cannot even effect any change, long lasting, any impactful thing in the lives of the people that you are coming to govern? So it's
you say you can only do little or nothing.
Something like that. Something like that. So which has already indicted him and indicted even the one that is there right now. No, there's nothing you can do. When people like the Banjo and other people are clamoring that let us restructure this country, there's nothing you can build on that country with the way that country is set up. We can come here and start using this false narrative, false equivalency of North Korea or Korea did this, Bangladesh did this. Forget it. Our own situation is unique. These people don't have the kind of situation we are fighting. Listen, South Korea was not facing bandits. We're not getting their kids kidnapped. We're not getting all these things, all this crap going on in that country. People, their farmers were not stopped from farmers were not stopped from not going to farms. But then we'll come here and start using they did their floating their own naira. They floated them, they floated their own one or whatever currency they call it, but not in the kind of situation we have in Nigeria. So Tinubu should have done his own work very well. Put in place things that he has to have put in place before saying he wants to float the naira, or even put in abeyance that floating of the naira. Go with that one first, the oil subsidy first, take it off first, and then you leave the other one until when you get your structure in ground. But you just announced things, and then, woman, let me not repeat myself. I know everybody has said this before, but for me, I don't see Tinubu making any success with this. But if he does that, I will be one of those people that will come and say this close here.
All right, brilliant. That's the masterful, rational mind, the elegance of the man. So, a man of equal elegance, Dewale, you're up next.
Rational mind. Oh, sorry for Tinubu. That is the antidote of Tinubu's headache. Anyway.
Kí ló máa ń sọ ní Yorùbá náà pé tó bá gbádìí yẹ kéde kan?
We will continue to talk and talk till Jesus comes back. Anyway, good job, rational mind. What do you want? Let me even speak to that Senator Niggi of the thing. We flogged so many topics on this show tonight that I don't want to put too much emphasis on the topic. You see,
Dewale, can I make a request since we want to talk about that topic? One man, can you pull the last article I sent to you from Reuters News? Please.
Is it on Insta?
On Instagram, yes. The last article.
All right, Karen wants to do that.
Okay. So, I said something earlier that
it's on the screen.
Sorry, Dewale, before you continue, how much did Reuters say the Senate passed? I believe it's, let me see.
28.77.
Okay, so what is missing?
There's nothing missing. What do you mean what is missing?
The guy said they discussed and the past 25 billion. But
No, hold on. No, he didn't say that. People are not listening to this guy. The guy said they passed 28 point something billion. But he said there is a nexus between 25 billion and reality. He says 25 billion, you can identify projects and locations for 25 billion. But anything outside of that is money that has been budgeted, but as is not factored in any way.
No, that's not what I read in other news sources. I've checked Daily Trust, I've checked other places. That's not what he said.
Because they keep twisting it. That's what he said. They quoted him out of context. That's what he said.
All right, hold on. Give me 2 minutes.
Dewale, I just want to prepare the stage for you, Neil. Sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I mean, with our findings. So if in the course of our perusing the budget, which Onanuga seems to have dwelt on, I say we have established beyond reasonable doubt about 25 trillion so far has nexus in the budget. That means there is money, and then there is project, and then there is location. Money, project, location. but we are yet to ascertain 3 trillion of that budget. We have established the 3 trillion in the budget. We have not established its location and the place.
So are you clear on what you said now?
So he's saying there's 3 trillion that doesn't have line items attached to it.
Exactly. It's just money budgeted, but are not associated with anything.
It could be contingency. Anyway, that's still an association. But Dewale, sorry, continue. I get what you're saying now.
Okay. In the course of this, I'm not saying that such things cannot happen. Even when it comes to the smallest breakdown of the budget, sometimes discrepancies do happen, but the number is significant enough. But what I'm trying to figure out is that if you allege that there's discrepancy, as I said, there must be some sort of, you know, uh, way, as is still a member of this 10th assembly. And instead of holding the limelight by going to the press, could as well, is allowed to uh, make such allegation on the floor of National Assembly or the particular committee that handles budget. He can as well pass it across to them. But he wanted it to be in the public forum, and that is the reason why he's coming to the public and making this allegation. Now, what I detect in the tone of his um, public uproar is that he's trying to be more, making it more political. He's trying to differentiate himself from the northern or northern forum leaders, and in as much as he's trying to distance himself from that group, it can't be a lone wolf. Somebody said, well, more or less like a whistleblower. You see, as a whistleblower, there's going to be a process or an avenue for you to speak up. If we don't know the breakdown, where this particular project, I mean, for every little penny going to be spent by the government has to go through the ministries and the other parastatals. So there, they're able to have a breakdown of all these discrepancies. So Nigeria just heard about the trillion of naira being allocated, but not sure of where the project is going to be sited and all that. It's just, to me, noise without substance. In as much as Nigerians like Baba Ajanle Koko would like to give credence to that allegation, I would take it with a pinch of salt because the moment you decided to ignore the appropriate channel and follow uh, a channel like this, which of course will create a soundbite, but not necessarily do much because you've alleged and it is uh, a burden on you to provide the evidence to the public. And now when you allege like this, and you're not actually providing the breakdown of the entire of where you found this discrepancy, then it's just going to be noise. And the public will embrace it and run with it. The media will run with it. But I think him also going to the public, and like I said earlier, run foul of the rules of the parliament because they also have the and nobody, not even the president of the Senate, is above the rule when it comes to their rules in the floor, and every members must abide with. Even the last time the people were talking about the Labour Party parliamentarians that about the involvement with the SUVs and they also know that they have to abide by those rules, and that's why their hands are kind of like they're a little bit handicapped because they can't just violate those rules and go against. All right. So to me, even if what he's saying is genuine and is actually true, I expect him to have gone through the right channel before, he's hugging this limelight. And I can tell you, nothing positive is going to come out of this public uh, thing, because he has gone through the wrong channel. And Abanjole Koko was trying to, champion him as it might even be that the so-called project that he's talking about probably it didn't was somebody, took the project and take it to their constituency. And maybe that's the reason why he's coming out to say all this thing. We don't know, right? So, and that's why we must not be too quick to jump into that bandwagon of trying to embezzle money. 3 trillion cannot be praised and is be part of the budget. No, to me, I don't buy those. And that's why I won't jump into that foray of, of saying haircoin the same. Even because I wasn't part of the discussion yesterday when it was discussed. The topic was discussed, but based on what I heard today, and I've also come across it in the newspaper. To me, it's just much harder about nothing. All right,
Is this not?
and sorry.
I think.
No, sorry, Rasinama, I did that in error. Carry on.
All right. So yeah.
Okay.
Wale, you see, the thing is this: are we not the reason why? Are we not our problem ourselves? Because when I just listened to what you just said now, I remember during Saraki time, when Saraki was trumpeting some of the shenanigans that was going on with Buhari, we saw some APC senators and some other people, they were against him. But Amin Amila was one of those people that were against him. Now, when we see people like this report things like this, and during those times, look at how they persecuted. I would know he has his own, maybe his own criminal of his own self too. But look how they persecuted him. They use is it EFCC or whatever, is the ICPC to prosecute that until when that case just down. So my point is that when people come like this and they blow up the lead like this, and all we can say is that, oh, maybe he has some ulterior motive. Oh, maybe it's this, or maybe it's that. He did not go through the right channel. And then in the end of the day, we swept it under the carpet. After 8 years, this guy lives there. Maybe 4 years, he lives there. And now we now start hearing these rots like we hear about the 30 trillion naira that they printed. Somebody must have been blowing the lead. And then some of you will say, no, we cannot say that. It's because how do you know? It's not ways and means. They must have approved it. I mean, you see, we are our own problem ourselves. When we come here, we talk. When somebody like this has blow up the lead, it is for us to say, okay, let us investigate now. You said 3 trillion naira among this money. They have no project attached to it. There's not even location for them. Okay, can we figure them out? Let us find out if this guy was even right. But no, we'll come here and just say, no, he did not go to the right channel because he did not go to Aso Rock and go and Dobale and go and be doing Rakandede to Tinubu and telling that, hey, sir, yeah, we figure 3 trillion naira, sir. Can you tell us, is that what you want? Come on, we are our own problem. That is why that country will never move forward. When we hear people like this come and talk the way you just said, spoken, Adewale, all because of Tinubu is there, he's a clansman. So nobody should say anything anymore. We should have to go and bow down to him in the Aso Rock and tell him his fault or tell him whatever crap that he's doing, he's not doing right? Come on. I don't get it. It's just sometimes it's beyond me when I hear people like you talk like this way you talk.
Okay, don't let it aggravate you too much, okay? Like I said earlier, when it comes to public discussion, we should base on what we have in our hand or what is being in the public. Now, Senator Ningi is not like you and I, all right? He's privileged to some information that you and I have no idea of. Now, if someone like you and I are the one that's privileged to this information by chance, and we go to the public, I would take that because we don't have any other channel for us to get across to Nigeria. But Senator Ningi is still a member of this 10th Assembly. So that means he's in a position of privilege and he has the opportunity to address his peers in the Senate and the committee on budgeting, even the president of the Senate himself, even let's say all channel, all opportunities are blocked, and he has no other means to get it to the public. He can as well stand in that chamber and voice it out while still discharging his duty as a senator of the country and say, this and this is what I found. Okay. And you begin, Nigerians, I mean, they have their own dedicated channel anyway. So Nigerians will take it. But when you decided to go to the press and you boycott the normal channel that was supposed to go through the house, I mean, he was privileged to this information because he was a member of this assembly. All right. So if you decided to reject what you have, but embracing the limelight, what does that tell you, rational mind? And that is why I'm not trying to say what I mean. The allegation itself is not true, but I expect him. Somebody said it was in the eighth assembly, not in the ninth assembly. Whichever way it is, he's a politician and he knows how this thing goes. For time immemorial, we'll be having administration and having in the National Assembly, they've been paddling budget for only God knows. So this is not new. But if you know that, okay, you know what, we shouldn't continue with this trend and we need to tackle this thing. You don't just go to the, what would the public do? There's public
Adewale,
outcry.
let me ask you a question.
There's a
What you are suggesting that he should have done, if he had done that and nothing happened, what would you have suggested him to do next?
Yeah, but there's still nothing going to happen even with this public
No,
that he
answer
went to.
that question correct, direct now. What would he have
Babangale
done next?
Koko, whether he
If
goes
he
to the
had
public
done what you are asking him to do and nothing happened, what
and his colleague at the National Assembly will not discipline him. And I can assure you they
you are
will be
not answering my
subjected to,
question.
even if
Why are
nothing
you
comes out of Babangale Koko.
eh?
Babangale Koko, see,
Eh?
as you are, okay, where you work, there's some information you'll be privileged at your place of work. There's some that will be confidential. There's some that you don't have to, reveal to the public, right? Now, even if you come across all these things, there is a avenue or channel for you at your place of work for you to, out those grievances or to out those things that you discover, right? The moment you step out of that process, you are breaking the rules or breaking laws. And that is why I said, look, in as much as he is privileged and discover all these discrepancies, you don't go to the media by making some assertion that
You did
something is
answer my
missing, but he
question.
has.
You are still repeating what you have been saying. I just
Okay.
the question.
What is the question
If
again?
he had done what you suggested that he should have done, if he have done it, uh, meet with the leaders of the Senate or the appropriation committee, look at what I discovered, and they didn't do anything about it. What do you suggest?
Sorry, what evidence has he provided so far?
None,
No,
zero.
that is
It's
not
just a generalized allegation.
So he just spoke, and then we should take it as gospel
Evidence is
truth.
not the
You know
issue.
the Babajale Koko. If I
Answer
will
the
answer,
question.
wait now. If I will answer it's not about because Tinubu is the
Separate
president.
the issue.
See, but see,
Separate the message from the
No,
messenger.
Ajale Koko, did he provide a leak to the press?
Separate the
no,
message from the
zero,
messenger.
zero.
He is
Did
a
he
senator.
provide?
He is a senator.
Ajale Koko, a question now. Did he provide a leak to the press?
No.
Did he
Did he
provide
provide
any sort? Did he provide any sort of documentation
that is
No.
showing?
ask
No.
the
No.
Senate Committee on Appropriation and the Budget Office to come out and counter him.
Babajale Koko.
Don't go after this guy.
Do you remember? Do you
Whether he
remember?
provided or not, he
He
doesn't.
alleges,
He has said something. Let them come out and defend him.
Babajale
Defend
Koko. Do
themselves.
you remember when?
Hold on, one voice. But what Kulata said right there, he who alleges must prove. So
Exactly.
I think that came from Obasanjo, and the fullness of it. When Obasanjo said that, it says, I think somebody was asking him. He said, allegations are allegations, and anybody can allege, but he who alleges must prove. So anybody can say anything now. Is essentially what Kulata is saying.
He is a member of that assembly. And he is saying that this is what I have seen.
But he did not stand up at the
he
chamber
said it.
and
Hold
raised this
on,
question.
hold on.
He didn't.
He said it. He said it in an interview. So, providing this evidence, the people that he has, I mean, the institution that he has accused of padding the budget with so much, 3 trillion, should now come out and tell
No,
us
he is the one that will provide the
everything is okay.
evidence. He is the one that alleged that there was a misappropriation of
Okay,
business. So
keep
he's the
on,
one that will see,
Mr.
Babajale Koko. Babajale Koko. No. See, hold on, guys. Hold on. It's still my time, okay? Until I yield the floor, it's still my time. And I want you guys to hear me, okay? I'm not debunking his allegation, okay? No, that's not my place. But based on what he had provided so far through the media, he has not provided any concrete evidence about where or particular budget he was talking about, which agency of the government is supposed to carry out those projects. None, zero. And I'm saying that he has the privilege and opportunity. He's a member of the Senate. For example,
I think I will agree with you. I will agree with you
if
guys.
instead of
I
embracing,
think I
instead
will
of
agree with
granting
you that
interview,
yes,
he could as
he
well
can go
stand up
further
in
to
that
provide.
chamber. He could as well stand. Remember when they were debating about the ways and means process, about how much was printed, how much was approved, and all that. It wasn't just about something that just came up impromptu. Somebody must have rose up and alleged it in that chamber. And the principal officers take that topic up and they started debating among themselves. Even those who were uncomfortable answering some pertinent question ended up like the former Senate president. He stood up to address some of the issues, even though when he was trying to cover out some things. But at the end of the day, Apabio decided to organize a committee to investigate
But
that.
this budget was scrutinized in the Senate now. Are they not the people that scrutinized that budget in the Senate?
Even
So they know
the same
they
approval
know
of the
what
ways and means.
all of them they would have appointed
Hold on,
those
Ekene.
things out
Hold
in
on,
the Senate.
Ekene. Bureaucracy doesn't work that way, okay? It doesn't work that way. And that's why I said if you are in a position of privilege, use it to your advantage. Don't go and be hugging cameras and limelight simply because you want to pass a message. That is my take. If you allege that something happened, you're in a position.
Do you know he's in opposition? Do you know he's an opposition?
It doesn't matter whether you're in opposition, you are a member of the
They
government.
do it here in America. They do it here in any other democracy. It's democracy.
They have a word for this. It's called unsubstantiated allegation. Whether
Simple
you're
as that.
opposition, whether you're an ally, if you accuse someone of something, bring evidence. That's what they do. If you don't want to bring it in front, leak it to the press. All this stuff is BS because
You
it's
know, when
no
I'm even
substantiation.
suspecting, there's a chances that they so-called project that was saying that there's no money procured, but there's no execution of. It's possible that it might be searching from it. That's why it's coming to the public. Because if he had gone to the floor and raised this allegation, he would have talked about it, and perhaps maybe some details would have emerged. But he knew that there's something to bring forward. That's why he's going to the media. I mean, look, we're all learning. We know how this thing works. Okay, when it comes to politicians trying to go to the media, they want to be ahead of the story. And let me tell you something: there's no way, except if you have something concrete that you really want to push out there, you know that you are in the position to do it. But in a situation like this, it's just playing to the gallery. And if he has that evidence, he will have pushed it out. But he knows some of those information are confidential. Perhaps he's privileged to it, and he knows that it's going to connect to one or two people. But what is the point? They will say the Senate should constitute a committee to go and investigate. And you know what will happen in the government, right? We all know, right? But that's why I'm saying that instead of use one stone to kill two birds. Use your platform, use your opportunity and the privilege that you have to deal with this issue instead of going and hugging camera and be saying things in front of camera just because you want to be trendy or you want to be in limelight. I understand it because it's a soundbite, because Nigerians will buy it and sync with it. I get it totally. But it goes beyond that. A serious situation like this should not be taken in such a way that, we're talking about somebody granting interview. Look, I would not be surprised even if his own member of the party would not disown him, because they will try to distance themselves away from him, because now he becomes a lone wolf. Okay, I know you guys can't wait for somebody to be made a scapegoat, but it doesn't work like that. It doesn't. You see the what is it?
So you support him?
It's not about support. Babanyele Koko, understand my point of view. It's not about support. It's about following due
No, I'm
process.
saying you will support because you have said, oh, some people will isolate him. So you will support the idea of some of his
Because that is what is going to happen, and that is what is going to happen. That
Why
is what
must
is
that
going
happen? Why must that
because
happen?
look, it's not because it's a Nigeria case. It's worldwide when it comes to politics. They will isolate you. You see, we always try to see us as like Yabo, like it's only Nigerian cases. No, it happens in other crime. It's just the way we go about it. Okay, it's just the way we go about it. Are you saying that the issue of the ways and means approval was not discussed among themselves before he get to the floor and it started becoming the training issue, that people were not comfortable to answering questions? Of course, they must have been pushing it among themselves. I mean, none of them come to the media to say, "Oh, why was this approved during this and now? How come we have this interest, this and this and now that?" I mean, how come the Senate approved it, even though it was supposed to be approved before it was even look at the details of it? You know, all those things were perhaps must have been pushed among themselves before. Thank God that there's opposition now in power. That is why you see that coming out. Because if it were to be PDP, none of that would have surfaced. I mean, sorry, if there were Buhari Kakos in power, none of that would have come to limelight. Okay, that is how it works. And I'm trying to let you guys know it's not about I'm supporting that there is a certain amount of money missing in the budget. No, it, for all who care, the story might be true, but how you went about it is going to die a natural cause. That is what I'm trying to bring out.
All right, brother.
And for my brother in Anambra, look, Soludo is in a hurry, and the and uh, commissioner, I don't know, somebody I read it somewhere that is a local government chairman or commissioner, whether commissioner or look, I think what Soludo did in ridiculing that man, you know, being part of his administration, knowing fully well there's a camera there. I think there's a way you can chastise your subordinate without being over the board or over top of over the board. Let me say, put it that way. But you see, Soludo perhaps may not care about. Anyway, I gotta go, guys. Continue. I gotta go.
Oh, sorry, Dewale. I think Dewale just got caught in a phone call. But Dewale, join us just when the window opens. But the window opens for a Kenya now. The Jagaban, the Are on the Kakanfo, the Bashorunga of the one-man platform. Ogagba, Alpha.
Everyone, man. Okay, on top. I greet you, so Aderoya. And I want to greet every defender of corruption in Nigeria that is in this platform this night.
Is that
People like
Rational Mind? You are greeting Rational Mind?
no, I'm
Is it
greeting
Rational Mind?
Kulata. I'm greeting Kulata. I'm greeting Adewale. Who again? Defenders of corruption. Well
Due
done. No.
process. No, we are due process people now. You just can't be coming to accuse anybody anyhow.
In Nigeria will not work, honestly speaking, with people like Kulata and Adewale. The way they defend corruption in this country. Well, no wahala, share. But I just wish Obi is the president and this thing happen. I just want to know the reaction of somebody like Kulata and Adewale.
Obi already did all those stuff in Anambra now. Go and check his court cases.
Okay, go down. I don't say if you hear Obi now. I don't say if you hear Obi if you hear Obi now, your body go dey hot. No worry. Yeah, continue to cover your own. Continue to cover your own sins. You understand? But one thing is sure, they know they cover pregnancy. One day they go born them. That pregnancy way they cover. One day they go born them, and we go see the picking where they inside. So there is no need. So one man, are you there?
Nah, I heard you. With the listening, I can make you carry go.
Okay. So
Baba John de Coco, I heard you too.
I want to. I don't know what to say, but much has been spoken tonight, and I don't really have much to say. People like
we spoke on Soludo Ekene, who I think are one of your favorite governors and mine. Yeah.
Soludo, for me, Soludo has nothing to offer. You understand? People that are different. I know that Ajali Koko love him so much. It's quite understandable. You understand? But you cannot love him more than the people that voted him and the people that he's governing. We can assess his work very easily because at least I'm in Anambra a few months ago, and I will still be in Anambra in just a few weeks now. I'll still be in Anambra State. So you cannot assess him more than me. I know most of his projects, even the one he has not even touched. So, but his problem is that he's bringing back godfatherism in Anambra State, and it's affecting his government so much. I've noticed that people that have not been in government is now giving them room to participate. People like Emeka for those guys are the godfathers we have in Anambra State. So those are affecting his performance as a governor, and it's quite understandable. He's the least performing governor in Anambra State as of now. The least, because people say that they want to compare him with Obi. He has not even he has not started anything now. What has he done? He has done nothing. Even as an educationist, that he is somebody that is educated. He never did anything in terms of education. You said he employed which workers did he employ? He's riding on the Obi build
So the 5,000 teachers qualified teachers. Hold on.
Let me finish. Let me finish. We have said. Let me finish. I'm not lying. Let me finish.
After all, it's an Igbo man like you, but we be Yoruba. We they see the thing where we
no be you in the government. I mean the governor. Now my governor now is he your governor?
Have a committee that hire teachers.
Is he your governor?
Teachers qualified.
We are the governor.
We
are the teachers. We are the teachers.
Una the thought say never do anything.
To hire teachers, to hire 5,000 teachers. Waiting that one coming. You sacrifice. Let me finish, Aja. Let me finish
when
now.
When the governor hire 5,000 teachers, what does that tell you? Is it not to have qualified teachers to teach the children and develop the educational institution of that state? And you are saying that he has not done anything. Why are you people doing like this?
Hold on for a minute, Coco. But hold on as well, Ekene. This particular story, it was one of the #1 trending stories at yesterday. A lot of people having fun at Obi's expense. Peter Obi under fire for condemning SUVs for lawmakers after ex-SSG reveals how he bought 400 SUVs for traditional rulers as governor. So this is I'm sure you've seen it.
He bought innocent vehicle for traditional rulers.
Innocent vehicle with 400.
Yes, he bought it.
And that was his
and he never denied.
Can everybody hold on, please? Reno Mokri actually came out. It says, just to put things in perspective, Peter Obi did not build one single school, no nursery, no primary, no secondary school built, or university, but he had enough money to buy over 400 SUVs for Anambra Igwes. 400 SUVs in a state that was experiencing multi-dimensional poverty at the time. Apart from SUVs and breweries, what did Obi achieve in Anambra State? So that's a question we're all asking.
I think there is.
Can you hear me? Hold on 1 second. I think Kolata want to put something to you, then pick up.
We have like 140 or something traditional rulers in Anambra. So I'm interested in knowing
what happened to the balance of those SUVs?
Let me finish. Leno Mokri is not someone that I take serious because he also promoted Obi when Obi was the vice president of Atiku. He said a lot of good things about him. So, and the schools he built and how he saved Anambra economy and all those stuff. So today I am not surprised what he's doing. So the guy is not is not to be taken serious. And people like us know that Obi bought vehicles for traditional rulers in Anambra State. When those vehicles were about to be purchased, they said they are not going to. If you watch it, there was a post made by Injenje that came here last few months. Is it few months ago? There was a post made by him. He visited one of the Igwe in his community that still drive one of those innocent vehicles. He posted it on the Twitter space. Very still clean, very nice. You understand? We know that he bought it, and nobody complained about it. And the one that he wanted to buy those vehicles, they said no, they're not going to use innocent. This and this, this and this. He said those are the ones he's going to purchase. So he purchased those SUVs from innocent and distributed it to our traditional rulers. So if you want to put a contest, you say it the way it is. People are now saying even the money budgeted for SUVs for our senators, nobody condemned it, but we said that.
How many schools could those SUV? 400.
He already. Let me finish. He already. I told you. You can Google it now. Check. Obi built and renovated more than 4,000 schools. A Barian campus was started and completed by him. If you talk about school, he gave 700 700 school buses to our schools, our secondary schools in Anambra State with boreholes, 30,000 computers.
In a state that is suffering multi-dimensional.
But he still provided all these things. He still provided all these things for the schools.
400 vehicles. Do you know?
400 SUVs for our traditional rulers.
Already rich Igwes.
Let me. You said he didn't do anything in school.
It for them to bribe them now, so that they can support him politically. Not what he was doing now. And support. They could say this man, you know, be.
How did we get to from Tinubu now to be? How did we get to here? How did we get here, Coleman? How did we get here?
In the same way that hold on, let me answer Rational Mind's question. In the same way that when we're discussing how to bake bread, you still land on Tinubu. So is that route that we follow? That's no, you don't like that.
Mama.
Carry on. Ekene still has the floor. Good to see you, Niger man.
Niger man, make your position, then I'll continue.
One man, please. I think you have to put it on balance. You should bring a Ronald Mokri tweet in 2020 and compare what he said there. I look this one back with your own self and see if there's any iota of truth here. So you can't just bring the side you like. Every time you want to bring something about to be you and Kulata, you just bring the copy and paste the side you like to show us. But you will not bring what the rebalance side. You have to bring a Reno Mokri 2020 tweets. Bring it out and see who was his mentor, what he said about Obi, and look this word that Reno brought out today, that was trending this week, if it's true.
Yeah, but
Reno is in London, in America, run away during Jonathan with corruption. Yeah, he's not in Nigeria. He's there writing different things. People that are down here in the ground here, you are not listening to them. You are listening to somebody that is in America living like. Please, you people, I don't know where you go and carry news. Who is Reno? Is Reno is Reno working in any Nigeria news, or is he an investigation journalist that will come and be bringing controversial statements day by day when he's looking for traffic? And these are live from the pit of hell from a Radio Mokri. That's small goods.
Hold on, Niger man. It wasn't actually Reno that brought it out. It was Obi's SSG when he was governor in Anambra.
It's Reno. Go and look at Reno tweets. That is when I saw that.
No, I can bring you the original tweet.
That is why we not brought what he said. We not brought what he said in 2020.
Niger man, let me continue. One man, will you give me time as to give orders, because I don't want you to tell me that my time is off.
Of course, now you know you are the number one voice here.
Let me speak now. So talking about Obi, first of all, you people want to, you did everything to tarnish his image, but people like us that know what he did in Anambra State, not that Soludo will never, the way he's doing, get close to him. You understand? He will never. The government house is living today. Obi build it. The government house is living today. Obi build it from down to roof. The governor's lodge, Obi did it from down to roof. Do you understand? So what is he trying to compare? Check this 5-star hostel we have in Anambra State in Agolo. I mean in Agolo Lake. Obi build it. So what is he trying to compare? Trying to compare Soludo to Obi. Soludo never start where Obi there. He never start. Kogo Ebarian campus built fence by him. I can take you there. One man, if you come to Nigeria, tell me to take you there. I will take you there. He named it Chukwemeka Odumegwu campus.
The secretariat of Anambra, who built it? The secretariat. Anambra was renting office for secretariat. The one in the express there.
This exchange thing. This exchange thing. What are they calling it? That office. Even our judges, their lodge and everything. You understand? Most of all the maternities we have today was built by him. Our this thing, our what do we call it? Our teaching hospital was built by him. They're still using it today. Obiano didn't add anyone. Let me
wait.
Kulata, Kulata, I didn't interrupt you now. You give me my speech. Don't interrupt my speech. Don't interrupt my speech.
Hold on, Ekene. What Kulata is telling you is that that's not the topic. We're not saying. We're talking about Obi buying these 400 SUVs. We don't want to, every day you tell us about how we did this.
You're exaggerating.
I'm not exaggerating. Kulata, I'm not exaggerating. Want somebody? The last time let me finish, Kulata. No, you don't interject. I don't want you to. No, don't interject. I don't want you to interject.
How much was SUV during that year? No,
right, Niger man. If he gets rowdy, then nobody will hear anything. So
I don't want Kulata to interject. Don't interject.
Now.
Kulata, don't interject. It's my space now. Don't interject now. Don't interject.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, don't interject. So I speak of him because I know him. I'm not speaking because I don't know him. So what I mean is that in doing all these things, all the backlog, all the money being owed, both pension, both salaries, about 35 billion by the former governors, he cleared them up.
That's a lie now.
It's not a lie. It's not a lie.
Okay, let me interject then.
Don't interject. Let me speak my lie. You understand? Then after, if you're not comfortable with the lie, you can go and Google it. You understand?
Just love it here. Okay, let him interject you now. Let him interject you.
You don't need to interject, Rajonam. You're just going to speak more propaganda. No need.
All right. Let me give you 30 seconds. Let me give you Kulata 30 seconds.
Yes, let Kulata have that interjection. Yeah, go on. But I've got the original tweet for the something, by the way, so it wasn't Reno, but carry on, Kulata.
I'm going to debunk the first one. You said the bill to Chukwemeka Ojukwu it was an existing hospital called Amaku General Hospital, and what Obi did was just to do a facelift. True or false? No, True or false? Amaku General Hospital. That was the name before. Am I lying?
Kulata. You are lying.
What? I'm not. Everybody
Okay, Kulata, go Ebarian campus. Chukwemeka Odumeji Ojukwu.
I know. I've read about this stuff. That it was annexed. It used to be called Amaku General Hospital.
Oh, guys, leave. Nothing was called
It's
here.
not like
He started that project from the scratch. Let me
That's-
tell you, he started that project.
That's a lie.
It's not a lie. You can continue to argue it. I know the place. I can take you there.
Number two. Don't take me there. I'm from Osun State. I don't have to go there.
Then if you don't want me to take you there, then you stop speaking now.
Kenneth, do you want him to have the interjection or not? If you hold on, everybody. Yeah, let Kulata just have that interjection first. So
Do you remember the story of some water corporation people that they did not pay their money? I think it was Obiano.
Yeah, was it for about hold on, rational enigmatic. Let Kulata have that interjection.
I think it was Soludo that finally cleared the arrears salary that Obi did not pay. It was finally, I sent that news article to this platform. It was finally Soludo.
Kulata, I don't do. You don't do. You don't do. No interject again. If you reach your space, you can. If he gets to your turn, you can spin whatever you want to spin. Yeah, you can spin whatever you want to spin. But as an Anambranian, I'm telling you what he did in my state. So if you don't want to believe it, if you don't want to believe it, go and believe what is done in Osun State. You understand?
All right. Can I allow 2 minutes just for enigmatic to insert something, and then you carry on?
No, I will not give him enigmatic time. I will not give him my time unless if you want me to leave.
No, carry on. No. Of course, we don't want you to leave. Carry on.
We wait for you. You go finish now.
So if he comes, he can talk about whatever he wants to say. But for me, what I want to say is that Soludo never started where Obi did. So all this one he's doing is because he saw Alesoti few days ago visiting his site and all those, and the people of Aba are hailing him and all those stuff. He's just coming now to bring camera to make it look that he's serious. He's never serious. Anambra State still remain the way it is since Obiano left it. They never add anything to what Obi did in Anambra State, apart from airport that Obiano did with Obi's money. The money Obi saved in the bank. You understand? So, but apart from that, since Obi left office, upon all these projects that I mentioned to you, they never renovated. If you go to CKC, DMGS, it was the renovation and the reconstruction Obi did in that school that school still carries up to today. Most of those government schools. The renovation, the reconstruction he did in those schools is still the look those schools are still wearing today. The boreholes that he dug in those schools, we are still what they are using today. You understand? They never add anything. The school buses he provided for them, about 700 school buses, is still what they are using today. This one is busy fighting with removing traditional rulers and replacing them, fighting with them, sanctioning them. Soludo, go and check the news. That's what he knows how to do. So let him continue. I wish him good luck. He was the one that made himself to be timed by the Anambra people. We have now set him up. Let him perform as a professor he is. The trader has done his own. So as a professor, we are now giving him his own agenda, and he must meet up with it, because coming to qualification, he's qualified more than Obi in terms of education. He's a well-grounded person in education, well-traveled, former CBN governor, all those stuff. He's a professor. So it would be very shameful that after 8 years or after 4 years, he didn't do anything more than Obi. In fact, he needs to perform more than Obi to be applauded. If not, we will drag him, and we'll continue to drag him. And he has not even started to do anything. Go and look even the road he constructed. Go and check it. He's using molded block to do road for us. If trailer just revise and they just kick the thing, the thing will just fall down. Just look at what he's showing us as a project. Look at it. I'm telling you, molded blocks to do roundabout. That's what he's using. Somebody like lived in abroad for years.
Are you talking about tiles? Like these interlocking tiles? Is that what you're using? Is that what you're talking about?
No, as in if he wants to do roundabout, he will go and use molded block to round those places.
I saw it.
No be lie, that in there. No be lie. I say no be lie.
It's true.
No
Honestly.
be lie.
I saw
no be lie. If trader just do revise like this and kick that in like this, those block will fall. There was even the one that he did in I forgot the place. Pillar, electric pole is standing on the center of that main road. They couldn't remove it. I don't even know the kind of guy that this guy is. The ones here, the road that he put down in many areas, even a Kulobia flyover that he destroyed all people's property there. It's only pillar that is still standing there up to today. No contractor presence. He's just going about speaking English. Let him continue to use camera to tell us that he's serious. Nagbaju, confirm Nagbaju a governor. We have set a standard for him. He's our governor. He's our senior respected elder brother. So we put him in that position. We sat him on that position. We campaigned for him. We voted for him. So and he uses his mouth to put himself in the position, as in to rank himself in the position. He said somebody did nothing. Yes, that person Obi didn't do anything. But at the end of his tenure, we will count for him what Obi did and what he never did. Because
there's nothing you can point to. There's nothing you can point to that you can acknowledge that, oh, this guy got it right.
I cannot point. I have people from Anambra State now. If you are doubting me now, I will send somebody's number to you. You call that person living in Anambra State. I will just send it. I will not talk to that person, or I will just. I don't know how I will do it. The last time I traveled to village, I know what these guys are saying about this man. What he's doing now to win next election, let me tell you the strategy he's using. In my town in Oba, what he did was to go, he's working with our youth leader there. The youth leader in my town, all these our villages, almost all the local government. He has the number of all the youth leaders. In fact, that youth leader in my town, he was the one that appointed him. You understand? So he appointed that our youth leader. He's using those guys to penetrate, to do some local government stuff and all those things, so that he use them in the next election. Those guys are the one championing him. But talk to the real people of Anambra State. They'll tell this one, now lie. Now English in Sabi speak. That my brother self never campaigned for him. He was telling me last time, Shebe, I tell you this, Soludo don't get sense. You tell me, say, make we vote him. Shebe, I tell you, say,
Soludo win. Soludo come, he win through when he was campaigning, he said he wanted to replicate what Obi did. That is why he was elected. But when he comes,
we know that now. Even check the interview he had with Valentine Ozibo. The interview that he had with Valentine Ozibo. He was only referring to Obi achievement when Obi was Apuka governor.
Yeah.
Then Valentine was just like, at the end of the day now, Obi didn't do anything. We will show him.
He knows he's not coming back. So no, don't know he's not coming back. That's why he don't want to do anything again.
No, he might come back because I know the strategy he's using. But the only problem we have now is somebody like Andy Oba now. Andy Oba now don't fight him. So he's having a big problem with Andy Oba of APC. Even though Andy Oba is an APC, even though Andy Oba is of APC, but Andy Oba still have influence more than him in Anambra State. So and Andy Oba wants to use federal might to fight him, and that thing don't they make him panic. Not even Valentine. Now that Andy Oba they make him panic for Anambra now. He want to use federal might to fight him.
They go do professor work.
No, all this one when they do, you don't see him every time in they follow Tinubu back to back. They follow him for Nyachi everywhere where Tinubu there. You don't they follow him because he need favor. But when we are telling him to perform, you think governance is to speak English. All the road in his village, Obi did it. All the road in Agolo, Obi did it.
Sorry, give us a chance now, guys.
So one man, Kulata beg. I don't finish for Soludo and Obi. Let me go to another place. Don't speak it in that area. In that regard, it's my governor.
Before you move on, because we have international listeners, I have to correct.
No, he's my governor. You go speak for your governor in Osun State. Don't speak for my governor.
No. Hold on, Ekene. You are a long-standing member of this platform. You know we have a very particular thing about being factual. So let people fact check you. Let Kulata fact check you. Let enigmatic.
Kulata is not from Anambra. He's going to fact check you.
Do you have to be from Anambra to be able to
Yes. Because this is not a federal this thing.
Is Anambra part of the federating states of Nigeria?
But we are not talking about federal government. We are talking about
Is it part
state
of the?
governor.
Is it
You
within
can't,
the?
could I come and say anything about my state, how my governor, when I say this is what he did for me, he did it for me. It's not that I will come and check you. We are not
Okay.
talking
Have you
about
ever?
federal government.
Hold on, Nigerian. Have you ever lived in Anambra?
If I didn't live there, how did I know about Soludo?
No. Because Enigmatic has lived in Anambra, so he has vested interest there. But let Kolata have that interjection. Enigmatic, then can I round off that space, and then I'll move you on to another topic.
Okay. Kulata, please. I think I'm the only person that has the right to allow people to interject in my space.
Before you continue, Ekene, you have your time. Take all the time in the world to express your opinion. You are cool. Oh man, for the record, I'm not trying to take Ekene's time. When Ekene is done, let him have all the time, and whoever that wants to interject, just come back to me. I'll put things in proper perspective. Let him go ahead. I'm not trying to take his time.
So I'm a stickler for facts. I just give me facts, no propaganda. So Stella Maris, DMGS, CKC, those are schools in Anambra. Ngige handed those schools over to missions. The missions took on those schools and fixed those schools, and Obi did some token donations to them. Ngige is credited for handing those schools over to the missionaries. Everybody fact check me if I'm wrong. Agulule Hotel. Agulule Hotel. Obi started it. He did not finish it. Obiano was the one that really completed it and then handed it over to Golden Tulip Management. Someone fact check me if I'm wrong. The so-called 10-lane Upper Iweka road, because every other road will be built is now washed away apart from that road. That road is part of the Enugu-Onitsha Expressway, which is a federal road. So at the end of the day, indirectly, we use federal money to build that 10-lane road. That's the only notable road he built, and it was refunded by the federal government. So essentially, it's just a federal road. Someone check me if I'm wrong. The so-called Odumegu Ojukwu Hospital, I've already told you guys, it was an existing hospital called Amaku General Hospital. Someone fact check me if I'm wrong. Which other one did you say again? Because I was just waiting for you. Let me just leave it there so you can finish and Enigmatic can finish it.
Okay. You have just said you should just take your Google and check everything you said. Obi gave back schools to missionaries, funded them direct from government. Well, my facts are there. If I can pull it to one man, he will pull it out here. So don't say I have it in my phone. I have them in my phone. Yeah, so don't say I don't have it. I can pull it to one man. The 10 lane he did in Anambra State. Not only 10 lane, the roundabout in Opiweka today, he was the one that built it. Then join it with that 10 lane to where we have our airport today.
Is it a federal road or a state road?
It's a federal road now. But he attracted it. Yes, that's what it is. It's a federal road did by a governor. Whether he collect the money or he didn't collect the money, what matters is that just like what Edo State governor said that this is a federal road, I cannot do anything about it. But a governor did it, whether they refund him or not, but he did it. So you have to applaud him for that. If you don't want to applaud him because of your hatred, then keep it. Many governors will not embark on any federal project.
Federal will give you back the money. So
whether federal money or not, many governors will not embark on a federal project. Talk less of 10 lane. We are talking about 10 lane, not two lane.
Everybody in Anambra today says Ngige standard roads is what they want. Nobody
let me tell you, nobody in Anambra State criticized Ngige. Nobody said Ngige didn't do anything in Anambra State. Let me finish. Nobody in Anambra State said Ngige didn't do anything. What happened is that Ngige, Ngige couldn't fight the godfathers that brought him into power. That was why they kidnapped him.
We know this story now. We know
that is it. So he wanted to use all the money to do projects for Anambra people. Then at the end of the day, those godfathers fought back and removed him out of government. So Obi took over and did wonders also. So both of them did good. We never
Obi did
criticized
not do
Ngige.
wonders. The governor of Enugu State was better than Obi. The governor of
Forget,
Rivers State at
you
that
can
point was better than Obi.
continue to spill that
Donald Duke. Donald Duke was better than
for
Obi.
we in Anambra State, for we.
Fashola was better than Obi. All of them were governors at that time.
No
Kulata,
problem.
Kulata,
Fashola was better than him.
he was actually the worst governor in the entire southeast. The entire southeast. He was the worst. So there's no cap
You
about
can say
that.
what you can say whatever you want to say about him. He is the worst governor. I can pull out his statistics. One day we are governor. I have it in my phone.
Compare and contrast.
It.
Compare and contrast
Yes.
with any of the governors.
I can pull those statistics. You
Compare and
compare him with Fashola. I have the statistics of you.
Compare and contrast with any of the Southeast governor of his era. The time he was governor, compare and contrast with Imo State governor at that time, Enugu State governor at that time, which other state? Ebonyi State governor at that time, except for Abia State. And Abia State, you can basically pinpoint what Ojizo Kalu did in terms of sport. So compare. I'm not going beyond Southeast now. Within the Southeast, and then when you are talking about the Inewi Road, from that Ihiala Junction, when you are coming from Oba, right? When you are coming down from Oba right there, when you stop in front of Madonna University, coming straight to that Ihiala Junction, that junction right there, going to Inewi, used to be almost 3-4 hour trip. For you,
what are you saying? What are you describing? What are you describing?
Hold on.
You are describing something I couldn't understand because you are talking about my town, Oba.
Hold on. When Ngige came,
what compare Oba with Agbo? What are you saying?
Hold on now. Hold on. It's not
propaganda.
You don't speak propaganda here. I'm just telling you. You're talking about my town and you are relating it.
Don't be agitated, guy. Don't be agitated. Calm down.
One voice at a time. Now, what's going on?
So when
I hate it when people speak lie.
Okay,
what are you telling me?
One man, you know what? Let him have his monologue, and when it's done, then let me have the floor, please.
All right.
You are just trying to bring in something that never exists. You are bringing Oba and the Agolo. You say they build this Madonna. Do you know where Madonna is in Anambra State? Do you know where Agolo is in Anambra? Do you know where Oba is in Anambra State?
I don't know where Madonna is. I don't know where it is. I don't know.
You just want to speak because you want to deceive the public.
Because you are not listening. I'm telling you from when you are coming from Riala village.
Do you know where you're speaking about?
Hold on.
Can you leave this guy? Don't want
hold on.
When you are coming from, I'm telling you, hold on.
In a public space.
Don't be agitated.
Don't be agitated. You call now, do you know them? You just like me. You just like me now. You just like me now.
I will tell you. Hold on. I will tell you.
Let me finish. Don't tell me anything. What you are just spoken now, just tell me you are lying.
I hear you. I don't know any place. But you are not listening.
It's just like me now, not knowing any place in Osun State. They
you
come
are
here now
not
to make.
You are in Nigerian. You are in Nigerian.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Just because you read some stuff.
Now, just a second.
Just because you read some stuff in your
I don't read anything. I did not read anything.
Oh God! No. Ekene, we can't do it like this now.
He won't let people talk.
Let him keep quiet.
I said hold on. I said hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. I did not read anything. Calm your nerves. I did not read anything. That Madonna University right there, I will tell you back and forth, like the back of my hand, what you even don't know about that neighborhood. So I'm telling you for a second, I'm telling you when you are coming from Ihiala village, right, from Okija, right there, that junction where buses will stop before they continue their journey, right, to Imo State, where you stop at Ulia, also all those areas. From that junction to Nnewi, right, from Nnewi right there, before you pass this hotel, this popular hotel, I forget this hotel now. That road was constructed. That road was constructed by Ngige. It used to take us 3 hours, 4 hours to get to Nnewi Township when we are going to Fidelity Bank and then GT Bank in Nnewi there. It used to take us 3 hours, 4 hours. It was Ngige that opened that place up, and it took us less than 30 minutes, 25 minutes to get to that place, right, from Madonna University. So what I'm telling you now is, look, when you are exaggerating an average governor, below average governor, people who lived in that place and they still live in that place and they still have things going on in that place, we try to let you understand. This is a national platform. You can say anything you want to say about any leader. Call them thief, call them anything. But when it comes to putting the record straight, and you do not forget that
people do not people are not from Anambra State or from Lagos State or from Osun State or from Kano State, right? That does not mean they don't know the story of that place, because it doesn't necessarily mean they are not from Kano State. They've not lived in Kano State. They do not have families in Kano State. You don't know where I schooled, right? As an adult, and when I tell stories of places, I'm not just telling those stories in abstract. I'm telling them with fact, because I know what I'm talking about. When you have your monologue, respectfully,
let me finish.
when you
Let
have
me
your
finish.
monologue, I will have my flaw, and I will put everything into proper perspective.
You are not putting anything. You are just trying to spill out what
They are talking of Obi, talking of Igige. Igige was there
if
before.
you want to educate people, call your state governor. Tell us what he has this. What they have this is 1999.
My governor is a dancer. Everybody knows Ade is a dancer.
So me in Anambra
we all know
State,
Ade is a dancer. It's a national failure. We know
it's not
that.
the only governor that there is not the only governor in Osun State.
There's
You
no
have
cap about
had
that.
governors since 1999.
I'm not
Don't
talking
drink
about.
paracetamol.
I'm not talking. Though this is what aboutism. You guys want to talk when they are talking about that guy.
We are talking about state governors. No, if we are talking about state governors,
they just spoke about 400 SUVs now. They just spoke about 400 SUVs, but you guys went a tangential point trying to hold it to other things. Can you people just limit yourself and hypocrisy?
Can you mute enigmatic and let me continue?
All right, can I carry on?
If anybody wants to speak fact, let them speak about their governors. What's your state look like? Don't speak for my state. I know what my state look like. Starting from 1999 to date.
Continue your monologue. Continue your monologue.
Go to your Kulatas to go to Osun State. Tell us what the state look like. You don't hide your own failure. You don't hide your own failure and come here to speak about my own state. You only talk about Lagos.
Continue your monologue.
Tell us about your Ekiti State
I
and
know
Osun State.
my governor is a failure. I think dancer.
So if you don't have anything to say about your state, then you don't have anything to say about Anambra State.
I will say about it. It's Nigeria. Don't worry about. Don't give me.
You don't have anything. You are lying. You just like you now bringing Agolo to Oba.
Don't worry. Just go ahead now.
Do you know how many kilometers?
Do you know how many kilometers? Have your floor. You can go ahead. Don't be agitated. Go ahead.
Do you know how many kilometers it will take you from Oba before you get
Agolo? You have your floor. You can go ahead with your monologue. Go ahead.
You your life first. You have to debunk your life first.
Go ahead with your monologue. After you have the floor, I will take the floor.
I don't suffer for this. I don't suffer for this one man platform. If you know how many kilometers it will take you from Oba before you get Agolo,
you are not listening properly.
You know that this guy. Is a complete liar. He's a complete liar.
Go ahead.
So, but that's not the case. That's not the case, yeah. But for me, a standard has been set. So I want to see how Soludo will perform my best governor. The best governor we ever had in Anambra State, Mr. Peter Obi. So anybody can go and hang transformer. We'll continue to praise him, and we'll continue to you go and check Dollar Kunyeli. Go and check Dollar Kunyeli. Go and check his speech. Dollar Kunyeli is one of the respected ministers we have in Nigeria. Go and check his speech about Obi. Check Okonjo-Iweala. Go and check his book about Obi. What is it? When those people talk good of Obi, is it any matter that I will listen to or Kulata? When people, respected men and women, have spoke about his governance, what he did in Anambra State, is it Kulata that will now come and tell me what he did, or enigmatic? It's too low for me to believe them. I believe people like Dollar Kunyeli and Okonjo-Iweala, who has even written it in their book. You go and check Dollar Kunyeli book. You see Obi performance as a governor. You check Okonjo-Iweala. Then you check Dollar Kunyeli. You can search his interview about Obi. You see what he said about Obi as a governor of Anambra State. And you see, I will now come and believe Kulata and enigmatic. It's too low for me to believe them. So one man, and another thing is that
I can hold on real quick. You understand where Kulata and enigmatic stand on this matter. You know, ever since this last election, even before the election, it has Peter Obi has always been an issue for some people. So you need to understand their side of it. So they were until Obi just keep quiet and stop parading himself. They will not stop at, whatever they can have against him, they will have continue. So you need to also develop that thick skin to understand that people like Enigmatic and Kulata, they will continue, just like the way I always talk about Tinubu here. So just try and what I'm just trying to say to you is that just try and just develop thick skin. Don't let anything rile you up, and you become that really agitated because they are trying to criticize Obi. That's what I have to say.
Yes.
No, I'm not.
Hold on. And in addition to that, you see, this is just the thing. And with Niger man riding shotgun for you as well. You have to understand, Ekene, that a lot of these guys are commenting. They may be commenting negative things about Obi, but they are commenting what they know as factual things about Obi. They're not making things up. Enigmatic have lived in that area. Kulata has studied the political theory, especially Obi in the course of the elections. We've done his records countlessly, endlessly. We've brought out so many documents and facts. Let me show you one thing. Let me show you one thing. But you need to allow it. Don't try and overrun me when I show you.
One man, don't show me. I want to move on. I want to move.
Yeah. So don't
I
try
want to
and
move on.
no, you can move on, but don't try and rebrand Obi when the facts tell us who he is. You understand?
You can show you can show them to Enigmatic and Deculata. Yeah, I know you. You're also an APC supporter. Show Enigmatic and Deculata. They can explain that to you. I don't have time to explain it to you.
One man half if la péré kò ní wọ bẹ lórí ìyá ti wú.
Show it to Enigmatic and Deculata. They will explain it to you.
Okay, relax. Don't be agitated. When you have your monologue, I'll go ahead after you. Don't worry.
It's my turn. It's my turn. One man. It's my turn.
One man. Another thing is a political class are beginning to fear Obi in this country.
Nobody
People
fear
like,
that.
I want to let me have my monologue now. People like the Senate president was not happy that Obi was given a round applause more than him in a Nwiwe burial ceremony. Godswill Akpabio is angry to the people in that gathering that they didn't recognize him.
Can I let me ask you this, and then continue with your monologue, but hopefully without interruption, because we need to move the conversation around a bit. But did it not, just on a human level, did it not rankle you somewhat? Did it not make you feel in a particular way? The way Obi turned up at that guy's funeral and took the attention from the deceased. Is that right?
Yes,
is that behavior?
Well, he's not the cause of it.
The emperor, the conqueror at somebody's funeral.
Yeah, he was not the one that promoted it. He was just sitting calm, and they have recognized. They have recognized
No, Niger man, you need to slow this down. We don't do this here now. Let the man speak, please. I can head back to you.
So when the man was sitting calm, quietly, as a gentleman he is, they recognize every other people in that organization without recognizing him. Then people say, no, this can't happen. Obi is in the house. You must recognize him. And once they mentioned his name, his presence took over the whole place. People were giving him...
And then they started throwing chairs. Did they start throwing chairs? So people said they started throwing chairs.
You even see one of those people that are mourning, the way they are sharing him. They are happy that Obi is in their midst and all those stuff. So Akpabio became angry and came to the stage as a senior president. He was expecting the same standing ovation or the same recognition, but it was not given to him, and he started complaining. So it's not Obi's fault; it's the people's love. Even when Kulata hate him, even when Enigmatic hate him, even when man hate him, Nigerians love him.
I don't hate anybody. Don't get it twisted. We are just talking politics.
A gentleman that is well loved. So, coming to Enigmatic, I saw you in a space where you spoke about not having an Igbo first lady in Ondo State.
What about that?
I know, like you for that.
Now be the topic today, ba.
I don't like you for that. I mean, honestly speaking, you disappointed me that day. Honestly speaking.
Ekene is tracking you all over social media. He comes to report you every single day. He comes to report
It's
you.
okay. It's okay, one man.
Enigmatic, another I fear you. I fear you that day.
It's okay, one
I fear
man.
you that day.
Let him have it as a badge of honor. But go ahead with your monologue.
So, Enigmatic, I just want to round up with this. Let us stop this. I fear you that, honestly speaking, advising people not
No
to
fear
have
me. You never see me
Igbo
one
first
on
lady
one.
on those
If you see
places.
me one on one, maybe you fear me more. But go ahead.
I know. Even with every, I follow. I used to hear your voice on Twitter. Everything I've had, you even said that even if Tinubu fell, that you will vote him again. I've recorded that on Twitter.
So what?
So I follow you a lot on Twitter. So everything you said, I don't even need to see you again. You don't fear me. I don't need to see you. Even if I see you for road, they call me and you recognize me, I go to run.
I no go even call you. No worry. No worry. I no go even call you.
So you dey fear me. And if I see anybody that wants to go and greet you, I will tell that person, I beg you. You said, I beg you, this man. I beg you, no go near him more.
So it good as you know that one now.
Thank you, one man. Enigmatic, can continue.
Okay. Who has the floor? Is it me?
Ṣé wọ́n lọ pè ní ṣẹ̀rùbà àwọn enigmatic?
If you want to okay. All right.
It's actually Bishop's turn, but like you just have a little slot, and then we go to Bishop, and then we hear the fullness of Niger Man, and then we continue to move.
Is it cool by Bishop? Let me just first find out.
All right, thank you, Bishop. You're a gentleman.
Thank you, Bishop.
Enigmatic.
Yeah, I won't take too much time. And people who really hate Enigmatic on the floor, you know what to do. It's about that time. Log out or probably close your ears. So, but look, one man. When we are discussing Nigeria, when people want to rationalize the idea of saying, "Oh, you are from Kutu-Wenji, you cannot speak about Kafanshan," right? I don't really resort to those consensus fallacy. That's bullshit. That's BS to me. I'm sorry to use that language. And then people should not forget that a lot of us, or a number of us, right? We've had the glory, we've had the benefit to live in areas, right, that are different from where we grew up from. When people see facts and they all want to hang up to those inanities of the mediocrity of those echo chamber narratives, we need to put them straight. We don't care about what people say, but I do not like the hypocrisy of people who say we want Nigeria to work, but they want to personalize political conversation, right? A rational man called Tinubu an idiot. I don't know why people should be mad about that. Tinubu is a politician, right? Number one citizen of the world, Joe Biden. They call him Sleepy Joe. They call him different tons of names. They call Donald Trump a criminal and every other thing. They are leaders. When you put yourself out there, so you should be ready. It's like you go to the kitchen, be ready for the smoke, right? So provided that they are not crossing the line of personalizing the conversation, that I would not call Ekene's dad or his mom or his relative or directly attack Ekene, because I don't have business with Ekene. He's not the one running for office. He wasn't the one that brought himself, right, to the public program to be scrutinized. These are politicians. Just as if I call Obi, right, a monumental vagabond, people shouldn't take it personal, right? When I call Atiku a complete dodoyo, nobody should take it personal. These are personal.
So sorry, a monumental what?
Vagabond in power.
A monumental, not just a vagabond, but a monumental one. I mean,
I think we can elevate our conversation like that. Like, you see, we should have fun when we come to public space like this and talk about our politicians. It's a political time in America. You see me most of the time. I go back and forth with Prince Daddy, right? That MAGA guy. We go back and forth. That doesn't mean we are not talking politics of America, right? We don't have stake in this. Until I have stake in this, when you see my name up there running for president, then you can drag me by my block horse. Then I'll take it as, okay, it's a badge of honor. So let me go straight to this. And like I said once again, with due respect to everybody on the platform, I respect everybody. If you love Obi very well, I appreciate your love. If you love Atiku very well, I appreciate your love. If you love Tinubu very well, just like me, I love Tinubu very well, and I love what he comes with politically, right? Is it perfect? No, it's infallible, just like every other human. We are all subject of imperfection. But I do not understand the thing, and I will never understand it, while I will elevate a certain politician like Tinubu beyond the peripheral of an infallible individual or human being. So when you want to bring sainthood to Tinubu, I'll tell you, no, don't do that. It's just a human, and he's just a politician. And I cannot trust any politician 100%. And I cannot stick my neck out to any politician or for any politician 100%. So in view of this, I will go straight to the point. I won't take too much time, but I will say one thing. How did the conversation come? If Obi is not bringing himself out there, and if his entourage, right, contingent, if they are not continuing or continually trying to portray him as a saint, people will be quiet, right? There's no politician in Nigeria who does not have or put his hand or dip his hand into the cookie jar. But do not say one is a saint while you are trying to rubbish the other. We'll bring all of them to the same table and we'll put everything in proper perspective. So they said Obi spoke about 400 people, the government having to spend 400 some funds on procuring vehicles for legislators, and they've actually tried over and over to control them. I mean, to educate them, right? This is a three-tier of government: executive, judiciary, the legislative. They have different budget, different posts, right? The head of the executive is Tinubu. The head of the judiciary is Ariwola. The head of the legislature is Akpabio, right? So whatever goes through the budget or procurement within each of those tiers of government goes through the head of that government. So they always want to tie everything back to Tinubu. Whatever happens in my state, that my governor is dancing around the place now, that is not doing anything. By the way, I come from 3 different states in Nigeria. So if people don't know, they should know. So one of the states is Osun State, one of the worst governor now in the entire federation. We had a governor, Aregbesola, that moved the needle. We had another one that came, that did whatever he was supposed to do. But this guy is running all back 60 years backward. So that is a governor right there. So whatever he's doing, I cannot say Tinubu is the
There
one
is a
doing
picture
it.
of your governor playing soccer now, playing football. He was dribbling.
Don't talk about that governor. Ajalegopo, you are not from Osun State. Like Kekele, the only
You are not
people
from
from
Osun.
Osun
You are
State
not.
that
You
can
don't
talk
have
about
the.
it.
You don't have the
Yoruba
bona fide
TV now.
nationality.
Yoruba TV, I'm a Yoruba man now. I
No, you are
cannot
not
talk
from
about
Osun.
You are not from Osun.
You cannot speak about Osun. How dare you? So one man. So now let's talk about our Nigeria. That's the same Nigeria we always talk about. Now to start to put the record straight, they said Obi bought 400 SUVs. He was the one, right, that on low law for ilé agbon. I don't know how they say it in English, right? And then they brought his receipt for him. We were in one breath, you were criticizing some people doing this, but in the other breath, they brought your own receipt for you. Oh, is people trying to change it? No, he did not buy foreign use.
One man, please go open the latest link because it looks like this Obi has a habit of doing this buying car thing.
Yeah, that is not the only car he bought to one man. So you did not buy foreign use. He didn't buy Lexus or Toyota. He bought Innocent. Did he buy the cars or not? 400 vehicles. By the way, they have less than 200 traditional rulers in Anambra State. So where is the balance of the remaining vehicles? How come you bought 400 vehicles for maybe 140 or 153 traditional rulers? These are the things between the line. Everybody on this platform, I believe, has a first degree, and they can think. Even if you've been shellackered, right?
Sorry, enigmatic. Are those 400 vehicles that you're saying he bought for traditional rulers, are they in addition to the countless vehicles he bought for senators?
The Senate, the one he bought for senators was when he was lobbying to be a minister under Jonathan. So he was lobbying at the time to be in the cabinet of Jonathan. And do not forget the entire time that this guy was even governor, right? He was considered an Abuja-based governor. He was always in Abuja. Ask anybody on the platform, right? Why did he, may so rest in peace, Ojumegu?
Enigmatic. In order to be called excellency, the process that brings you into office has to be excellent. Is that not what Peter Obi told us?
But those are just buzzwords and talking points that he brought along. So we will get to that. But like we are discussing our Nigeria, our sweet, lovely Nigeria, right? So we say, why did you buy 400 vehicles? Look at the narrative they are painting to it. Oh, when he bought those vehicles, the economy was better. The naira to dollar was different. He bought local vehicles. But why did you buy it? What could you have done with 400 with the funds that you used to procure those 400 vehicles? And then out of those 400 vehicles, you had maybe 153 or less than 160 traditional rulers.
You know, enigmatics. I beg your pardon, but you know what startles me sometimes is that is this guy not aware that he was in public service for a good 20 years and his record is out there? When he's running all of these commentaries that we cannot be buying vehicles.
You know, the problem
does he not know that all of these things that he did, they're a matter of public record?
When they were saying
his record, they Google search away.
No, when he was, you know, his buzzword then was like, go and verify, right? But it wasn't in the interest of the political elite then, especially the APC, to do any damage to him because he was doing a God's work for them.
Yes, sorry, enigmatic, and that is still in play now. That's why they're still letting him get, because they still need him for 2027. So that's why they're still,
But what you are seeing right now is because of the endless locations and the noisy neighbors, and they're not trying to keep their mouth shut. That's why they are bringing the evidence they received one after the other for him. So now, how would you rationalize the 400 vehicles that you just complained about of other people, right? But they are trying to say, okay, it is this. Why don't you use the same tongue to say it is this for the senators? Let's rest that. Like I said, they are supposed to have maybe 160 marks, the traditional rulers. What happens to the rest of the vehicles? What did they do with that? Did they pad the budget to get the vehicles, or how did they get what happened to the rest of those vehicles?
So enigmatic, how many vehicles did he buy for, what did you call these people? The
senators.
Yeah, how many?
I think he bought over maybe 119 or thereabout. I know he bought vehicles for senators.
Vehicle, okay.
Yes, let me see my stuff. If this thing is not gonna hang up, but let me just put something real quick before we go to those low hanging fruits. So on the you know what is basically unacceptable, right? Like I said, every governor, even the worst governor in Nigeria, when you look at Yaya Bello, when you look at Otom, when you look at Theodore Orji, right? When you look at Ipeazu, when you look at even Darius Ishaku, who was probably the worst of the worst governor, when you are looking at Ade Dancer now, after their 8 years in office or 4 years, you will still record one thing or the other for them, right? But you will know where they belong. You will know if they are tier A, tier B, or tier C, or even Z, right? But not a governor who is probably in the tier Z, and then you are trying to bring that governor to tier A. In like 8 years now, you are trying to tell me Yaya Bello is tier A governor, and people want to tell you, look, dude, this is not right. We know what happened. 10 years ago may be too far for you people, but it's not too far from the memories of some people who were on ground. So this is what I'm saying. So to start with the unacceptability of trying to make a below average governor a grade O performer is what we are saying now. So now the Ojuku teaching hospital that they always say, the one that is in Amaku, right, the general hospital. So they want to credit it to Obi almost every time, but the credit continued with Ngige plan to convert the teaching hospital, you know, and then adding a couple of buildings to it. And then the Iberian campus that they always say, Ngige actually decentralized the Anambra State University, the one in Uli, into 3 different campuses, right? He divided it into Iberian campus, north, the one in Alo, central, and the one in Uli, south, right? It was Ngige's administration that acquired the land in Iberian and moved the Faculty of Management Sciences to that Iberian campus. So Obi just came and continued from where Ngige stopped. So Obi left and then Obi and Obaino continued from where Obi started to erect buildings in the campus, which is a continuum of governance and government. But they wouldn't say that. They just want to make it a blanket thing that Obi did it. You see, it went through three different governors, Ngige, Obi, and Obaino, and you could see what Obi basically do. So it was Obaino that actually completed it, and it's a continuum. And the present governor is continuing where he stopped. So when you talk about the 10 lanes, the 10 upper Iweka lane right now, I don't know if you've been to the east before, man. The 10 lane upper Iweka lane when you are coming directly from Lagos or from Asaba after the Niger Bridge, right? The road of Kulata mentioned it. It was a federal road, right? That was christened then Enugu Onitsha Expressway. So the Anambra portion of that road starts immediately from that Niger Bridge. That's the directly after the the bridge leading to the Amasi Junction, right after Oka right there. So the federal government granted Anambra government, right, just like they did to Edo some time ago, just like they did to Oyo State, now like they did to Ogun, right, under the federal government arrangement, right, that those two states should complete those portions, their various portions. So under this permission, the federal government permitted those states to finance the reconstruction of their sections within Onitsha, right, and within Oka after the FG reimbursed them. So it was CCC, a construction company, that got the federal government contract to reconstruct the head bridge to that head bridge to Odumodu section of it. The Odumodu section of it with a flyover to Unpo spare part market, right? One man. So that Unpo spare part market, it was Obaino did the Amoba to Agu Oka section of the road with 3 flyovers at Amoba Junction, right? The Amoba Junction, the Quarter Junction, and the Aroma Junction was completed by Obaino. So you can see the transition now. So when you talk about the pedestrian bridge, Ngige started the construction of that pedestrian bridge along Oka Onitsha Expressway, which started from Unizik Thameside Junction, the temporary site, right? The temporary site junction, the bridge in Oka, which was awarded the same way to RCC. So Ngige, everybody knows Ngige roads. Ngige has a quality for its road. He has template for his road. He has, let me say, a grandiose style for his roads. He does not use Bole Kaja construction companies, which means he does not use Badue construction companies or fake construction companies. It's a stickler to perfection. So Ngige used all this, the RCC for most of his road constructions. But when Ngige left office, Obi completed the temporary side bridge. But Obi, right, instead of continuing the project with RCC construction company, Obi gave the other part of the completed part of that project to another construction company. That's why it was you can't see most of his legacy projects or whatever it is. So the Oka transition substation is also a federal project, right, by TCN. So Anambra has no dime in the Oka transition substation project. It's a federal project completely. So the Onitsha Harbour industrial layout already had industries in the area before Obi came on board as governor. So when Obi came on board, what Obi did was to attract the Sabmila brewer, that brewery company now that had the Hero beer into that industrial layout, right? So Juhel is a company already in Oka. Inosi is already in Newi, right? Where many companies have equally been existing before even Obi came on board. So people should put all these things into proper perspective. And the Agulu Lake Hotel that Kulata was saying the other time, of course, Obi started the Agulu Lake Hotel, but he left it far from completion. Obaino came to complete the project and handed it over to Golden Tulip for management, for the management services of that hotel. So it was in Agulu, right, which Obi came from. Obi did not even go come close to completing it at all. It was Obinu that came and completed it and handed it over to the management company, which was Golden Tulip to manage. So the plenty schools that was transformed under Obi, the blanket statement is absolutely false and disingenuous to say Obi did all this. No. So the schools, the CKC, the DMG, Stella Maris, all those schools, they are transformed by as being credit to be transformed by Obi. These schools were owned by the churches. Ngige, before he left office or before he was shaded out of office, initiated the transfer of those schools to those missionary schools or to those missionary owners. So Obi just basically completed the processes of those transfers to those missionary schools. So it's quite obvious, it's quite incorrect to say Obi transform plenty schools in Anambra using all these UB school classroom, to describe transformer for donation. And when you are talking about IT or the information technology sector, they always want to say Obi distributed laptops, distributed computer or whatever. No, what he did was IMF and World Bank projects to almost all the states in the federation. They provided computer laptops or stuff like that to each of the states. So Obi basically handed those computers to those students without providing buildings or logistics to even, for those students to use, like a tech hub like we're having now, tech hub, or even a building to actually accommodate those students where they can actually, leverage the expertise of those computers. It didn't. It just basically collected those computers from those international donors, handed them over to the students. That was it.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on. I beg for a time. That was it, right? So all these things should be put into proper perspective. We are not saying Adeleke is not messing up, but in 10 years, don't bring a different story about Adeleke or Yaya Bello.
Sorry, rational,
okay.
Enigmatic. Are these some of the reasons why you've concluded that Obi was the worst in his class as a governor?
Well, to answer that, right? They talk about roads most of the time. The total of roads completed by Obi, just 900 kilometers of roads and 28 bridges. And I can bet it with anyone on this platform. If you have maybe 90% of that road standing now, if you have any of those roads still in existence, when you see most of the roads still standing now, they are the legacy projects of Ngige, because Ngige
They are standing. I can take you there.
Hold on. Because Ngige used those flagship grade A construction companies. Obi was just doing quota in some where you go. So look, people should be rest assured that the facade, right? I know that a lot of people who do not know Southeast, who have never lived in Southeast, who do not have families in Southeast, who do not have probably in-laws in Southeast, who do not have businesses in Southeast, who do not have interest in Southeast. It's easy for them to hoodwink them. It's easy for them to sell the propaganda to them. It's easy for them, right, to sell the idea to them. And we can play along as if, okay, let's it go along like that because we need somebody from the Southeast to be president. But when you overshoot it, that's when we call you back. Like, look at what they are doing to Soludo now. If an opportunity opens up for Soludo in the next 10 years, and every other region of the country wants to coalesce behind Soludo to say, let's make this man the Southeast, flag bearer in the national presidential election. With what they are doing to demonize, right, to kill his career now politically, the guy that I was at the time, he was the cynosure of all professional folks in Nigeria. He was a CBN governor. He was a consultant to World Bank, to several multinational agencies. At 39 or thereabout, or less than 40 years, he was already a full-fledged professor of economics, right? And he's been going to symposiums and conferences and sharing boards in diaspora But because of the fact that this guy released an op-ed, a memo, a public memo against this failure during the election, they are killing the guy now. Then in 10 years' time, when he comes, and then they bring all the receipts that this is what your people from the Southeast are doing against you 10 years ago. How do you want us to support you? So they kill their people before they even get there. And they want to promote the failures among them. So when you say, how do I conclude that Obi is the failure, is the worst governor in Southeast? I deal with data. I don't deal with narratives or probably the propaganda of fallacical ideas. No, when you go to the Southeast, one of the time that he was governor, go and check his compatriots that were governors at the same time. And I'm very, very fortunate that when he was governor, though I was pretty young, right? But I was already an adult in the university in Southeast, in Anambra State, right there. So that's why nobody can tell me the cock and bull stories. Because I know as an adult what he was doing. I knew what culminated into the reason why one of the greatest Anabrarian, right? Ojume Goduku did not support him for second term. I knew why he came to Father Eddie almost 15 times. And then with the prominence of a lot of Anabrarians begging a lot of people, they could give him the second term. It was in the dying period of that man that I said, give him my last wish. I've forgiven this guy. Give him my last wish. That was the only reason that changed the tide against him in Anambra State. And the guy said he failed woefully, and that's why I'm not supporting him in the first term. So in other words now, go and check his compatriots when he was governor in Imo State. Check his compatriots when he was governor in Enugu State. The time he was governor, that was the time that Sullivan Shime was governor in Enugu State, right? Sullivan Shime was going through the torrid period of his life. He was facing some health challenges. Regardless of that, right, he was way ahead of Peter Obi in terms of performance. Go and look at the governor in Ebonyi State. I think the governor in Ebonyi State that time was maybe Sam Egu. Sam Egu became a minister after then and a senator. Then go and look at the governor in I think Imo State, Enugu State, Ebonyi State, except for Abia State, right? But when you look at the metrics, the data, and the statistics of these governors, why is it that this Peter Obi, among all these governors, Peter Obi wanted to become a godfather? He came with his first candidate. He lost with his. He lost with his SSG or Bazi Ozeloka. They lost. He lost with Val Ozigbo. They rejected him, right? They rejected one. They rejected two, and then he tried everything to become a minister. It was his people that worked against him. Even in the PDP's primaries, they voted against him in PDP primary. In 2019, we were still alive in 2019, right? He wasn't prominent. It was Atiku that brought him to national prominence. But 2023, everybody coalesced around him, and people played along because he was doing a purpose for a political party at the end of the day. But people kept quiet. But they are overshooting it now, trying to rubbish and embarrass everybody that goes against him, including Soludo, a professor of economics, international repute. And we know the stories. And we can put everything into proper perspective. And I say everybody now, check your Google, right? Check all the governors in the entire Southeast and go back to the tweets 5 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 6 years ago.
They used to slaughter him on Naira land when it was.
Yes, go and look at the tweets of Anambra people, what they are saying about this guy, what they are saying about him. How did you get to this conversation? We got to this conversation about 400 million, about 400 million or no, about SUV or no SUV, buying vehicle or no buy vehicle. If you know you did that, you will keep quiet. Not that you come out when they bring the receipt, right? And your people want to say,
pause for a moment, Enigmatic. Take that question from Rational Mind. He's been wanting to insert it.
Yeah, go ahead, Baba.
No, well, I think he has moved past that aspect. It's when he was talking about tech hub. I mean, we're talking about 2006, right? Or is it 2006-8 period? Even the tech industry here, the one they call here the Silicon Valley, when it began, when it didn't really become an hub here. So, and then we're talking about.
But you are not getting the subset of my conversation. The subset of the conversation is.
You were alluding to a tech hub that you should have built a tech hub.
Oh, hold on. Rational mind. The pretext to the conversation. A number of them will come over here, right? If you go back to maybe 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, I don't want to mention the name, wrote something on the comment that in the entire federation, right, that the governor that received an award for tech award or IT award or whatever for creating and building tech hubs is Peter Obi. And I was just putting it on record. What he did that every other government did then was they were handed, they got laptops, right, from these donor agencies. And then all he did was that he donated those, he handed those laptops to all those schools. I know what Mimiko did. Hold on, I know what Mimiko did then, and then I know what Oyinola did in Osun then. They erected some buildings. They erected some buildings, they warehouse all those things, and that's what they did to most of those schools. He did not put a building on the ground to say this is a tech hub for all these computers, but people want to change the narrative. So as you can see now, I don't have issues with anybody. I don't have issues with Obi, right? But we are talking about our country.
I want you to pull it up, please.
Okay.
Please.
So, one man, Bishop, thank you for the opportunity, and then you can have your floor, Bishop.
All right. Yeah. So I mean, hold on now. So that's the inimitable, enigmatical. Do I even have to tell anybody who that was?
One man. I said something to you.
Yeah. Can I please now help me out? That's the inimitable, enigmatic on D. There's only one of him, and thank God for that. Imagine there was a world that there were two enigmatics. We will all have to move to Mars. Yes, Ekene, I got that thing you sent, but it's too small for me to. Let me show you. It's too tiny to go on the screen. Can you see? I've been trying to expand it. If I expand it, it's lost.
They are bringing their. they are bringing their. So one man.
So is it that human development index that you always is it?
It's between the person that Fashola and who other governor is there.
It's made up data. One man, don't.
I want you to read those data. One man for people like us.
If you remove this data, I will not be angry. I will not be happy.
One man for people like that. For people like us, for people like us who deals with data and who are very savvy in that area. This is what they do every time. When you tell them, when you challenge them, they will go and bring all those what is it? All these AGI, PDF stuff, nonsense. That's what they bring. And then
no, it's not nonsense now. We are talking about performance now.
To make a submission to this, to make a final submission to this woman, right?
So
you know we are. Hold on, Ekene, sorry, please. You know we are supporting what Alex Oti is doing now, right? We see that he's trying, right, gradually to change the face of governance and government in Abia State. But they shouldn't overshoot him too. They should be careful, because by the time they start overshooting him and without bringing his receipt, how he ruined and ran Diamond back to the ground, they will not be happy. How he was fired from First Bank, they will not be happy, right? But this is what we are saying. When we say we want a Nigeria that works, it is not a Nigeria that works your own subjective idea, because we are all Nigerians and we can tell stories, right? Somebody who lives in Kano State may probably tell the story of Osun better than I do. May probably tell the story of Oyo better than I do. May probably tell the story of Ondo or any place in Southwest better than I do, right?
All right. Let Ekene talk us. Ekene, we are only this comes under your banner as you've been a long-standing member of this platform, but this doesn't tell anybody anything. If you give me 2 minutes, I can also do it. I can also do this graph. So what this does it? Where is this from? I mean,
it is the growth now that happened between him and the Fashola, and this is Obi here at the green. This is
no, I can see
Fashola.
that, but what's the source? What's the source?
So that's why you compare it by yourself with all these things that enigmatic has pulled and
Hold on,
One man, 5 seconds. One man.
What's
Do
the
you
source?
remember one time that Emmanuel bought some global data, something?
Yes.
It's the same thing. And it's the same data. Then they went to put it in spreadsheet. They went to put, I mean, you remember that time? It's the exact same data.
About made the data.
Yeah, you know, if I pull up Excel now, I'll do it in 5 minutes.
Graduate.
Also this.
One man, all this now data now. Okay, we know the follow that again.
This is data. This is not data now. Is this data? Is this what they are calling? This is data.
Let's go with that data first. Let's just go with that.
Okay, let's go. Just to because it's a kernel. Okay, let's go. Oh yeah, let's pretend like it's data. What is it telling us?
This is Fashola now, 2023 to 2020. Is it? I mean, Tinubu. Is it Tinubu that is there? 2023 to 2027. His data is there. Then Fashola, 2027 to 2014. Then will be 20.
Tell him to analyze the data,
2014. So you compare those data. There is a life expectancy, human development index, health, and education. Those are the ones that are lined up there.
Let me just say this. You know the mistake that that space always makes when they put together these things. You know, it would make more sense if you had put a bit of red in Obi, because nobody has perfection, but you've made Obi all green. You've made hardly no green for Fashola, Tinubu, and then even the optics of it is ridiculous, isn't it?
Okay, am I the one that made it?
No, you are not the one that made it, of course, but your space made it. Tell them when you are having your meetings, tell them then that next time they are trying to pull this sort of things together to make it, for believability. You can't say Tinubu is all red, Fashola is all red, and Peter Obi is all green, and that's data. I mean, come on, man, come on. Well, you even the person that put it together is not a thinking person.
One man, are you afraid to read this thing? What are you doing?
No, it's there now. It's on the screen. I'm not. I mean, you brought it off.
Why are you brought it? You said it's from my group. Which group? Which group created it?
The obedient space now.
With all his fake narrative. I don't want to interject him anything, but I know what to tell you. But I don't have time for that.
If we are talking about fake, let me tell you this. There is no way that Obi excels in all of the metrics of measure. There's none that is even black, never mind red. Everything he excels in, and every other the comparison, they didn't excel in one single thing. They are 35% and under. How is that? That's just that doesn't cohere with logical sense.
It will not cohere to you now, but if you cool down and go through it, then you can Google maybe the report that was given by the World Bank and all those.
World Bank.
The achievement that was the award that was given
and Bill Gates
as
Foundation.
One of the best governor in his own time. So you can compare those things. You bring this data out, then you can compare it. You know that. Let me finish. Let me finish. At a point, an award was given to him as the best governor in Nigeria. Yes,
we've debunked that. We've debunked that. Oh, hold on, just hold on. It's not you don't get to be right if you talk the fastest or quickest. You know that a lot of the people on the platform, they were here. Even Rational Mind was here. That idea that it was best governor in Nigeria, we've debunked that with facts. So don't say that outside.
No, that's not true. We've debunked it that in the category he was the best governor. That's what you say.
It wasn't the best governor in Nigeria. One, it was the best governor. We did this. hold on. We did this. I mean, you were here. We did this. It was and we brought all of the
In the
paperwork.
southeast,
Yeah,
for
for
a
the
particular building,
for polio, for polio,
for the
for polio,
eradication of polio. You
polio,
know,
health
I
issue.
mean, for the
for polio, not
eradication of
Baba, they are not
polio.
health issues. It's for polio,
For the
polio
eradication
eradication.
of
But
polio.
the point is that
So
he's the best governor for the polio now. Is that not what you're saying? That he did
yes,
In a
polio.
region,
but they go around
do
saying
you know? Do you know the best governor for polio in Northwest that time? Do you know? So it's like you are saying the best governor in polio for South
let's
in
not be
Northwest.
saying all this. You see, that's just the
As
thing, isn't
reported
it?
by the news, that he's the best governor to defeat polio in the whole of
One
Nigeria.
man, what I understand is
not
that you
in the
don't
whole
want
of
not the whole of
in
Nigeria.
the
one man,
southeast.
what I understand is that you want to do.
We brought
Let
the
me
paperwork now.
let me finish, one man. You want to
Yes.
do what suits you. You don't want to do it as a journalist. You want to do it in a way that it suits your narrative. You understand?
All right.
If you want to balance, let me finish now. If you want to balance conversation, what you have to enigmatic has led is whatever he wants to say. I now bring up a data to back up my claim as Obi being the best governor, even to compare to Tinubu and the Fashola during their days as a governor. You don't want to read it out. You just make it a fake something. And you just rubbish it with your mouth, and you want to make it look like I go and create something and send it to you. Well, that's okay. That's just where you stand. But as a moderator, you have to be fair play.
Fair play. We have to do balance and facts. So just hold on 1 second, Ekene. It's on the screen there. Normally, I would not entertain this, but because you brought it, I am entertaining it. I even rational mind will tell you that the optics of it does not look good. Just the optics of it. So Obi excels in every metric of measure. Everybody else fails in every metric of measure over the same time span. How is that? And we know,
and the source is not.
It's not. So this is not anything now.
One man. If you take this thing as a data analyst, right? If you take this thing to a C-suite presentation, you'll be fired on the spot because you are not even basically saying anything. So,
one man, your people are telling you what to do. Or you do what they are telling you to do.
This is why we are having conversation. You see, it's a very harmless conversation now. At least we agree that we are talking about Nigeria, right? So when I mess, no say my own mess they smell. Say your own, you know to smell. Sure, get. Let's agree that we all the mess. Sure, the free thing to talk. So what brought this conversation? Vehicles or no vehicles? But you guys are trying to shift the ground. So this is why people call you out most of the time.
Enigmatic, what I expect you to do is to bring something like this that supersedes Obi achievement. That is what I expect you to do.
I just in a chronological order. In a chronological order. At least, hold on. Were you able to get something? Hold on, were you able to understand something from my conversation? I restricted my conversation to the southeast.
Enigmatic, hold on.
And I compared and contrast with governors.
Enigmatic, everybody includes you. Kenya, what is gross national income per capita? Life expectancy, human capital, that's the one you guys trade around all over the place. Human capital development, health index, educational index, income index. What's all that? Okay, talk us through what's on the screen, Ekene.
You check it. That's the performance in terms of human development.
What do you want him to talk you through? We can't.
That's what I'm saying to him now, but he's trying to accuse me of being biased or stifling.
The best thing you can do.
This is what you use to measure growth. This is what you use to Babaja, let me finish. This is what you use to measure growth in terms of governance. You understand? All these things are measure growth when it comes to governance. So when you compare these things in terms of measurement of growth in the governance, you bring in Tinubu at the time when he was governor, then you compare the gross national growth, human development index, life expectancy of Lagosians, all those stuff when he was governor. Then you bring in Fashola own when he was governor in terms of education. who did best in those areas in terms of human capital development, in terms of health and all those stuff, who did best during their time as governor. You compare it with Obi. That is how to measure development as a government. You understand? So this measurement now says that Obi scores higher than Tinubu, Fashola, as their time being in government. You understand? So, but if you don't want to believe the data, that is left for you. Then what you have to do is just to go and bring in your own data, then compare it. Or maybe there are other areas that Tinubu score high, which I know, maybe in terms of IGR or other stuff, then you can bring it in, then you use it to compare Obi own.
Yeah, no, but you
that's
can't compare.
That is how to measure. That is how to measure performance. Then people can choose what they want. Is it IGR?
Let's just move on. But yeah, this is not data though. What's on the screen is not data. It's just as simple as that. Yes.
I advise you. You can do us a favor by making all the efforts to bring Obi on this platform. That is when we can hear the truth. Enigmatic and others, Kulata and everybody that have questions to ask concerning his performance, they can ask him that question and they can clear the air concerning what people that doesn't seem as a good as a performing governor. So you have to go out. I don't know how you can connect, get the connection, reach out to this man to come on this platform. I don't think it's impossible.
I should be able to do that for you now.
Yes, because this is the only platform that.
But Obi only goes on obedient platforms, though. That's just the thing.
Don't sound like that. Let's be open-minded that he can come here because if he
wants to, rational mind, you know, go come this kind of platform. You go tell him to no come.
I've never seen him outside of an obedient space.
One man, this guy is coming to Dr. Damage's show. I don't know, very soon.
Yeah, but the Damages is a long-standing journalist now. He knows I don't know anybody. I'm just a guy in Kent.
What we have to do, we have to be on the show and invite him publicly to this show. When he appears on Dr. Damages, somebody has to be there. I don't know if it's you and you want to invite him publicly. We want to see him to come to this platform and clear the air because we have to tell him we have a lot of questions. Contrary to what he has been portraying, we want to ask.
I made the effort, not on Rudolph's space, but through the people that I already know. I can make that effort, but I cannot I cannot imagine that he would because his image is tightly managed.
One man, don't waste your time.
No. His image is tightly managed. Hold on. His image is tightly managed, and they don't want him exposed. So they wouldn't. Yeah.
Let me say this real quick. I think I support what Jalekoko is doing. If you give him a public invitation on. You just let Rudolph know that. Look, I'm going to ask this guy. I want to come in. Please bring me.
Just want that question.
Just pop that question to him in front of him. Everybody knows. At least then, if he fails to show up, then we know maybe there's something.
Yes,
of course. Anyway, if you want me to do that, I can. I don't like going there as well because it's just all you get is abuse, by all these all these retarded people that gather there.
Don't say that everybody can be retarded. But
rational man, help us do it now. But at least you are an obedient. He's coming to work.
I don't know.
I'll do what they ask you now. You haven't changed number now.
Rational mind is coming to Dr. Damages this weekend.
I don't go. I only go there to chat. I don't go there on person because I
Yeah,
can't
so
on my
one
camera.
man don't even bother yourself. You know,
No, one man goes there now. Don't say they should not.
No. One man have to do.
Let him go there. Give him a public invitation to your
They
platform.
will tell him one enigmatic is here who hates him. That they will say, they are this.
But then one man, you guarantee him. I mean, one man, please guarantee him of a fair time with us, that you will not allow it to spiral. Just guarantee him like that you won't allow people to.
I much rather make the effort with I much rather make the effort with Reno Mokri, who I'm already trying to reach. Because I think he's a bit.
Reno Mokri is a different ball game. All right, Obi, you know how much time. And several times we have discussed Obi issue here, and we are still doing it now. So contact those you can contact now, and you can use that to tell him on that platform that, look, I've made effort, I've reached out to this person, I've reached out to this person, I'm inviting you publicly. Can you guarantee me that you can come off our platform to come and talk with us again? I mean, as well. So if he can tell you, yes, I will come, we want to hold him by his word. If he doesn't show up, then we will use that against him and his followers around the world that are chanting Obi. If Obi cannot stand by his word, if he should promise you on damages so, and he doesn't show up, then that will tell us something about him. But I believe
one man. I think you should heed to Baba Aja advice. And put a very big effort, not just to go and do some say you have just contacted him. Put a very big effort. You know, also he's a busy somebody, so you must give him time, put a very big effort, and I believe if you put more time, you get him here. Don't just say you go and contact this person.
Here because of
so like, everybody will want to have him here.
Because of Jewel of Nashville and others like Chioma and others on this platform that are his follower. We want him here as well on this follower. He must come and honor these people on this platform. If it doesn't, if he fails to come, then these people, I will advise them to stop supporting this man, because that will tell us that he doesn't work.
No, let's not go down. Let's not go down.
No, he must show up.
Listen,
he must show up.
I gotta go. Baba, to that, we have seen him in many platforms, so it's just for you.
All of you that is standing for him here, he must show up for you guys.
Okay, yeah.
I've been following him in many platforms. I've watched him speak in many. So if he never speaks here, that doesn't mean I've not seen him speak in other platforms. So
yeah, but he only speaks on obedient.
So what I want as a supporter of Obi and a member of this platform, I would also want him to appear here. If one man can put that effort, I know one man very well. One man can just go and do propaganda and say he has just contacted him and he refused to come. So if one man is
you don't know me at all. I've never done that before.
I like that one. I like what you just said now. So one man just make that effort and let us know how you are going about it, and you know.
Ajalego, let me just say this real quick, guys. You see, when we make comments like, "Oh, if he doesn't show face, and then it means that, you know, these are the things that when people like this hear things like this, it's like we're being hostile to him. Let's not show any hostility towards him. Let's show that we want you to come here. We want to ask you some questions. And one man, I want you to guarantee, if he requires that you have to write him in person, just if he wants you to write him, just write him. Don't give any semblance of any hostility towards him. Oh, we're going to grill you. We're going to like. I mean, we have some people here who wants to like. I mean,
you see the problem with these people is is to find the real connect, somebody that has the leverage to lever here.
One man. Yeah. So you have Dele on Friday, Abby?
Yes.
Okay, use Dele now. He's close to him.
Yeah, and I was thinking that.
Everybody should remind him. All of us will talk to Dele to speak to him. Then you can contact him directly.
if Dele appears on Friday.
And if you ever do, if you ever promise to come here and he shows up, please do not let it spiral out of control, because I don't want people disrespecting him.
No, I don't think it will. I think people know how to conduct themselves around.
Some of us don't do. Some of us do not. So because some of us want to take this Agbado thing.
No, we won't let people like Pansat and people like that in if a real human being was here.
All right.
All right, brilliant. Who were we with? We were going on to Bishop. I think Bishop, you see now, Bishop, he didn't drop. I was going to say Bishop dropped. Bishop, are you ready for us? Yeah, we can hear you. Come into the conversation wherever you want to. But if the audio can improve a little bit, that'll be great. But if it can't, then we'll make do.
I was just wondering if Enigmatic actually just came to speak to you this space. We spent the past 2.5 hours or thereabouts what is the FOB. Fact is that it is embarrassing enough that people are trying to rewrite history of the very recent past of Obi's administration and Brazil. But it's particularly painful that some people are trying to identify these people. Rewriting the history is embarrassing enough. But trying to identify him is painful right before our eyes. A few weeks ago, I sent in an article. I have had an article many years about that Okezibe wrote about Obi during his reign. So what I did was I went and looked for other opinions and articles on Obi, not now, that were written between 2009 and 2012. And every one of them was damaged. Not by other people, by an agrarian. Then somebody did something a few days ago, went and brought snipers of tweets by an agrarian during the reign of Obi that were castigating him, talking. It was not now. Those were things that happened in 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012. And somebody even said he will take a sick Suleiman Chibe over and over again to come and rescue Anambra instead of Peter Obi coming for a second time. Those things are there. Somebody did a good job by bringing all those things. Ironically, more than 70% of the people that wrote those damning things about Obi non-performance, in fact, is far less than average, are the ones that are now taking over and making Obi to look like the best thing since God created him. It's just a bloody waste of time. And somebody will bring information that is attributed and said will be built 4,000 schools. I didn't get it. That brings up some data that's of primary first children are combined together. People will not put that kind of embarrassing data together by itself. That it perform more than the Fashola and people will not say that. People will not bring that kind of thing. But when it is what it is, what I can serve the most, just people that will spend so much time. Because in absolute nothing, the same thing we have just presented over and over and over again. To be built at El Dorado, Anambra. But today, more than 50% of our areas have left. They are not there. Where are the schools? Where are the hospitals? And they keep throwing banning data and the rest that cannot be substantiated or corroborated every way. Unfortunately, we are stuck here. We keep doing this. It becomes a vicious cycle. We still do it again maybe in another few months. Come and tell us about the the best governor in Anambra State. Peter Obi is the best governor that has reached Anambra. Then it's a shame. I'm not a stranger to Anambra. I know Anambra very well. I was in Anambra 2013. People in Oka. A small rain like this, the whole street was flooded, fully flooded. From the where are you going? Are you going from Ethiopia towards the Secretariat, or you want to go to Amobia to Igbo? Then you want to go to, I was not flooded on that day. Just one rain. I did not last up to 2 hours. But it is what it is. We keep rolling. Because somebody comes now comparing him and rubbishing what's the Soludo because of one funny character talk now on an accomplished Soludo. Now even Peter Obi itself, look, Peter Obi is a demagogue. He enjoys the kind of things that people are doing, and that's why he's never done anything to call out or to caution them, even in their very brutish conduct to other senior citizens. So he enjoys it, and that's how it goes. I was the more than that, but that will be one on drop that we have found ourselves. So if you have one or two places you want to take me to, I'll be glad. It's already midnight here.
All right, Bishop. All right, Bishop. Let me take you to the revocation, the threat of revocation of licenses from non-performing discos.
I mean, yes. Why are we? It's absolutely the word is not a blanket revocation. It is the ones that are not performing. They have 10 years to invest a certain amount. There were things they were supposed to have done in 3 years. They promised that they were going to meter every consumer. Till today, people are buying transformers. They are still contributing money to repair transformers. Many people have paid for meters they have not got it. It's over almost a year. I've paid for 5 meters, over a year now. I've paid for 5 meters, I've not gotten any. So if they are not meeting up and they are not doing their part, they said they were bringing investment. How much have they invested? Rather, many of them have collected, bailouts from government. So if they are not performing, they are not delivering on the deliverables. Yes, their license can be withdrawn and given to other serious. You see, there's a gap there, and the gap is that there was supposed to be a review after 10 years. What happened last year, the election year, and how they were able to get an extension or a renewal is what nobody has addressed. And the Buhari administration should come and address how did they get that approval? Or was it in Tinubu's administration that they got it? Who approved that renewal of their licenses for free? Because let's be very sincere with ourselves. Yes, generation might not be enough, but distributions are not brought in. They have not added value. All they've been doing is to milk the system, taking advantage of. So I think we should applaud that if you are not performing, it's either you shape up or you ship out. So that should not attract any sympathy or sentiment. I am for it. If they are supposed to add value, they are supposed to bring X amount of investment. And in 10 years, they have not done anything. They have not even moved the needle. All they are doing is just collecting money. They don't even want the victory to succeed. They would rather go on estimated billing. Then they have no business in managing our power resources. They have no business. So yes, the answer is it is absolutely necessary to wield the big stick if it is necessary. It is desirable. And we spend too much time on this issue of the agreement in the first instance made it impossible for anybody to do something. Because there was a caveat. And the caveat was that if you cancel or you think out with this agreement, they can go to arbitration. And somebody signed that agreement on behalf of Nigeria in 2013 that enslaved us for 10 years, torturous years. And these people did not bring any cover. There was no clause. Go and read the agreement. Look for it. I have read it 3 years ago. I think I read that now. There was no clause that puts any demand, particularly on the
So if they want to, and it's going to add some value, and it's going to bring some sanity, they shouldn't even be telling us, let's just do the needful. They should do the needful. Because 10 years gone, or are they telling us that they operating on the previous agreement? I don't think any reasonable person will want to sell that. So yes, my answer to that is I support that move. It's long overdue. Just that there was nothing we could do about it because of the clause and the very vexatious and criminal clause that was inserted into the agreement of that 8 billion in litigatable what is it? If they go to arbitration, $8 billion, not naira. So yes.
All right, and Charles Soludo calling his works commissioner incompetent in audiovisual.
Well, I mean, he's the boss. I mean, the commissioner is answerable to me. If the man is incompetent and his boss, and based on what he's done, I mean, in terms of everything, it's an assessment of his performance. If you are not being a little bit too personal about it, if it gives him an assignment and the man did not deliver, and the man rates his performance, and don't just call him incompetent and still keep him. If he is incompetent, then fire him. I don't think he owes anybody any advantage. So if the man is actually incompetent, and Soludo should know, because he's the boss in this case, and the buck stopped at his desk. So yes, if he's going to, if he measures and the man is not measuring up to his own expectation, he shouldn't just stop at calling him incompetent, and this should not really generate any regular value as we are having. It's not purely administrative. So he should go ahead and do the needful. Fire him so that others can sit up. As we are expecting the president to fire some militants, getting a little bit too late. So fire him. I don't think that should generate any headline. Yes, my assessment is complete. So I think I agree with that. I don't see anything for or coming. The democracy, because the man is sitting on a hot stool. He's sitting on a hot table or hot chair, hot seat. He's in a hurry to deliver. Because some people are beating him up, not based on assessing his performance, but because they want character to look good. So the demand, the expectations are high, the stakes are really, really high. So I don't think there's a big deal in that. And I don't think we should really, discipline penalty on that. Yes. Thank you for that.
All right. Senator Ningi doubles down on the missing 4 trillion naira padded budget. So corruption in high places. Senator Ningi.
I think the best with that exhaustively or extensively and exhaustively. No, I don't think there's any other thing to ask. We are just divided in opinion, and unfortunately, many of the time, these opinions are not based on fact. They are just based on which side of the divide you are. That's just it. And listen to the debate and the argument. They are not based on fact at all. Because either alleges, you stated clearly, either alleges, first proof. Now you are in the place. Look, let me start by saying first, the budget is already an act of the National Assembly. It's already a law. This individual was there when the SAT deliberated both at the committee and the committee on the appropriation and the committee of the whole house. They deliberated on the first reading, second reading, and the third reading, and they passed this to law. Because that's what we are not looking at. The budget is an act of the National Assembly. That's a law on its own. You are not coming after you have participated in all the. You now come and cancel what all of you, with concurrence to the House of Reps, signed into law. You passed it. The national, the House of Reps passed it. You concord, you passed it. You harmonized. You presented it to the commander-in-chief. It was signed into law. All of a sudden, you just woke up and now remember that what was, how can some people be so? If there was a mistake, then you will not just come on television to begin to throw faceless accusation. You should come with hard facts because the project is already an act of the National Assembly, of which you were a very full, integral part of. You were there.
So, Bishop, sorry for coming in. Yeah, the most ridiculous thing one man read to us later. The man said they took him out of contest. Can you digest that?
Then let him come and tell us exactly what he meant. Not just saying that I was taken out of context. So what do you really mean? Because we had his playback now that he said there was no nexus, there was no cohesion, there was no, between what was passed and the real whatever. See, there is cost of money. And for a person like him, what I said the last time, there was a conversation around this, something was that. Look, hey, we know Bengi now. He's done this like 3-4 times in the past through some baseless accusation and allegation only on the red. So he likes embracing the public space. The irony is that when we have things that we can critically analyze dispassionately and bring out the kernel, the truth of it, but because of the politics, device politics, we decide to take a position even before analyzing or looking at the facts of the matter. Many times you're already taking a position, no matter how faceless, no matter how ridiculous that position is. Many times we've already taken a position which is not grounded on or in any fact of the matter. So for me, get that now that you were a part of when you passed it. Where were you? What were you looking? Were you sleeping? Or you were chewing guru that time? Or what were you thinking about? And we are not trying to. And if there is a need to review it, take it back to the National Assembly that law we passed. I think there was an omission somewhere. Or take it to the committee. Now, there is no way he would have taken it to the committee and they did not do anything, and we now that he has exhausted every internal mechanism to look for to see for a redress, and because he was not being given any attention, that's why he's coming out. So he did no such thing. We don't need to beg to understand to be able to read in between the lines of that one. He did not do anything as such. He just wanted to embrace that name and to embrace the public headline. And it is not in support of anybody. It's surprising how we can't give the support of the president or something, and some people have a back. I don't see where that is. Because if there is a need to criticize, yeah, the president will criticize objectively. Objectively. Not based on some decision. It's just like I accused Dajale Koko now. Dajale Koko yesterday, you stole come and defend himself that he did not steal the phone. Okay, sorry, maybe I should not that.
No, you're actually dipping, so we didn't even get a bit of what you said.
And people now expect you to come and defend yourself that you did not steal the phone. Rather than ask me, okay, how did you steal the phone? Okay, I'll now explain. But they are expecting people to come and jump people on one place. Steal the phone, I did not steal the phone. How ridiculous. So we are saying the man that have alleged, let it come and bring the facts. Where at what point did you see that this thing has been started? Bring the subheading, break it down. Extract the document. You have your own original document. That's not too much to ask. Yes.
No, you were dipping a little bit. You are dipping quite a bit. Can you hear me?
Sorry. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm hearing you 100%.
All right, your system was dipping somewhat, but let me take you to this topic.
Yeah.
I can end farmer headers crisis in two to 3 weeks. So this is tenable at some event. That would be a miracle, surely.
Unfortunately, like many things that we have had to debate on, look, we know the solution to farmer header is to stop heavy roaming of cattle. We must evolve with time, but it will come at a cost. The previous administration, Jonathan administration did something about it, trying to, but they did not move. They did not do. They just threw money at it, and the money did not solve any problem. The previous administration tried to do RUGA, which is rural games reserve, whatever, and it was completely politicized as land grabbing. Oh, Fulani want to come and take land. Oh, the state should not give them land. No, state is investing heavily in agriculture. Heavily. We all saw the Akoboro, we saw the Padama project, we saw the rural Tifli, directory of food. How many years have we invested in agri, subsidized farm implement, subsidized loans for farmers, subsidized what do you call it, fertilizer, subsidized this, subsidized that. Even in fisheries, we know how many billions that was invested. So what is wrong if government is going to give the other branch of farming, which is cattle rearing or animal husbandry, some kind of support too? But some people mounted all manner of campaigns of calendar against it, and they made it look completely bad. Oh, they want to collect land, they want to blah 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 blah. That died. They came up with another one again. That livestock, whatever they want, possible to charge, and they came with a solution. The same way, sponsored opinion on the newspaper. They demonize it. Oh, they want to take land. At the end of the day, they killed it. Look, if we are going to stop that, to solve that problem, people will have to see some land. They will give land, state owns land, they can give land. That okay, this is where we can give you. Let them say we don't want that place. We are going to give you infrastructure, but people are kicking against it. Seriously. And we politicize something that would have given us, some big leap from where we were. So the same solution that we have rejected over the years is the same solution that who is going to use. Because nobody is going to react cow or cattle or whatever you want to call it on any space in heaven or in the sky. It's going to be on the land. So people will be that be made to see the benefit, the advantage of ranching, give them the necessary things, build the necessary infrastructure, but there must be land across. Look, we used to have a farm settlement, cattle ranch in Ibadan. Anybody that knows politics, I think they are going to Dizengo or going to Leyland. By the left, they turned the place stupidly, one stupid governor in my state or one stupid administration turned the place to an estate. We know it today, farm. There is one in Oyo, Old Oyo National Park. There is a farm settlement there. We have farm settlements everywhere that they have branches. In those days, those cattle in those days, they did not belong to Northerners. They belong to. If you read the story of how they finished a cattle ranch, the farm settlement, they used to call it Fashola Farm something around towards Oyo. I don't know whether one has that place before. If you know how they finished those cattle there. Look, there's a place there's a railway, there's a slaughtering house in Dubai. They used to call it Bauchi Meat. Inside the railway station. That is the place years ago when the cows were being shipped down, where they used to slaughter those cows, that you go and buy them, they weigh them, they will share one cow to four, they weigh them, they skin them, they dress them, right inside the railway station. If you are coming from Aleshiloye, that's the one that comes from LA Road. You cross that railway line, just at that railway line, you look at the right opposite where SARS. I don't know if anybody know where SARS was before you start going to the post office. So there are so many things that we're not supposed to politicize that we have politicized. Can it be done? Yes, it can be done. But that same solution we have rejected 5, 6, 7 years ago is the same solution we are going to provide now. The question is what changed? Just the politics of it. We have seen some working farms, dairy farms around here, and they are a beauty to behold. Honestly, in some very remote places, you see a farm that will boast that they have 4,000 heads of cattle. Some of them will say they have 10,000 heads of cattle, and people are working here. The cows are well fed, they are well catered for, they produce better milk, they produce more beef. So we need to evolve with the time. And sometimes you cannot win everything. Sometimes you just have to let go. It's not 100, just in my way or the highway. We look at what is the long-term benefit in this thing. There was a long-term benefit in the national livestock, whatever that Osinbajo put up. But we allow sentiment and emotion. We said Fulani wanted to come and take all of our land, and the narrative became so and the environment so toxic. Says who is the Fulanization agenda? Fulani wants to take over Nigeria and kill 50 million Yorubas. Not even during the Second World War, where 50 million people killed. No. And they want, and we will fold our hand, and some Fulani will come, and they will take over our land, and they will kill 50 million, and some people run with that narrative, and they're still running with it today. So, yes, Tinubu can do it if he had the courage to sit those people down and let them know that if you don't want it, that's fine. But this is the roadmap to us ending this farmer-header class. Because between the farmers and the header, there is no state. There are criminal elements among both of them. Some people are so fixated, they are looking at only one side. If we want to resolve this matter, we have to look at both sides. That some people are just fueling it because they are benefiting from the on both sides of the headmen, of the side, let's say, different sides of the farmers. Some people are benefiting from it. So, is it possible? It is possible. Either short term, medium term, or long term. The important thing is that we can actually turn around that livestock space. The same way we have invested heavily in in agro, in crop, in fishery, in whatever. We can also invest in animal husbandry, including ranching. What do you have for me?
What else were we talking about? You've spoken on do you want to speak on UK banning healthcare workers from bringing their dependents?
Oh, well, yes. Number one thing is that it was long coming. UK is not particularly a good time, even for the United Kingdom, or let me say for the Britain. Which one is, should I use now? Is it for Britain now or for the United Kingdom? Anyhow,
anyhow, yeah.
It's not particularly a good time for them economically. I mean, 2 weeks ago, they entered into recession. There's been a massive pressure on their public utilities, whether it is health, whether it is housing, and some people have shortchanged. They have corrupted the system. They have shortchanged. A good number of persons have gone to the UK in the past 2 years on this their sponsors something. They got there on very fake and fraudulent pretense. That if UK want to scrutinize and report that people that used, that fell and ran foul of the law, honestly, they will deport thousands. I'm saying thousands. Maybe up to 10,000 or more that they will deport. So if they are now saying, look, you have abused the quota for days, I think it is well within their right. And I'm sure it's not going to be like going to be a permanent thing. Somebody will still devise another means for them to be able to come tomorrow. Because we know people, and if we know, then the British authorities know people that did fake marriage just to get themselves to the UK. This one left his husband, the other one left his wife or her wife, and they now pretend to be husband and wife only just to get to UK. And these things are getting out because Kasala won't bust, and in the process, they now spill the bean. So they know that they have abused that space. At what point did it become very germane or important that America, when you fight for people, even in American embassy, they ask you to go and do DNA now, which is becoming very rampant. It was not so before because people were practically using it for what do you call it now? Human trafficking. The fight for people that are no relation of yours for a fee. You don't worry, I'll pretend that you are my son, you are my this, you are my that. And it became, they know these things.
Bishop, sorry to interject you. Don't you think the United Kingdom also used that system to rake in millions of pounds through education in their system? And you allow, what I'm trying to say is that you want a lot of people to come and work as caregiver in London, but you don't want them to bring their family. So, and when you look at the other countries, the immigration in this way is that if you are coming to work, they also give you opportunity to bring your family member. That is as a doctor, if you're a qualified doctor and you want to work in England or a nurse, and they say you are the only one that you want to come, what about your wife and your kid? They want you to just put them inside.
Two things. Number one, it was not always like that. We all agree to that fact. So what happened that they are using this new method?
Bishop, there's heavy background noise. Carry on. It's gone now. Carry on. It's gone. Carry on.
It was just the what do you call it? This thing on the road. Something. So now, what was that I was saying? Okay, on the doctors. Now, I just said that because it was abused and they did a review, and I may have enough evidence to prove that that something, that window of opportunity to bring dependents have been abused. Now, it is not, it is for healthcare workers, the people that in that category. It was for students, it was abused. Then for care workers, it was abused. If you are going to UK as a medical doctor and you get employment, you are not going with the same kind of certificate of sponsorship, the one you are referring to. It's not going to be on the same. So there are professional. It used to be high skill something visa, immigration visa, before immigrant visa, many years ago. So if you fall in the category of that high skilled, as a medical doctor, you are in the category of that high skilled. It's not going to be the same thing like this COS certificate of sponsorship that was really just recently introduced. And like I just say, my word now, I've been abused. So every project, everything, both in project or policy, I think the policy is the better one. Every policy that you introduce, after a while, you need to do a review. How has the policy gone? What are the drawbacks, and when you do it, you put in some new mechanism for them, even though it's affecting us negatively in quote, but it is within their right to say that, look, that policy, even though it has a lot of benefit, but looking at the other side, the flip side, the pressure on our health care, the pressure, because anybody that lives in the UK will attest to it, that there's massive pressure on the health care facility. Massive. And even the housing. There is massive. And they know that people are abusing this, that they are taking.
Sorry again, Bishop. Yes. I think UK is probably in the kind of dilemma. You want the people to come and work for you, and at the same time, and the condition they give, anything that you bring out, people will look at the loophole because this is immigration, and a lot of people want to go there. You cannot blame some student that they go there with about 20,000 pounds as school fees, and they allow them to bring their wife or children. So do you? Of course they will. And sometimes in Nigeria, everybody is not stupid. You all know that in Nigeria, sometimes they don't have this money. They have to pull resources together. So that is why they have to find a way so to get that money so that the other maybe arrange wedding or no arrange wedding or
Okay,
whatever.
so I agree with you.
So it's so when you blame that they abuse the system, you also have to look at how much money come out of that country. In 1 year alone, UK realized over 2 billion, I think they said 2 billion, 4 billion pounds from international students, and majority of it are from Nigeria. So you have to also look at plan it out together.
Okay. So now is that this policy they have reviewed?
Yeah, Mutfemalo. To what ready? Yeah.
So with this policy, now it reduced the capital flight from Nigeria. That 2 billion, people not going to take it to the UK anymore. Then that's a plus for us too. Now they are not saying
you are right.
Everybody cannot come. They are saying, but now you cannot bring your defender. That's the way they want to run it. So anybody that cannot
like Bishop,
yes.
Bishop, like today now as I'm talking to you, most of these caregivers, because NHS is having a shortage of staff, they are now poaching all other caregiver companies. They are poaching their employees, bringing them under NHS system. So those people that those companies, they have to look elsewhere to look for people to come and work for them. So you see, any policy you do, there will be both pros and cons, and the negative aspect is coming out. UK smile to the bank with a lot of money from the developing countries, especially Nigeria, India, and the rest. And now you are banning them. Probably they will take this money to other European country or maybe America or Canada.
That's beautiful. That's what I was going to end up with. That so it is only UK that has brought this policy, but there are several other countries that people can go to that allow them. But now, I think it is within their right. Does it affect us negatively? Yes, I believe so. But it is what it is. In as much as they want other people to come and enjoy, they need to preserve themselves too. So it is within their right to introduce policy that they think is working in their best interest. It might not work for us for now, but they are not considering us first. They are considering themselves. And if the thing is harming them, and they think this policy is going to reverse that harm in some ways, because there's pressure on their social services, I think it's really their right. I don't think we should crucify them or to condemn them for it. So it is we that now wants to go, that we now weigh our options. Would I rather go to UK where I cannot take my wife or my daughter or my son? Or do I go to other places? So if I cannot go to UK, then I can as well go to another place. So that's where, or how I am seeing it. So I would not really condemn UK. They're taking advantage of us, of course. Well, what do let's say we do? Solomon will have you know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand that. So people have options. They can take their money and go elsewhere.
All right. Remy, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Let me bail out, hand over to Thomas as the conversation carries on. Thomas, Remy and Ganiu, they've still not spoken. And Enigmatic is here to keep you company. So when Bishop lands, I think Remy comes in. Let me acknowledge the super tatas, Kulata Prince, so and then Prince Daddy, One Nigeria, and Ayo, of course. Ayo often gets a mention. So there it is. So thank you to all those. I'll keep them coming. The super chat does not close when one man leaves. I'll show some love towards Thomas as well as Prince Daddy always says. So thank you everyone. See you tomorrow as the conversation carries on. Thomas, over to you.
Yeah, Remy. Yeah, Bishop Landis. Yeah.
So basically, yes. Why I know it will affect us some ways. Look, I don't know where we are going to draw the line of addressing very properly and objectively our excesses, vis-a-vis, and what people, how people respond. The people will always say that it is within your right to throw a punch. It is within my right to measure how I retaliate. You will not throw a punch and land it on my jaw, and you will not tell me how you want me to respond. That the one I'm throwing is is proportionally. How do they say that in English? Is disproportionate. No, if you throw the first punch and you land it on my jaw or my cheek, then be ready for whatever comes. That is it. That is fair game. Because two can tackle. So yeah, I know it's going to affect us, but those people too need to preserve themselves. Because if you know the story of what's going on in the UK, you really pity them. You really pity them. That's my take on that space of the money. I know people is affected, and that's been there. I know people is affected, and it needs close hope too. But look, here is fear. People must preserve themselves, and they must be able to do it the way that this is them. So that's my take on that. Thank you. I don't think there's anything more. Is there anything more, Thomas?
Yeah. I think Remy wants to.
I think I just want to put a quick update on that Senator Ningi. There's this Senator Karim who happens to be in the same forum, the Northern whatever. The guy said that they went to the Akpabio when they noticed that when Ningi complained about that thing, and Akpabio told Senator Ningi, go and bring the document or whatever so that they can put it at the committee of the whole house and they can discuss it. And before we know it, we quickly jump to the press. It's just, to me, I think he's just been playing the role of
I think he's just trying to grandstanding. I think
yeah,
it looks
standing.
like.
And then Senator Karim said when he noticed there are some what do you call it? There are some money on the budget that you don't need to give exact how they are going to spend it. They call them first line charges, probably money for defense, or maybe even money for some kind of thing that fall under security. They cannot just disclose it like that. He said he knows that Senator Ningi has been in the Senate like more than 4 or 5 times. He has been in the rep. Sorry, he won't be a House of Rep member and now a senator for nearly 20-something years. He knows the system. It's just grandstanding, and it's quite unfortunate. I know there is a budget padding, one way or the other, because even if you want to accuse the government, 3 trillion naira is not 1 million naira. The whole budget that you passed, that they signed, is 28 trillion, and you are now telling us they put you cannot even substantiate it. And people like I like what Kolata and Enigmatic and the others have said before. If you allege, prove it. Where are the documents?
That was what I was about to ask.
Yes. Where are the documents? Where are those things that you
any document in the newspaper?
I'm not really fancy about that. But what I love here, yesterday while I was working, I was watching the commissioning of what the governor of Niger State did, and Tinubu was there. Oh my God. This is when you walk the talk. The governor of that state is ready to be a farmer. He even put on a work suit. You can see when he makes his address, these are people, they know, and they have, I think through the help of the federal government, they purchase hundreds of tractors, so many things on ground. They show it yesterday. It is seen is believing. And I like what Tinubu told them. He mentioned name, governor of Kwara State, governor of Benue State. Said Benue, find a way to fill it up. Go back. This is your neighboring state. Let's call this bed middle bed, aggregate food basket of the nation. And he told them we will find solution to the issue of insecurity. So I like something like this. This is real things.
Remy.
With all those tractors and what he has provided, I think Niger State is ready to go.
Chief
and,
Remy.
And each time I look at this kind of people, and when you now just oppose them to some of other governors, you ask yourself, what are they thinking? If our governor of Kwara or governor of Kogi,
Remy, Babati is trying to put a position to you. Yeah,
okay.
Babati. Yeah.
No, I was just gonna ask him that it's an observation that it's like under the Tinubu administration, you are only going to grow as far as your governor wants to grow or take you. It's not going to force development in your state. So is only interested in serious governance. So if your governor shows any interest or any progress in any endeavor in their state, that attracts the attention of Tinubu, and it comes in to help and support. And I think that is the new model we have in Nigeria now.
Which is good.
Yeah. So you must be up and doing as a governor.
Yeah.
Not the era of just waiting for Abuja to come and provide stuff. That is over. Yeah.
So in the next 4 years, if Niger State is the top 5 states in Nigeria through their agriculture, don't blame anybody. Why you guys will continue to go to Niger to buy their food chain, and immediately Lagos State have signed an agreement with them. They are going to buy their product immediately, and then the federal government also sign an agreement with them. Their SSS, they will buy it and put it in the silos and keep it. That is what we call a government. They know what they are doing. And I like what Tinubu did. He called names. He called Abu Razak, governor of Akwara, governor of Benue. He called his name. He said, come on, we were going to find issue to the problem of insecurity. Go back to the land and fill the basket. He told Benue State governor like that. He even called Ododo. He even called Fashion, what do you call it? He said he has started paying wage award to the governors, to his federal workers. He called his name, the governor of Sanwo-Olu. Are you paying? He said, yes. Why don't you talk to other governors? He said, other governors, pay wage award to your state workers. Pending the time we'll get a rich agreement about minimum wage. This way, people will already get used to it. So I'm right that at the end of the day, the minimum wage will set to around 55 to around 70,000 naira. Because he is paying 35,000, or your state is paying 25,000 as wage award. Some states, they are not paying nothing. So you can see he's even begging them yesterday because he doesn't have control how they are going to spend their money. But I think the problem is that most Nigerians, they don't understand how government works, and they don't really want to take that patience or find the truth by themselves. I've seen that a lot of Nigerians, they just jump. If anybody says something, they don't want to do their own research. They don't want to do nothing. Everybody just jump and just conclude like that. They don't give people benefit of doubt, and people just criticize just for criticizing sake, not criticizing objectively. We all know as a politician, there is no way that your basket will be full. There will be some leakages. Nobody is perfect. But if this guy continues this trajectory, if Niger State can do this, KB can do this, and maybe I don't know what they are doing in Oshun, because if these northern people are doing all of this thing, our own people in the southwest, we also have a big land for farming, and we are folding our hand. Now look at our southwest now. Apart from Sanwo-Olu, we don't have land for farming in Lagos. What is Ogun, Oshun, Ekiti, and the rest? What are they doing? There's a big chunk of land for farming. They're not doing nothing. When you see what is on ground on Niger, on Minna yesterday, you'll be ashamed of yourself if you are from Southwest. Hundreds of tractors. We're not talking about 200, or we're not talking about 300. We're talking about thousands, different tractors for farming. Different, more than 4 or 5 different types. 10,000, and they're still expecting more. What are we talking about? So, to me, I think if a country wants to grow, you have to feed yourself first. And if at the end of the day, Niger, KB, and the rest, they are producing all this food for the rest of the country,
And you in the south, you are buying it at an expensive price. And the people in the north, they are buying it at a lower price. Don't complain that time. All these things they are talking about ranching or livestock, let them have the ranching. The beef might be cheap in Kano, Kaduna, and it's going to be expensive in Lagos or Yo. That is it, because you are not doing it. So you don't expect to buy it the same price you will get it in the north. You have to pay the price for it. So if you also want cheaper things, you also have to till the land. You cannot expect them to be doing all the dirty work for you. Go to the farm for you, raise chicken, raise everything for you, and you say, I tie my tie. I'm a content creator. I'm a banker.
We have the money to buy it now.
Are you sure? The money to buy that? How many of your own people is telling you hunger don't catch them? Hunger never wire them. Even the people from the north, they know they say hunger they catch them. Now for people from the south, every time hunger they catch them. It is
No,
our
they expect the manna from heaven. Manna
And
to
when you
fall from
tell
heaven.
them, let's go to the land, they say, over my dead body, me, a graduate, go back to the farm. I will never do like that over. They will say, oh, I just look at, even in the so-called America, those people that are farmers, they are highly educated people too. And it's generation upon generation of for keeping this farmland. And these people have lived a decent life, a ready-made job for generations.
Remy, farmers here, they are millionaires.
Of course, the same
Because
thing here.
people can't do without food. If people can't do without food, I may do without car. Many people doesn't have car. Many people doesn't have some things, but you can't do without food.
So what I'm just trying to say is that if you see the model of yesterday and the way the president talked, that means Babati is 100% right on spot. If you are ready to work and you have your plan, that guy will support you, doesn't care. But if you are just still want to be playing politics, I'm there, I'll be all this trash, you don't have any particular plan. And the state, the people of your state, they are docile, they don't talk, they just keep, I think salary is enough. And don't blame the president or
Yeah, Remy, the reason why I brought that up was because I was having a conversation with somebody earlier today, and the person said, well, the Tinubu is commissioning all these tractors in Niger State. Why can't they do the same in the Southeast? And I said, well, as any
Stupid narrative.
So yeah,
to say that.
so I asked him. I said, so has anybody shown interest in large scale farming in the Southeast? And because you look, do you know what that governor is doing in that state, that Niger State? It's PDP. It's not even APC. Yorubas
No, Niger is APC.
Okay, but do you know what he's doing? He's doing what Yorubas will call oniti or madiba mawawe ababajam. What he's doing. So when he's kneeling down, calling him my father, everything, people think he's stupid. No, he's not stupid. He knows exactly what there's a way you will address an elder that you will force their hand to do whatever you want them to do. Right. So I think he understands the Yoruba culture. I think he gets it. So he's using that to benefit.
In the opening ceremony, those people, they welcome Tinubu with Yoruba dance and song. They dance. They are Hausa people and they dance like Yoruba people.
Right. So, but
who is enjoying it now? Thousands of tractors go to Niger. What is our own governor in the Ogun and the rest? What are they doing?
And Yorubas will say only. So my point to my friend I was talking about, well, why is he not providing all those things in the Southeast? I said, have you shown any interest in it? Have you gone to Tinubu to present your case? What other things are you collaborating with it? You saw about 7 or 8 governors at that
event.
Right? Almost all the middle belts showed up.
Yes.
I think was that, but there, that was also everywhere. Was it there? I
didn't really think but somebody was there. Probably was there. Maybe.
Yeah, we will not be shocked that he will. He has to come at Lani Kani. He will show up there. But so if they are providing that, I believe Lagos also. Yes, sir. Yeah.
I used to think that if I don't be out there, be solid. If I be out there, put relocate to Australia, I delivered on your deck at the level
No. The problem with Ogun State is the rivalry between the Jebus and the Egbas. And whenever the Jebus get there, they don't normally do a wonderful job. It's always a shoddy job. The last guy that was there was that Benga Daniel before Amosun. So you can see they don't normally should do a good job.
Amosu was great. Oshoba was great. So I don't know what Bishop I don't think that applies to
Oshoba was great, but Oshoba was from Egbana. It's not from
that's my point.
Look at the trajectory of that state. Whenever we have an Ijebu, because whenever we have an Ijebu as our governor, most time we don't normally perform very well. So that is the problem, and it's always between the Egbas and the Ijebu. But we hope that this time around it goes to the west. Side.
Simply because we don't hold them the same standard.
We don't what?
We don't hold them. They don't hold them to the same standard.
No, I don't think so. I think sometimes I don't understand the kind of politics they play. Because they sometimes they see themselves more wealthy because Ijebu are also like they are very industrious. I think that kind of thing also clamor their judgment sometimes.
Yeah, but Bishop, my point is those that come from Ogun East, when they get there, I don't mind if they want to focus on Ogun East, but the kind of investment they make does not maximize their potential. Ogun has access to the ocean line. They have natural resources. They have a lot of things that they can develop there, but they don't pay attention to those things. They don't develop what needs to be developed in that area. They don't. So that's the issue. It's not like it's some more of like a Ibadan or Egba Ijeb. I know it's there, like Remy rightfully said. But when is your turn? Develop your region in the right way to benefit them long term. You see what Amosu did in Abeokuta now. You see the kind of roads he was building over the place.
Wonderful job.
So why can't they then do the same thing in their own area when they get there?
I don't understand.
So you cannot say, oh, when I'm also get, but now it's going to Yewa now, but in the Ogun dynamics, right, Bishop? Even though it's going to Yewa, Ogun West, in the eyes of the Jebus, it's still Egbao. They don't, so because Yewa, Egba is still kind of the same technically, but they want to be on their own, which is fine. So it's still
It is not in the eye of the Jebus now. It is a fact that Ogun East is more than 60-70% like that now.
But for political reasons is why they want to stand by themselves. We know culturally they are Egba, but if they claim that they are Egba, my block chances of getting that so they want to. So it's all politics. That's the reason why they want to be by themselves. So.
Not all of them are Egbas totally.
But the majority they are playing politics with it. That's the point. That's the reason why to prevent that split was the reason why Amosu was fighting to put one of them to keep their backing intact.
And sorry to cut Mati. And Tinubu also mentioned about the National Livestock Program that is going to.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. But I think at the end of the day, it's not going to force any state government.
Right.
If you want, go for it. If you don't want it, we don't care. But if you don't want it, rest assured that those products, when they come to your state, it's not going to be the same price where they are producing large quantity. You have to pay for that.
They are still waiting for federal government to come and develop their land.
Now that he mentioned their name subnational, now everybody know. Now most Nigerians or most states, I don't know, but I think most states in the south or in some part of the middle belt, they started to handle their governor very well. Hold him responsible. He's collecting triple allocation. What is he doing with the money? They have collected money to give their state wage award, pending the determination of the minimum. What are they doing? Some states are already doing it. And I don't like people coming here and be talking about this So the time they are governor at different time, and government is a continuation. If this guy do his own,
Remy, I was Bishop and you guys. I was listening earlier on. Um, I think Rational might have his own. Sorry for digressing. He said something. He was calling the president idiot, and I just found this somewhat. It's free word though. It's
yes.
anyone can say anything, but it's I don't even know how to put it. It's
Thomas,
I don't
the first
yes.
day I came to this platform, I accused him that you are fixated on Tinubu born out of hatred. This is no more criticism. This is hatred. Because when you every little word or sentence that comes from your mouth, before you know it, every problem of that country go back to this guy, to Tinubu. That means you have a personal hatred towards the guy.
But Remy, you can
When you now
criticize
call him
people, not
some
calling names. Ajaleko go
I don't know why
criticize.
you call somebody an idiot. How would you feel if somebody call you an idiot in front of your children because you are holding a particular position? I think they are our leaders, we can criticize them. But why do we go so personal and be calling them and this kind of word you use against your leader? Don't you think somehow or one way you are also a leader in wherever community you find yourself? Maybe as a head of an household. Head of father, you are the father of an household, and if your household is not performing very well, and somebody outside are talking to your children or talking to your wife, or maybe your wife is hearing, they're not telling her, they don't mind, the husband of that woman is a stupid idiot man, and your wife is hearing that, or your children are hearing that from the poor, how would you feel? Because sometimes you just think, okay, you might never know what might become of you in future. Who knows? Maybe you are going to be a leader. And it's easy to criticize. It's not easy to govern. If it's so easy to criticize, you are in America, you have already acquired enough experience, even to be a National Assembly member in Nigeria. Or even a
That's
country.
why I don't agree with this idea of because somebody is a public figure, you are supposed to abuse them. No, speak to the issue, not the person.
Yes, I don't like it. You just abuse people, everything, abuse. Any little word, that also shows that you don't also guide your utterances. Because if I'm talking to you and I can say the language that's coming out from your
But
mouth,
Remy, we are living in diaspora. We are there is no how you say you are a Finnish. I am Australia. Babati is America. We still know we are Nigeria, but we don't address the country where we are living. We don't address their president as idiots. We don't call them name. We respected them.
I am not.
Remy and Thomas, did you see this video of a white guy that had to caution Nigerians about badmouthing their own country? Have you seen that video?
There's one particular white guy.
The white guy was actually telling them that they should not be badmouthing their country online. He was cautioning them, basically talking about it can attack the politicians, but not the country. Is so for a foreigner to be educating you about not badmouthing your own country tells you how bad. Even the guys like, come on now.
So
If you go to country now, let me go only my boo country like this.
So Babati, when you look at
yeah.
Sorry, Remy. Babati.
Yeah.
A few weeks ago, I think I was in I don't remember whether it was in Iowa or Kentucky. So I met this veteran, an American. He said he's been to 5 tour of duty across the world. He was excited I was a Nigerian, and coincidentally, he was married to a Nigerian. I won't tell you where that Nigerian is from. But when we were, even before he told me, we got discussing, into some discussion, and he was amazed at how passionate I was about my country. And he said, but that's strange. Because the people he has been speaking with, when they talk about Nigeria, you think that the place, I said, well, that's their view. I said, sometimes you get irritated. Those were exact words. When those people talk about their country, the country of their back, the way they used to talk about Nigeria. he's married to a Nigerian, and he's white, he's Caucasian, and people, when they are discussing, especially this last step, we get so irritated when they discuss about their country like that. That's it. Somebody, I said, well,
Bishop, sorry for cutting you. Do you normally people always ask you use American this question? If you say yes, I'm American. Here they will ask me, where are you originally from?
yes,
Because
it's mainly
you are from somewhere,
yes.
but you are badmouthing where you are from. Then you are promoting the country where you are just like Atipo. What do they call Atipo in English? A stranger.
It's not Jonah.
You are a sojourn. We are a sojourn anywhere you live. I'm in Australia. You are in the US. Remy is in Finland. You are just a sojourn. They always ask me, where are you originally from? And I say, Nigeria. I'm proud to be a Nigerian.
And they don't
That was my
understand
brother.
the impact. Look at the impact of our movie industry and our music industry on the image and perception of Nigeria. I can tell you 20 years ago in America and compared to now, is the way they view Nigerian has completely changed because of our music and our culture and the way we're perceived. And those two sectors has really made a lot of positive growth in the way people see Nigerians globally. Now, if you then transmit that to other parts of your economy and you project that, it even favors you in the diaspora because it also opens doors for you. Because the Nigerian brain now is more sought after in the West now. If you're Nigerian and you're in any medical or engineering field, they see you are almost Bishop, you're almost seen at the same level the way they view a Chinese person when it comes to those kind of things in medicine, for instance. Like there's this kind of expectation for you being in Nigeria. Like you're supposed to be smart, you're supposed to be focused, you're supposed to be like they just expect that of you now. And
See, is
that
it
is
not
good.
Nigerian surgeon that brought out a baby from a baby womb, do surgery for that baby, and replace that baby back to the womb of the mother?
Right.
It's
So
a
that is
Nigerian surgeon.
so when you do more of that in other fields, it also helps the diasporans. But Thomas,
See,
what is worse is that
Barack
it is
Obama, Barack Obama, their family doctor is a Nigerian.
but why
The
to say
one said
Thomas?
it himself.
Thomas, the Nigerian diaspora are even the ones that are worse. That the ones even the ones in Nigeria like now. I won't go on shit. But the diaspora Nigerians are even the ones that will go online every 5 minutes, bashing the country, skinning cock in the con ABC. And then you go to the airport and somebody treats you badly based on what you're posting online. I said somebody said Nigeria is ABC and D. I said, where do you think they got it from? From you. You are the one that is putting it online now. You are the one bashing your country on Twitter, on Facebook, on YouTube. So when somebody treats you badly based on what you are putting online, then you now say Nigeria is bad. It is you. You're bad. So it's us. You go see other parts but learn to separate the politician, the leaders from the country when you are criticizing the system. Don't bash the country itself. You can bash Tinubu, you can bash any governor, but not the country. It's very important. Very important.
I agree with you. I agree with you totally. We don't know where to draw the line. We expect from people what we are not ready to give, or willing to give, or able to give. Now, they are very distinct. They are distinct. Even though they look alike, but they are very distinct. Because invariably what we are saying is that all of us, because I've said something here before, our leaders, they are a product of our society. Same thing, our policemen, they are a product of our society. They are people's husbands, people's fathers, people's sons, our teachers, our nurses, all of them. The same thing our politicians. We cannot accept, it's not acceptable to take nonsense from our policemen because they are not well paid. That's why they are collecting bribes. We make it. We take nonsense from our lecturers that they are harassing people and they are collecting bribes because they are not well paid. But you don't want to make excuse for nurses that are stealing medication in the hospital and are hostile to patients. But you don't want to make the same excuse. You want to hold politicians to a higher standard of accountability. Look, it is the society. They are not aliens. I'm not making excuses for them. I am saying the ones that are not politicians today or that are not in position of authority is because they don't have the opportunity yet. So it is the opportunity that makes the team. So don't think you are clean, you are safe, you are being sanctimonious because you are not there yet. You could be worse. And that's why when we are demanding and we are trying to do cleansing, the one they call apomo, it should be holistic. It should be total. I have a very big dream that Nigeria is going to experience, the kind of, it's going to attain at least on the path to what I want it to be in my lifetime. I don't know how soon or how far it will be, but I'm contented when I see that we are moving in the right direction, no matter how slow the step is. So I won't join the bandwagon of magnifying everything that is evil or bad about Nigeria. I won't. I have not in years. So I won't start it today because some politicians that ordinarily stood zero chance of winning. I will not change because that politician that had a zero chance of winning did not win. And I make you look like, oh, Nigeria is finished, Nigeria is doomed. And people keep reminding you, if one person has won,
Bishop, how can we separate the politician? We can back the politician, I don't care. But how can we separate the politician from the country? I mean, if sometimes people want to criticize you, it's still the country people love to criticize because the politician is governing the country.
Yeah, you cannot separate. I'm trying to understand that question. Number one, you are not supposed to separate. To hold them to account on the basis of their performance or lack of it. Do you understand? Chiefs are human beings. There is a saying they used to say, and I used to say, look, there is no system in the world that puts all criminals behind bars. None. You just make example of the ones that are caught. People will say the ones that are foolish enough to be caught. As they used to say, the 11th commandment is that don't be caught. You can commit all the crime. If you can successfully cover your track and you are not caught, well, you are a hero. But the day you are caught, be ready to dance to the music. Be bold enough. And when the days of Adini, I remember Adini very well. And Bodi Osubo. When their reign of terror. Before Adini, we had one we used to call Oyenusi. If you have had Obi song, Emma Fuju, Liwo, Kini Tentu, Edo Magali, Nikebawi. I want to remember that lyrics of that song. People that remember Oyenusi. Our armed robbers, first set of armed robbers that were executed in Nigeria. Look, the truth of the matter is that when the going was good for them, they were enjoying it. When they were caught, they owned up. Oyenusi was never broken. Never, you will see him even smiling to the stake. Those days of firing squad. So, if you do the crime, be ready to do the time. If politicians fail, let us hold the politicians accountable, responsible. And the one that does well, let's praise them. At least let's acknowledge what they have done, their contributions in every facet of life. People excel. some people at one point, other people will excel at another point. It does not mean that one winner or one that can excel are taking over the excelling of the other. No. The easiest job in Nigeria now is to be a critic. The easiest job is to be a critic. Everybody can decide. We have to move away from that if we actually want to make positive and meaningful contribution to the growth of Nigeria. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bishop. Yeah, do you want me to run you through the topic, Bishop?
Say that again.
Yeah, do you want me to run you through the topics of
No,
today?
I think it's Remy. I spoke.
Yeah, Remy. Yeah, Remy. Yeah, Remy. Is Remy there?
Yeah, I'm there.
I
You
don't.
can go
Yeah,
ahead.
Remy. Yes, yeah. I think Buhari is giving Tinubu some kudos. He has run the country for a month. What do you think? Are they doing paddy stuff?
Well, what do you expect from him? He cannot just criticize the president. He's no more the president now. But actually, to be frank with you, Nigeria is a very complex country to rule. Everybody knows the truth. It's not easy to rule a country that has so many diverse interests, while majority of the people are not nationalistic in nature. Everybody just think about what is good for me or what I can give for it for my people, not for the whole country itself. So you have to balance it one way or the other. And considering we are doing democracy, so you can't. So it's a tough call, but let's hope that the president that is now here today, let's hope that at the end of the day, he will also do his wonders and the country move ahead. Because me, I see government as a container. No matter how you badmouth Buhari, if not for Buhari, you will not have that standard gauge line from Lagos to Ibadan. And so many of the road construction and so many things, you now have a lot of money pumping into the military where they buy new Tucano jets, so many hardware and so many things. He has done his own part. There are some parts he did not do very well, especially about security. And then the issue about economy, he didn't do very well. But there are some other things that he has done. And he has performed wonderfully well in some aspects, and others when he has failed. So we have a new president. Let him also embark. He must have his own legacy because no matter what you can say, when you talk about Buhari, he also done a lot of good things in that country. Though unfortunately, for the last 8 years, the economy is not good. So he has been there, and you know that it's not an usual thing. So him commending Tinubu is okay. So let's hope that Tinubu also do his wonders and perform very well for the whole country. That's what I have to say about that one.
Oh yeah, so thank you. Enigmatic today brought us some light on Peter Obi's achievements. It's really yeah, it's really it's very
But
detailed.
General Thomas,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think one thing that the obedience need to learn is humans don't like if you appear too perfect. Even the loss of power is there. Don't appear too perfect. If you appear too perfect, you will repel people. I mean, unless you have fanatics that will support you regardless. But this making Obi look like he has no flaws, I think, is to his own political. It's
See,
detrimental to his own
they
political
couldn't bring
future.
some data to us that Obi did more than Fashola. It is just not that ridiculous.
Was he able to explain it though?
He brought us all these
No.
obedient.
He's wanted to bring up data, but was he able to analyze and critically explain and
But
explain to the people?
you always know that all these human index is unable to explain anything.
That's my point. If I just throw data at you or numbers at you and I'm unable to explain to you what it means, so what's the point of presenting the data then? So you just like concocted, you just bring something from your cocoon somewhere and just say, look at this. See, no, explain it to me. What does it mean? If you cannot explain it, then there's no point bringing numbers up. So, but my whole thing with the obedience is, please, the man is not perfect. That is what you have to admit first. This idea that it has no flaws, going to somebody's burial and taking up, let's just call it what it Thomas. The man is is a whore for attention. Attention whore number one. Yes, I said it. I said it. It's an attention whore. Whoring for attention at somebody's burial is disgraceful. I'm sorry. It's a shame. Even if your fans are edging you on, you're supposed to like just wave them down, right, Remy? If I go somewhere and my fans like, oh, you're supposed to just calm, like guys, not now. Don't do
this is a ceremony.
Yeah, you wave them down, you flag them down. Don't do that.
Over for the disease.
Yeah, but you stood up waving hands like it's all about you. No, it's not about you.
At the end of the day, it's going to meet its way. You are going to see what is going to happen. If it contested under Labour or whatever, you are going to see what is going to happen. Nigeria will reject him totally. It will be disgrace at the end of the day.
Omar, worse now with the kind of work Tinubu is doing with them in the central. Forget Southwest. That is.
And apart from that one, his own people, the elite in the Southeast, they let him have a way. They let it have a way this time around, because some of them lost their position because of his movement. In the next 4 years, it's not going to happen anymore. And go and write it down. Even that Anambra, that's the widow will win that second time, whether by hook or sick. It's not going to be easy to just bring any candidate like that and they'll be shouting Labour. It's not going to be easy like that. They just let him have his way because they know what they are doing. And this is the man that will condemn everybody. And you went ahead and bought more than 1,000 vehicles for different kinds of people during your 8 years tenure. For God's sake. You are the one that bought 400 vehicles for Unison or from your Unison. Even if from Nigeria. How much did you pay for each vehicle? You have about 153 traditional rulers there, but you bought 400. Where are the rest? A lot of corruption going on. I think people are just dogmatic. I'm not. So when I also criticize him, he has his flaw. He is also corrupt, but I will not say he's a Mr. Saint. Like once you step your foot or your feet into politics, you are no more clean anymore. Because politics is about interest. You have to manage everybody's interest because you need this man because he's a big man in one community or people believe in him. So he has his own interest. How do you manage everything? So nobody can tell me a politician is clean anywhere in the world because it's all about interest. And those interests, you need their vote. Then you have to do something to make them follow you and support you. But unfortunately for our people, some people, they won't say the reality, they won't say the truth. Now look at what happened before one man stepped out. They were trying to ask Obi to come in. I was expecting people like Ekene, people like Rational Mind, people, all of them that support Obi. Why can't you go and talk to him and bring him into this platform? Why one man? Does he even know Ekene? Does Obi even know who is Ekene or who is the Rational Mind? They asked Rational Mind, you to go to Dr. Damage's forum and go and ask him. He said, no, it will be true. See that kind of man. And you'll be shouting and you go and invite him. You are his people. Go and bring him to this platform. You don't need to. In fact, if one man wants to bring that man to this platform, it is people like Ekene that should champion it. Because you are part of Labour Party member. And all those people in the comment section, they're always right, blah, blah, blah. Why don't you talk to him and bring him to this platform? Why should you force? And I don't like the way Babajano is trying to force one man to go. No! If one man go to Dr. Damage and Dr. Damage does not allow him to ask that kind of question, what will happen? This is not something so easy because they have their interests. They know what they're doing. Everybody know what they're doing.
Obi is not going to come to this platform. And it is shameful that people like Damage that it has a video that Thomas always plays towards the end of the show exposing Peter Obi, but so, all of a sudden he has turned in obedience now. You know, come on.
Is it Dr. David? Is it not?
Yeah.
What's his guy's name?
Rudolph now.
Rudolph, really?
You remember Bishop? You know Thomas? They played towards the end of the show.
I know that one.
But now he has forgotten all those videos.
Really? That's what I said when I spoke earlier on. that I have an article. I think I gave it to Thomas one day. I wanted us to read it. Some people did not allow us. Oh, it was mine. They did not allow us to read that.
Bishop, when you join obedience, your sins are forgiven.
You know, there was this article that was written by Dibe. I mean, I see that article. There were tweets that people that are not supporting Obi with everything that they said about him just 10 years ago. So what happened between that when Obi unarguably is one of the worst governors because I know Anambra State. I remember many months ago when I first came here and Kele was proving to me that I don't know Anambra State. I said, so what? Where in Anambra do you want me to know before you believe that I know Anambra State? I know Oka, I know Onitsha, I know Kudewi very well. Everywhere, you know, the small villages, I know Eflobia, I know Nibo, I know Amman. So where do you want me to go in Anambra before you know that I know Anambra? I used to go to
Bishop, sorry to interject. So Bishop, you can see that people can be bought with two things: money and also tribal. That Dr. Damages, sometimes I also follow him when Sarah Reporter was there. Me, from day one, I already know that they are using this thing for their own interest also. Then, after about a few years, what do you see? Showore want to become Nigerian president from Sahara Reporter. What do you say about Dr. Damages? He changed Donny Obi, the cash out. It's a way to cash out. So everybody's about interest.
I'm really surprised that Damages, I don't know, I've never been to Spain.
No,
but I'm really surprised that Damages is disobedient.
That is the truth of it. Everybody uses to cash out. Look at the way they cash out. A lot of them cash out through the labor movement. They are buying mansion, buying a
let's listen to this.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka Government House, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about it? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know. The man that he's now fighting, you know? Remember? Yes, no. I know. Of course. Did he talk about, what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No? Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No? Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No? But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't? Why? It must be an omission.
Bishop, do you see that? Now, all of a sudden, that he forgot all those ones now. He can't do no wrong anymore.
I have been
you know what?
And they will tell you it's because and they tell you that it has nothing to do with tribal. That's not the reason why. It's like it's not a tribal or anything. That is just. I'm like,
all of them, pretending. See that Dr. Damage is natural because he really cash out big time. He cash out big time. And they're saying, and also tribal is also there. And one thing I know is this. I'm not bad matching the Southeasterners, they can support their man. But we Yorubas, because we are too liberal, some of us think because we are poly, everything is tribal. You also support your man. So if a lot of Yoruba are also supporting that, don't blame them. And those ones that support will be and vote for him. Have they now seen the truth? I hope now the cookie has come to crumble. Everybody see the truth. Because our Yoruba always say we are liberal. Oh, Tinubu is too old. Obi, let's give it a chance. But so be not a former governor of a number state, and you are telling us a new breed. And I'm thinking if we want a new breed, we can bring people like Mogaluna, people that have not taken this is a new breed. We are bringing out the same set of people, and you are telling me to us that they are safe. That guy is an opportunist, and he used it very well in the last election. But unfortunately, he cannot take him to the promised land. That is quite unfortunate. So this time around, the one thing I like what happened in Nigeria in that last election is that the new election, nobody is going to talk about religion anymore. So that means if you have a Southern president, he can also take a Southern Christian deputy, what do you call it, vice president. Nobody is going to make a cry like before. Things have changed, and that is good because religion is one of the problems of that country. And you can see their okay daddy tape promising them that they will never regret if you become president. Let's assume Obi is the president today. Wala will don't bust in that country. Because I don't know how he's going to do it. Is he going to be saving money? They will impeach him within 1 or 2 months. So what? I don't. Sometimes I don't know. Some people just think policy is just easy like that. You just go there. The power just give to you like that, just like that. But I don't know. We can go back to his PGP and become a vice president. And if you do that, you lose a lot of followers also. What can you do? Float your own party. You don't want to float your own party. In this party, there's a lot of corruption in the Labour Party. People are just cashing in out, and you also cash in. You cash out also. Oh my God, it's quite pathetic. And you can see some in the comment section. Even I have a friend. The guy introduced Mayegun to me. I only listened to Mayegun for 10 seconds and I stopped listening because that 10 seconds is full of lies. Hatred and lies. I never listened.
No.
That, I lost that friend. I mean, because of that
It's been on Mayegun has been online for like close to 15 years. It's been there for a long time.
Yes, so cash out to everybody.
Yeah, you just found a new market to, if you're selling and bashing your body that if you buy man bashing it online sells, it's a new money making machine online now in that space. So you just exploit that, and it's also a politician himself, unknown to many people. I've said it on the platform. He used to be a member of the Green Party in Ogun State, so he's always been anti-establishment in his own way. So he works for him. So so that's his own need. So and he makes money off of it. So I don't blame him for making money off it also. So it is what it is. Mountain, just don't come at me pretending like you are fair and balanced and objective. That's what I don't want to hear. That you're tribal. Then you then project that onto others just to hide your own bigotry. Just don't do that.
I understand that. It just irritates me when they are just can we say Obi doesn't portray himself as a holy person? I think obedience are the ones that are really pushing him to some maybe some holiness space that he doesn't even belong to because
No, Thomas. It's a narrative they are selling, and they are lucky because they have the Biafran agitators. Those agitators joined them. The NSAS, the young people, especially in the southwest of Nigeria, especially in the south or southwest of Nigeria, let's say in the south, they also think, okay, we don't want Atiku. They are the same thing like Buhari and Tinubu is also hold, and Tinubu Sin is the one that brought Buhari to governance. So it's like all of them. He used that opportunity way, which I don't blame him. He used it, and they also use religious factor. Nigeria divide between Muslim and Christian. He used all those, and they have a good propaganda machine. Then, luckily for them, online is also the wave of the moment, and the social media, they use it very well. And before you do it, voila. And some people they cannot cajole, they give them dollars. Like most of these influencers, they give them money to go and be selling the narrative online. That's what they did. It's as simple as you say. And they brought in some people, they think people like them, like that Aisha Yusuf that is covering there, but it's also
dancing queen. Dancing queen.
So they pull it together. But now after the election, people's eyes don't open. I beg Gary, go and sit down. Everybody go their own way. But some of them that are smart already cash out. That Aisha Yusuf also cash out in a big way. You cannot lie. She cannot lie. She does not cash out. Everybody cash out. So they use people. So one thing I want people to realize is that every politician have his own interest, and he will use you to gain whatever he wants. So if people realize that one, that is why in the developed country, it's always very difficult to use people, because most of the people are well learned and they can read between the lines. Although some will still follow you, but not majority like that. So that is why here or where you live, that is why it's not so easy that you can just say people just be following dogmatically like that. It's not easy because people are well learned and they know what they want and they can read between the lines. They can know where you are going. You cannot go to America and be talking to them in a religious line or tribal line. They already know what you want, so they won't follow you. So they know what but in Nigeria, still that kind of thing is still there because the literacy level is not very high. And the tribalist policies we place there, then upon each religion, it's over.
But Remy, the obedience for Obi follower call themselves obedient. Are they not looking themselves in the mirror? 2019, this same Obi and Atiku was in the same thicket. They call Atiku a thief. Did Obi want to tell me that he doesn't know that Atiku bought the delegate in PDP to attain that ticket?
Yeah,
He doesn't want to tell me that he doesn't know that Atiku is a corrupt man.
You know what happened? Unfortunately, for most of our young people in Nigeria, they don't have the opportunity to really do research, to know the history of the country. Everybody when you go and ask them, why do you supporting Obi? Nobody gave a reason. Most times you say, my friend is supporting him, so I also support him. And I don't want old people. Atiku is old, Tinubu is old. That's why they're supporting him. Okay? They don't know nothing. And because of this, they don't even have experience. Like they have never voted before. This is their first time of voting, or this is their first time. So they see him as the Messiah, and everybody just follow dogmatically, just like that. So, but unfortunately, when the results start trickling in and they see they are losing, they started shedding tears. It's a lot of, and unfortunately, the psyche and orientation of Nigeria is so bad, so terrible nowadays that it's very difficult for you to even have a very good conversation with a young adult in Nigeria. You will see when you want to have conversation with them within 1 or 2 minutes, he or she already loses interest or she does not know what to say. So the generation shift, and only those of them that are really well learned and can use the technology very well and they know what they are, those ones are the ones that are excelling. Majority of the people just want to follow the bandwagon. I want to blow, I want to do this or something like that. So, and the country itself, because of mismanagement for several years, so many trouble. So sometimes they are also in a dilemma. They don't know what they want. They are confused. They don't know. Everybody just rely on the government. Nobody want to think about what can I do with my hand. Only few of them that know what to do with their hand or being creative. That those ones that are excelling. The rest.
Good morning.
Oh, Ganyu
Good
Baba.
morning, man.
Wow.
Good morning, Ekaro. Good morning, everybody.
Yeah,
That's
good morning.
yeah. Where you just going now is where I'm afraid of. You see, all the things that Enigmatic just said, because I need to know Enigmatic so I
Sorry
can
for
have.
cutting you. Enigmatic was quoting date, quoting names, street,
Yeah,
area.
yeah. That's what I'm even saying. I need all those documents because 2027 is coming. A lot of Yoruba children, they have gone astray. They don't know anything anymore. You understand? They don't know anything
You have gone
anymore
astray.
because of the narrative disobedient, obedient people are pushing to them. You understand? And I don't want Yoruba to make any mistake again. All these things Tinubu is doing now, they see him is not doing anything. No matter what Tinubu will do, if he likes, he cut his head for the Southeast people. No Yoruba man, they will never accept it. So now I know that Animatic know a lot. I wish him. I don't mind to fund it. We need a pamphlet to print everywhere and educate most of our Yoruba youth. That's all I want to say. Thank you so much.
That was the
To educate them in terms of keeping the values, or what the way they should behave in the political space, or what angle are you coming
Yes,
at this?
to educate them, to let them know the real facts of what's going on. Because
Janil, but I think their eyes open even
yeah,
before. I think before the
Thomas, tí ojú bá là
not
is
all of
one
them.
thing. But you know,
Not all of them.
your eyes can open, but if care is not taken, you can close back again. Kiloma keep
Not all
ojú
of
yẹn
them.
open. That's what he's saying. Something to keep
Yes,
that attention there.
exactly.
Tójú bá là
Exactly.
is one thing, but kó kí ojú yẹn kó là kó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ náà là náà just kó lè ríran. That's it.
Exactly.
Òǹpẹ Thomas ojú mi àlà àrí pé ojú yìí need glasses kó lè rìn dáadáa. So tó bá nídìí àgbàgò fún ẹ. Tó bá nídìí iṣẹ́ abẹ wọn á ṣiṣẹ́ abẹ fún ẹ. That's what it is. That's it.
But I think when the Rose Vivo issue came on in Lagos, I think when this narrative of Lagos is no man's land, I think some of them, their eyes open. I can say that. That's why the vote in Lagos changed. You know, the presidency came first before the governorship. So I think some of them, their eyes open. And even later, when some of them saw the insult on Yoruba, on their own ethnic group, some of them, their eyes are a little bit open. At least I can say that. Few, maybe few, not all. Is anyone hearing me?
Yeah,
Yes.
we are.
Yeah, I
You are
mean,
right. You are totally
yeah,
right.
I think most of them got the memo. I mean, I won't say most, but the majority, like maybe more than half, got the memo. But there's some that will tell you, well, okay, I see what you're saying, but Obi is different from every one of them. He's not one of those people, and they don't see the impending danger of even putting him in office or the impact it's going to have on the Southwest.
But we dodge bullets. We really dodge bullets. Oh my God, we really dodge bullets. This guy, he could
No,
have been the
if
most.
he has won, in fact, Nigeria will be in a big crisis now. Because how would you now, all these people, how to control them? They will do whatever they want. And he, as the president, will want to protect them. So how is it going to be? There will be a big, in fact, maybe it's going to be a big crisis. I know that one for sure. But what I just want to know is that the Yoruba people should learn. You, the Southern side, you voted for your son 90%. You even threaten other people not to vote for any other party in your area. And our people, because of liberalism, oh, we're elegant. No, it's okay. Everybody have the right to vote for whatever, which is normal. I think it's a high opener. What happened during that governorship elections that they trooped back more? Look at the interval, the difference between Sanwo-Olu vote and that Bible. It's more than 500,000 votes. Where are they during the presidential election? Some of them folded their hands because they have sold it to them that Tinubu is extremely old, he will soon die. They have sold it to them that is so corrupt. So a lot of them didn't step out of their house, they didn't vote. Because if they have come out that day like they did for Sanwo-Olu, will Obi win? They won't win Lagos. But I like it that way. It shows that at least the election is free and fair in Lagos. And what were counted and they won. I cannot see that election that Tinubu will win. If Tinubu win in Anambra, do you think they will accept it the way we accepted it? They won't. And they will fight back. They will say it was rigged. That's what they will complain about.
Yeah, but they still said, Remy, so Obi wins in Lagos. That one was not rigged.
No, I know what I'm trying to say. Other way around.
Oh, yeah.
If Tinubu win in Anambra, do you think they will accept it? They will not accept it now. They will say, Buhari rig it for him. That's what I'm trying to say. He won in Lagos, fine, and we accepted. What do you call it? Atiku won in Osun. It's okay. Tinubu also won in some northern states. But did Atiku or Tinubu won in any of the southeast states?
You know.
Why is only the vote from that state?
Remy, is the inability to decipher basic math. I've always told my friends from that part of the country, it's not the Igbo man that you like that will win. It's the Igbo man we like that will win. That's what they don't understand. It's just no. Thomas, it's a numbers game. It's not the Igbo guy that you like. It is the Igbo that we like. That is the person that's going to win. So until you can find me somebody from your area that we can all vote for.
The rest is the determinants. We are the determinants. We will determine who will win.
Yeah, we will determine we determine the success that will win. That is just it's a numbers game. But you can't bully me to vote for who I don't want to vote from that part of the area. And if you don't like the kind of Igbo man that I like, then you don't get to have somebody from the side to win. I said it. I said, give me Ngozi, give me Soludo, give me that. What is the name of the former VP of the CBN? I will vote for them.
Mogalu.
Yeah. Mogalu, yes. Yeah, Bishop.
The truth of the matter is this. Many people will not realize the damage they have done to that brand until the next election and subsequent years to come. Look, what they have simply done, the damage is very deep because he gets into the psyche of other people. And not only Obi already is the damaged product, whatever anybody wants to say. So going further, he will just damage himself more. But he has spoiled the path for other Igbo people that are coming behind him to want to throw their heart into the ring. That's the damage he's done. So
Bishop,
Obi has not brought any bad. He has not added any value by this nonsense that he has put up. When the chiefs are really down and don't carry the majority of that, that's when people that will know, because the reasonable ones among them know. It's just the anything goes bandwagon effect. And that's why any person that has any sense should read some of those open that whatever
right up.
Yeah, that is right up. And read it to understand, not just because you want to throw Soludo. And it's amazing when supposedly educated people are disparaging the qualification, the academic qualification, and the prowess.
And Bishop, what did he do? Because he wrote an op-ed against Peter Obi, their God and Savior. And he was even telling the truth now. He was giving them political lessons.
And some people will come and call him names and disparage him and claim that Peter Obi was the bank chairman, my food. If I tell them how many people in the Southwest that did not go beyond primary 6 that became bank chairman, it is a function of how many shares you have. I mean, anybody, if I mention Ken and Cabot Bank, if anybody has, you know what I'm talking about. Anybody read Ken and Abel?
Oh, the Bible story. Huh?
No. Ken and Abel. Everybody read Ken and Abel?
Yes. Yes.
You read Ken and Abel? Then you will know Ken and Cabot Bank.
Yes.
So that somebody became a bank chairman, I mean, and we are flaunting it as if he ruled or he ran a bank. Peter Obi did not run a bank. He did not. But it is what it is. So my submission on that is that the damage that is done to that space will not be felt now. It is not until the next election.
No, even Bishop, you know, I know Buhari has been seen as an ethnic and religious bigot, but Obi comes close because the way he stroked that religious tension in the Southwest, I have never seen that in the Southwest before. Southwest, we've never done that before, where we stroke religious tensions amongst ourselves. Families fighting because of Peter Obi, churches divided because of one man. That never happens in the Southwest, and the way that guy did that in Southwest, to me, is unforgivable.
Which ones? Repeat that again, please.
The religious, weaponizing religion. You know, in the Southwest, that doesn't come up. Man divide, we have issues, but can you say big deal to the point where you make it a big deal?
Of course.
But the way he kind of brought the church together and trying to stroke that tension. Half of your body is Muslim, so if you're like doing that over break of family in your churches in here now, I'm like, why would you do that?
I listened to Peter Obi's interview with what's this guy say? I listened to Peter Obi's interview with Charles, and he was asking him about that. What do you call it? That Yes Daddy video. And if you listen to his defense, it was so that they have said something about him, he wants to leave it at that. Did you have that conversation or did you not? And the man too, of course, because you know where he panders to, accepted it like that. And some people we were here the day that something came out, and you will imagine how some people were trying to twist that conversation. They first said no, it was manipulated. That somebody, when they said hello, and I was listening, I began to wonder, are we like this? Are we really like this? And people were twisting and manipulating. The same people we see here today. Well, it's okay. I pray that time will come that we'll still be there to analyze the damage that
you know, Bishop. I tried to even give him a second chance after the elections. I thought he has something that it was building that was very organic. I was giving the Obedience Space Labour Party movement a chance. But when I started to ask Obedience more questions, and they made it clear to me that, listen, we don't give a damn about the Labour Party. We go anywhere Obi wants to go. That means they're not willing to build anything. They don't want to build any party. Even if it goes, if you want to have, if you say you want to change Nigeria, that means you must be willing to put in the work to build a political structure. And you have a name that is widely known globally. The Labour Party anywhere in the world has that brand already. So it's for you to do the work. But do you know what's happening, Bishop? If they grow the Labour Party, that means they must invite everybody into that party from all parts of the country, and they don't want to do that. So, for anybody else, that's why they can't grow.
Look, whether we are ashamed or we are bold to say it, Peter Obi destroyed Labour Party. He made Labour Party a Igbo party. And then that's all. You don't know what. He made Labour Party to a Igbo party.
Arabadi said it now. They were putting leaders Igbos in the north. They are putting Igbos.
But Thomas and Bishop, my point is that if they were actually sincere, they would, even people like me would give a Labour Party a chance just to see what they have to offer. They would have gotten more people to come into that party. If you say you want to change Nigeria for the way you claim that you want to change Nigeria for the better, if you're really sincere, then you will not be going in that direction like Bishop was talking about. You will not be doing that.
If your B is wise, why will you be putting an Igbo man to be leading a party in the north? And you want them to vote for you. And you claim you won the election.
You see, the one man, the one man I will call the Nostradamus of our day. You know who that person is? Most unlikely character. And that is Reno Omokri. Right before onset, right from the onset, brother, Reno Omokri said Tinubu is sponsoring Peter Obi to scuttle PDP's chance. That he's sending people to Peter Obi and he's encouraging him from underground so that Peter Obi can run and split
Atiku's chance.
Now, Joe Biden used to say something. When you jogate, who has a message? At the end of the day, doesn't it look like that? Because that was the biggest choker.
Bishop, clearly surprising me. Normally, Nigerian political arrangement, if your candidate is from the south, then the chairman of the party will be from the north. Abi Thomas, that's the arrangement. But this one, you have but you now have both of them from the south, and you now want the north to vote for you. I don't know what they were thinking.
And they were now using, so everything just worked against them. Going into that election without reconciling that fraud, it was a no-brainer. And somebody said, I won the election, I'm going to prove it. And all he was looking for is how somebody carried cocaine in Chicago, or how somebody was not properly nominated.
Bishop, sorry to interject. Is it not in this platform that people like Rational Mind and all of them said, we have agents all over Nigeria, we have everything? After the election, they did not have the agent, they did not pay for the agent, they did not do nothing.
Even Obi said he gave almost a billion naira for them to pay polling agents. Apparently, the money did not get to them because those people, they work for free now. When you're debate now.
Rational Man has said will be one landslide in the north. Rational Man and Pastor. But remember when Sheukuti criticized Obi? When they started attacking the guy.
And
that's why I respect that guy, man. The guy don't count out to the guy give it back to them, man. Because he criticized your Obi and you started attacking the guy.
Hey, Obi can do no wrong now. Mr.
But those guys, they disappointed me, man. Those P Square. I mean, I was their fan, man. Until that point, you guys, I thought you guys grew up outside of Igbo land, and you are still this Igbotic where you don't have sense.
I said, Mike, I said one day in the night I was on the train. I spent the whole night. I was looking. That was long before now. I made that comment. I was looking for Peter Obi's interview. I listened to about 5 or 6 of his interviews. Very open-minded. I was just trying to be objective, to critically analyze it. And I found it to be completely empty. And I have no apologies. I listened to him. You will ask a question, you will just, cram some unnecessary. The only time we were cramming figures and facts and quotations when the people were running for student union, whatever, and in the coaches of, those ones are even more coherent than what Peter was quoting. Because all you need to do is just subject them to just some slight scrutiny, and everything will just fall like the back of hand.
The guy was not saying anything.
It was not articulate. It was nothing. The presentation was not logical, and yet some people are packaging the fraud that the effective is not created in.
And Mike, I was saying earlier, you see what they did at the burial ceremony? Is he wakekeeping or bear wedding? I don't even know. Even if somebody is hailing you, but even if no matter why wave on down, guys don't do that. You don't stand up and say thank you. I wave your clone wave. No, it's not about you. Attention whoring. Boy. I'm sorry.
No. It's coming 2027.
Wrote about Peter Obi and what's that name? With KBB. It's not really this one. It will happen again. It will happen again. That's where it will happen. Simply that it doesn't happen. Right? It don't happen. Look at the kind of.
Are you sure? You are liberal people now.
No.
You are liberal people.
No. We are on guard. All of them do as you want. Look at the nonsense that is going on in those states. Look at the kind of nonsense. You cannot intervene in Edo because Edo is not Lagos. Also, John can come and intervene in those states. The same way some people wanted to intervene in Lagos, but nobody can intervene in Edo.
There's a difference between Edo obedience and other.
One time, you remember during when Oni of Ife, when the guy went to Nubu one, Oni of Ife now said, okay, you support the government that's in power, and then on that show, that Edo Watch on Naija Watch, they were just insulting Oni of Ife, all of them.
Adeboye said I should pray for the president to succeed. Did you see the reaction? Did you see the reaction of some of these people?
So they were, Richard, I'm even going somewhere, Seth. They were in pure pouring insult. Only of Ife, both the South people, the Southeast, all of them on that show, right? So later on now, Oba of Benin now also said the same thing. Like, okay, they now support the government. Do you know that the day one man brought this topic here? One Piece was threatening that if anybody on this show don't open their mouth. Remember that day now? He was threatening everybody.
Yeah, Mike, you are right.
Remember that day now?
Oh, God.
That is why he wants to create his own platform. Wow.
If you see the way, I mean, the lock the guy, the lock he had that day was that I respect Oba Vini, and he's a man I will never insult. You understand? If it was more about I didn't like, I forgive him to him that day. Say, But I just like, no, it's not because of you. It's not because you are threatening me. But it's because I respect your Oba Vini. It's not about I can disrespect. That's the only reason. But one piece of just saying, if any of you open your mouth today. I'm like, oh my God, calm down. Calm down. I say, man, but your own brothers, when they were doing it, you didn't call on their show to go and warn them, like, oh, you guys should not be doing that.
It's what is obedience. I don't think, is he really obedient? I think he's obedient leaning, but I don't think he's fully obedient.
What is kind of in the middle, it's not.
We will play the devil's advocate, stay in the middle. It's that kind. It's like to me, sometimes it behaves like a chameleon. Stay to the right, stay to the left. We are already aware every time you will criticize the government.
No, to be fair, One Piece is balanced. It's balanced. It's no, I don't think I have.
It's kind of like
it's balanced.
I think the point Mike was making is that when you abuse people that people revere in their own culture, like you go against Oyinka, you go against. I might not be a fan of Adeboye, but you insult him, you or Fife. Then you now say vote for me in the next 4 years. Who's going to vote for you? I say forget the 100K you got in your state. That's gone. Forget Lagos. If I forget Southwest for Obi in the next 4 years, it's not going to happen. Even that South, maybe the middle belt, the way Tinubu is going in the middle belt with this agri thing and livestock thing in the middle belt. Forget that one too. Forget Northeast. Forget Northwest. So where is the vote coming from?
But you know this pastor Tunde Bakari. You know the guy may want preach one sermon one day. The guy say, "Oh, today you have to pray for the Igbos." The guy say because Sadana, what's his name? Not Sadana, the prime minister, Tafa Balewa. He said before the man died. The man lay a curse on them. Saying, I'm like this guy.
No.
He's indirectly insulting them.
No, you mean before they killed him? That was before they killed him.
Yeah, he said before they were killing him. He said the guy lay a curse on them. That nobody from your tribe ever rule this country. You know. But I mean, come on now. I know the guy was indirectly trying to. And this was like really campaign. Like when the obedient were all insulting everybody, the guy could see through their. He could see like down the line that this guy is sabotaging himself. So the guy was like, "Oh, we have to pray for these Igbos." But the guy didn't want to go straight to the point because he don't want to lose the most of the congregation like Igbos.
Why do you think him? Why do you think him serious?
I want to ask you guys one question. Is it not the same Bakari? Is it not Pastor Oyedepo that support Obi? Also better, is it not better do pastor? Is it not the same that better do she went to that pastor and said,
"Oh, you mean
I want to be a minister, okay? I'm just trying to juxtapose this pastor sometimes. You supported Obi, and another when Tinubu won, one of your people also go to you to pray for her so that she can become a minister. You also do the same thing. So you can see this is the pastor politician. God is the only one that knows who is truly worshiping.
But by the way, Remy and Mike, do you remember that iPod pastor? Has the guy been picked up yet?
Nah, I don't think Tinubu is going to be picking people up. I don't think that's what.
Did they have any house in Anambra? We are control. They should have picked the guy up already. I'm sorry, he's been doing it for a while now. They should have picked him up.
Tinubu is like a liberal, like a Ajani Kuku kind of, I don't think he will be picking people up.
Baba Ajani Kuku always preach free social welfare.
But Remy, you must have flourishing companies to pay taxes to pay for those services now.
So
if you're not paying, where do you think the Oyinbos get the money for welfare from? It's from big companies that they are funding now.
Those people that have that poverty mindset, I call it poor mentality. I don't like having conversation with them. It's just like usually when I see around people, like I just get up and walk away because I'm the kind of person I want to get somewhere in life. I believe in progress. Like progressive thinking. How can we build things? When you sit down with me and start talking about something that's not about what are you building? We have to have conversation about building a country. And you're talking about giving handouts to people. How's that a progressive conversation? So you just irritate me. Like, why are you here talking about welfare? You should be talking about how we can strategize building a country. Maybe invest in this, invest in capital. Just talk about investing in people that have talent or something like that. Don't come and be talking about giving money to some people having babies. What kind of conversation is that?
I would have loved a situation whereby they can tax your foreign income. Like people like Babajai could make a lot of money in America. Nigeria got a hold of him, tax it, okay? That's like America.
Let's see that love of country now. See, I will pay my tax. I will pay my Nigerian tax from abroad. Let's see how much he loves.
You know what I know about Jale Goku? He doesn't show love for Nigeria. He doesn't talk about bad mouth Nigeria. Things they say about Nigeria is almost like he almost want to say he doesn't wish the country well. But the only thing he care about is how they can give welfare to all the poor people. So the same country don't wish to progress. If the country doesn't progress, now how can where would they a failed country? Where would they get the money to now be giving your poor people the handout that you're talking about? You know, it's so negative about Nigeria.
Is anybody following events in Haiti? Hello?
Following what?
Events in Haiti.
Oh, the country Haiti.
Yes.
I know they have a lot of problems, and their president was was killed. Like, was it 2021?
No, we're talking of now. Today.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a gang. They say gangs have taken over the country, sir.
And that's the kind of country that some people were. That's the kind of thing some people were wishing on Nigeria. Haiti is already in fact.
You know, Bishop, you know what's really funny, right? You know this country, Congo. Like literally, I had this extensive study on that country, and I literally met with Congolese. I've been in their community. These people, they reason just like Southeasterners. I'm sorry, that's their mentality. Almost like 5 or 6 major tribe, they all reason the same way. Imagine like Yorubas, everybody reasoning that the same way the Southeasterners reasoning. You understand? Nigeria would look like Congo, like that, my way or the highway kind of thing. That's the way all the regional reason. Congo, their first civil war was before Nigerian civil war, and they're still fighting civil wars today. Like Congo is supposed to termed as the richest country in the world in terms of mineral resources, like even way more richer than Nigeria, and they are the poorest country in Africa. The poorest, but yet people will say, "Look at Nigeria." I think Nigeria we are still number 1 in Africa, in almost every category of things. But people will still say, "Oh, this and that." Look at Congo now, and that's the way all these obedient, all these people reason. The Congolese mentality: everything must destroy, must burn it down. The one disagree on that country is war. Different rebel faction all over the place. Just
do you remember that? What's his name? Chibuz or whatever. That when he burnt like that 20 or 40 buses in Lagos because of the Lekito Gate thing. You know, he's in jail now for how many years? Is it 15 years, Bishop? That Southeast guy that went and burned down buses. That violent nature of just burning everything down. Yeah. So is that attitude, like Mike is saying?
That's the way Congolese reason. Are those people? I've interacted with them. Many of them. They just want everything burned down, and the country Congo has been in flame for the past since independence. That country is just a shithole, man. They're supposed to be the richest country in the world, but they are the poorest in Africa. In fact, they're one of the poorest in the world, to the point where Rwanda is now taking their resources, Paul Kagame is taking their resources, using it to build Rwanda, and they are crying like, because you guys are foolish. You don't have brain. You don't have sense. I'm interacting with Congolese. You think you're talking to Igbo people? I'm telling you, I literally were in their community, and when I interact with them, like, they just reason like Southeasterners. Maybe that's where Igbo people migrated from. I don't know. The same mentality. Everything must burn down. If it doesn't go my way, it must burn it down.
How do you justify an Nnamdi Kanu and expect Yoruba to queue up behind what's the Igbo? And people will be and they will be praising Igbo. And I look at the number of people, and majority of them are Easterners, Southeasterners, praising Igbo. That Igbo is our savior. Because some people are Nnamdi Kanu is our savior. How can we queue up behind the Nnamdi Kanu in the Southwest for crying out loud? Even if it was from me, if you actually was from the Southwest, how can I? And everybody was seeing him as a Messiah. I think you have to wonder, what happened to us? What happened to school that people have? What happened to education? And I will queue up behind something go over.
And illiterate.
I can't imagine. Even if I want to fight secession war, I will fight it based on some, proven ideologies. And I'll be very tactical about it. Not just to be following one rabble rouser. That is very shoulder pad is calling bulletproof. And yet you express your views and opinion, and some people will pick you up. they begin to attack you. So the man will do initially. Why can't you be democratic about our opinions? There is a long way to go. They have a long way. Peter Obi, the Nigerian presidency is a mirage. You know, there's this man that used to say this song about highway. The faster you go, the longer the road becomes. It becomes a mirage. You think you are almost there. You know, I'm almost there. But you know, that's how I see opportunity. Mike, what did you bring this evening now?
Yeah.
What did you bring on this evening?
You say what I bring on?
Yes, sir.
In terms of waiting. In terms of what? You know what? You know what? For this, I want to talk about this image of Nigeria, the way they are destroying it. Baba T, you live in the U. I mean, you guys live in the US there now.
Yeah,
like few years ago, you remember how Nigeria was becoming the coolest thing? Like
right.
becoming the we're becoming the coolest thing to people. Everybody started to think like Nigeria is one great country, things like that, like Americans now.
Right.
All of a sudden, you notice like nowadays, like people are beginning to like see Nigeria as one terrible place.
Mike, I was even saying before you came in, a white guy on YouTube came online to caution Nigerians from even back in their own country. It's like enough is enough. A white person, no. Because he had to come on YouTube. Like, come on, guys.
I was interacting with one Gambian guy. His name is Afridamos. Even Jude was there like a few days ago where I was on his platform. And the guy was telling me that in Nigeria, there's going to be a coup. There's going to be a coup. I'm like, no, it's not going to be a coup. He's like, what are you talking about? I said, there's no. He said even the former dictator said, there's a former general, a former dictator said there's going to be a coup in Nigeria. I say he's about to do a coup. I'm like, no, that's not true. What are you talking about? I said, who? He said, Babangida. I said, Babangida said that. He said, yeah. I said, no, he didn't say that. He said, okay, Mike, I'm arguing with him. Okay, now he's about to prove it to me. He said, now, listen to the hear from the horse's mouth. He now pull a video of his own Igbo lady. He put a video of his Biafran lady. You know, all this propaganda now. The man was now reading, saying, the former president, the former general, Ibrahim Babangida said, they're about to carry out coup. It's going to be a military coup. If Tinubu doesn't fix the rate, the inflation in Nigeria, there's going to be a coup very soon. I'm like, dude, this is propaganda you're playing to me, man. The guy doesn't know different. He doesn't know different, you know? Because the guy's not Nigerian. So what happened is they go online, they consume all this propaganda from all these hypobia and obedience, and they think they're actually learning something real about Nigeria, you know? So I'm like, how do I explain to this guy? Like, listen, in Nigeria, we have a group of people called hypobia and obedience. They're just doing propaganda. Things you are learning from them is not real. It's not real. And this other guy, Kazorian, the guy went to learn. He wants to learn about Biafran War. The guy went to watch those iPop documentary about Biafran War. The guy now came, say, wow, this is what happened. This is a Nigerian story. I'm like, oh my God, man. This is just ridiculous, man. These people go online. It's just, I'm talking about like a few years ago. American will walk up to me and say, Nigerian, every Nigerian they met, they're so smart, they're cool. Oh, they want to visit Nigeria, this and that. But now, you see American walk up to you and say, man, I heard Nigeria is this, it's so bad. Oh, man, some even call it a zoo. And I'm telling you, okay, what did you hear about these bad things about Nigeria? They say, when my Nigerian friend told me, I heard, I saw it online, but some Nigerians, they're saying it. I'm like, oh boy, I gotta go save us, man. These people, it's like they become virus.
Your president is a drug dealer. Your president is a and when they say it, and I ask them where did they get the news from, it's always the same thing.
It's same thing from another Nigerian. He said they will look at you like, boy, Nigerians are saying it. You tell them that no, what you are saying is not accurate, but say no, Nigerians are saying it. They believe it because Nigerians are telling them. I'm like, oh my God. And the funny thing is, the Nigerians are even telling them They're the same demographic that travel the most to these places. If it was Northerners, you know
they'll be
what's
the one
funny?
complaining online that they've been abused by the
They're
people
being
that are
abused.
posting.
They're discriminating against them. They don't they are racist in those countries. They see their passport. I'm like, shut the hell up, man. If it's Northerners that's doing it, I can say, okay, these Northerners don't travel to all these places that we go to. So I mean, it won't really hurt them if they destroy the image of the country. But it's the same Southern Nigerians, the same people, especially Southeasterners, the same people that travel to all these places, the same people that will carry the reputation on their head, whether it's good or bad, are the same people giving the country a bad reputation. Bad reputation. And particularly Southeasterners, man. I'm sorry. I mean, like the way these people have behaved online for the past 7 years, just oh my god. I never thought a day would come out just lose respect for that region. I'm sorry. I never thought a day would come. I mean, we're enjoying being Nigerian now, where we have the Anthony Joshua, all these guys representing us. It's becoming cool to be Nigerian. And these people just came out of nowhere. Now they can't look in. Zoo. This oh my god, man. It's crazy now. But see, like some about 10, 15, 20 years ago, like Africa was not something to talk about. You understand now? You know what I'm saying? Like Africa was like everybody thought Africa was one terrible place, one jungle, it was like a shameful to say you're from Africa. Then all of a sudden Nigeria started rising, we
With
started
music, videos, yeah.
yeah, we started showing faces, putting Africa up. It's like if when it comes to like who's pulling Africa up in terms of image, good reputation, in terms of representing Africa, it's Nigerians now. We're the one doing it the most. And then we started pulling it up. Everybody started looking at Nigeria to the point where Black Americans used to deny even being African. Some of them were now trying to claim that they are Nigerians now. I'm like,
Yes, yeah.
yeah, we
Mike, do
start
you see
looking.
that? They are trying to claim Africa. Yes, yes.
And most of them want
Yes,
to
you
be,
are right.
they're like, oh, they see Nigeria as this cool. We're becoming cool. We're becoming these cool people. All of a sudden,
Even even the Nigerians that were born here, they used to hide that part of them.
They used to hide. Yeah, they used to.
Now
They
they
were
want
so
to be like,
ashamed.
yeah, they'll be like, oh, I'm Nigerian, by the way. Even the one that they will, even
Yes. Baba T,
in
many of them are
sports.
visiting Nigeria now. Many of
Yes,
them are visiting Nigeria now.
do you remember in Hollywood, in sports, even though all these girls that they used to play basketball for LA, America, now they want to play for Nigeria. Now they want to do everything Nigeria. They marry Nigeria. They do Nigeria. That was the Mike. We were progressing. We were going in the right direction.
We're going in
All
the
of a
right
sudden,
direction.
I don't even know what happened.
This I probably just came from nowhere. They just online. They just started to destroy everything. I don't know. I don't know if these people are just. That's why I begin to question. Like, Southeastern, are you guys born to destroy or what? Like, it's like everything about you guys is all about destruction. Just destroying things, man. Even the country in the beginning were doing well. Now nobody start civil war. They destroy everything. Like, yeah, they did a coup, destroyed, and then there's the civil war. I mean, now the people that push tribalism the most in that country is Southeasterners. Now Nigeria is about to our image is we're trying to repair image. And if you look at most of the people that are putting Nigeria on the map, they are Southwesterners. The Davidos, Joshua,
They
Adesanya,
don't
all of
like that. If you notice, if any diaspora that is from the southeast anything, they will not call that person Nigerian. They say that person is Igbo.
they say Igbo,
They will not want to
exactly.
go to Nigeria at all. Like, they say it's Igbo. I'm like, what are you doing?
The
You don't
moment,
know
the
it's Igbo.
moment a guy become a Nigerian guy that you say maybe is a Southeasterner, they will say, "Oh, it's Biafra, it's Igbo." But the person is Southwest, they will say it's Nigerian. You know, they will claim Nigeria. But if it's one of their own, they say it's Igbo. You know, so I mean, the way they're just destroying the image, I'm like, come on, man. When things is, I mean, our image is starting to go good, like we're rising. Even the whole Africa is starting to look up to us. All of a sudden, they just went
Mike, I don't know
online.
maybe you have been listening to us. Bishop said something, and I won't, just as my take home today. He said, divide, extract politician from Nigeria. Don't destroy the country. You can talk down on politician. Nobody cares. But the country itself, don't destroy the country's name.
The fact of the matter, they've been conditioned from childhood to hate Nigeria now. I mean, there are those their fathers went through the civil war. They just I don't know, maybe they want revenge or whatever it is. They just brainwash their children. Like, oh, you always watch you watch Dr. Damages now when that man, that Lexi man, whatever his name is, that old man, that old Igbo man. When that other man said, give me a few minutes to defend Nigeria. And the guy said, you're about to take my minute to defend Nigeria. That's how those old generation of you now. They hate Nigeria, man. But unfortunately,
I don't care about politicians, but the country, just
but
please
Tomo, let's face reality,
don't
man.
destroy the
People that hate
country.
Nigeria exist, and you have to address the reason why they hate Nigeria. That's the thing. We can't ignore it. We can't say you can't preach that. I don't waste my energy preaching to those people. The only thing I can tell them is, oh, why you hate Nigeria? Certain action you are taking, if it's also hurting you, then you're foolish. Like, I know they hate. I can't change. Some of them, they since they are born, their father already told them to hate the country. Because I guess what they do, the fact that they want Biafra. I can't. Well, I can't hold that against them. I can't. Go and be fighting about that. That's what they choose. But when they start doing things where it's affecting them as well, I mean, you are going online trying to. So how are you going to achieve anything? The thing is, they believe when they go online to destroy image of Nigeria, they're attacking the Yorubas and the
Mark, let me give
that's their thinking.
an example. When people were protesting about the hardship in the country, they said, we are not protesting, we are doing it. Everybody's drinking beer. I'm like, who are you fooling? Not everybody in the Southeast is enjoying it now. Yeah, they make it look like everybody's okay over there. No, it's like, what are you, what, because somebody, people are suffering in the Southeast too, right, Thomas? It's not
Oh,
just like
they're trying to make it look. I know they're
look like
trying to make it look
okay,
like
we are fine,
the
we are eating,
Southeasterners
yeah.
are not suffering. Everybody.
Yeah, what is all this?
They say people are hungry in Lagos. As if Southeasterners are not part of them. These people, more. They need hi.
It is what it is, people, but like I think Mike, you were not here. I was saying earlier, Tinubu was in the state in the middle belt to commission some tractors. They're gonna start farming in that state in Niger. Have you seen that video? So it's gonna be them and Benue competing to produce the most. So they want to compete with Benue to produce most food. So it was there with 7 governors, just encouraging them to do the same thing. And somebody I was talking to said, why is Tinubu going to the south? And why can't he come to the south to come and help us with the same thing too? I said, no, this is state government. This is not federal government. I said Tinubu's own formula is this: he will only support the state that is proactive in anything. That is what he's doing, Mike. If you notice, he only goes.
Who are proactive, who are serious. If you are serious, we work with you. If I'm Tinubu, the last thing I would do is go out of my way to be pandering or trying to please the Southeast. That's the last thing I would do. That's the last thing I would advise you to do.
You have seen Tinubu with with Alex Oti. You've seen them. You see that okay, this one is serious. So anybody that is, you see them with Soludo when it comes to the economic team. So if you are a serious governor, he will work with you. But I said the days of waiting for Abuja to come and save you is over. It is your governor now. If the governor is a lazy governor, that's your problem. You're going to be by yourself. The way Nigeria is right now. Because you have the power to do almost everything, Abi. You can have your own power, you can have your own train, so you don't need federal government to do most things for you at this point.
You know one thing Southeasterners understand. They know that whenever they complain, the first people that we answer to their complaint with the Southwesterners, trying to prove that that's why they, whenever they complain about something, the first people that are going to agitate for them are the Southwesterners. Now they want another state. The first space they will go and start talking about the Southwestern space. So they do Southwestern be like, let's give them it's fair. Let's give them the 6th state now. Okay, you guys like doing that liberal bullshit, fighting for, thinking you are fighting for them. Even this releasing Amdekano thing, it's only Southwesterners that are going out. Hey, releasing Amdekano. Yeah. Yoruba people are always annoying. You don't see most South people going out saying releasing Amdekano. When have you seen South leaders or anybody saying releasing Amdekano? It's only Southwest. Thomasin complain. Southwest will be the first one answer to them. And I hope Tinubu don't become that Southwest liberal clan.
But Mike, you are right. So you never see South shouting releasing Nandekano.
Those ones they don't pander to them now. They don't pander to them at all. Those ones only, those ones, the only time those ones will back side them is when those ones see their interest in whatever they are siding with them. But those ones, they don't pander to the Southeast. They don't even tolerate their rubbish. You see that rubbish are doing with you in that lake. Even in Lagos, they tell you no man's land. They can't even go to Port Harcourt and say it's no man's land. The Aquarians, we deal with them. And these Aquarians are almost like almost Igbo. Their language is very similar. They bear the same name. And Igbos will not go to Port Harcourt and say this is no man's land. They won't try it. Those people, they don't tolerate their rubbish, man. That's our region. Only in Benin City, the Igbos, they come because they know those ones. Those people, they won't tolerate no bullshit from them. When Yoruba you come to your space and be disrespecting you, calling you names, and this Igbo guy told me, during that when they were doing that Lagos is no man's land before the election. I was on the obvious platform. The guy, he was uptown. That time the guy didn't know me now. That was the first time I ran into him on obvious platform. The guy said, Lagos is no man's land now. It's no man, that place is no man's land. I said, guy,
He said that.
Oh, son, Magbo. So I told him, I said, dude, my father is from Lagos. I'm a Lagosian. We are the indigenous. I'm from there. You can't say it's no man's land. I was even nice to him that day because that day I wasn't there to cause wahala. You know what the guy told me? He said, this Yoruba guy, shut up. He said, this Yoruba guy, shut up. Any Yoruba guy like him. He said, if you in Lagos, if you come and approach me and tell me it's no man's land, I will slap you. That's what he told me. Oh my God, man. Money, yo. Come on. By the time I open kind of that did well. I'm like, okay, it has come to this, Abi. It has come to this. I wanted to go to Lagos to join MC Oluomo in showing them pepper that day, man. That guy provoked me that day. I'm like, it has come to this, right? Where you don't even have any respect for Yoruba people anymore because they've been so liberal to you that you so disrespectful. They can't go to Kano and tell the Northerners, say Kano is no man's land. I will slap you here. Yeah. And if you correct them,
àwọn yẹn goal àwọn yẹn gbọ́ wọn gbọ́ come. Those ones. They know the hear.
Right. There were some of the
Yeah,
spaces
yes, go on.
that there were some of the spaces that this obedient something they held during that election, before the election. We are going to play it back when the time comes. All of those their utterances, their threats, how they are going to drive the Yorubas into the sea and take over their land and send them to Chad. When the reporter received food, Jaburata, and you will say there should be no payback time. No, now. No. I go to say you really. You sure Leo? We don't just fight
Forget and forgive. Forget and forgive, Bishop.
Bishop, here's the point.
Forgive.
Bishop, the point. This is the point. I go eat it at the money enough of the money. At some point, you need to.
That's what I'm saying. We have to be strategic. We don't fight a battle we are not going to win. I mean, go and check it out. We don't fight battles and people don't care.
Bishop, the insult is the one that I hate most. The insult on Yoruba, oh my God. I'll just listen to some platform, I'll just shut my
It's
phone
because
off.
they know they would never. The thing is, Thomas, they would never be comfortable insulting even Ijo or Bini or any tribe they know that will respond, that we push back. You understand? Because they know Yoruba people don't push back. It's not because to them, they just think we are cowards, and to them they know you won't push back, so they just push it. And that's why they say if you give Igbo man an inch, you will take a mile. And it's like that behavior is getting worse and worse and worse. Because I grew up watching them starting off by, they first do it in a small way. And then it's becoming like something they're used to, where it's become normal.
Some miscreants, some brainless maggots will open their mouths in space and say Yorubas are dirty, they are lazy, they are cowards. they are betrayers. And it is becoming a mantra. And it's becoming like, that's what every one of them say. And
It's become, they will even say it to your face. They won't say it. I've been in places where they are saying it.
Yoruba women are smelly. Yoruba this and that. Yoruba don't know how to cook. They don't know how to do this. And you cannot stay in your own fucking land. And you say people should not react to those kind of narratives. Or they cross the line. They cross the line.
The one Bishop, I've been in spaces where Yoruba people are there, right there. We're all hanging out. And they were saying this, and those Yoruba just kept quiet. I'm like,
Those are the likes of Pharaoh TV now.
Yeah, they will be laughing with them. And there was one Yoruba guy, I almost beat this guy. This guy was even laughing to their talking. Who tells somebody when he goes, smile. But on death, you are smiling. Oh man. Those guys, by the time I beat one of them, that when they see me, they don't even. The Igbo people that know me, they don't talk shit around me. Because they don't say, but why I don't. Because instead I insult you back, we will fight right there. They will respect you. They don't disrespect me. When I'm around, they don't disrespect me at all. Because they don't say that Yoruba guy is it's not a cow, it's not someone you can disrespect. Oh, some Yoruba people want money. Even some Yoruba people gonna be the one attacking me when I push them, when I push back. I'm an lobby, you don't say Yoruba. Yeah. Who told you guys this is who we are? We are not cowards now. I don't. Maybe it's Christianity that told you people like that. That's why I like Sheokuti. When that stupid P Square boy started coming at him, Sheokuti, man, are you crazy?
Are you feeding me? Are you feeding me?
You see, I can't criticize Obi. Who the hell is Obi? When you are all criticizing Tinubu, P Square, they are there talking, criticizing Tinubu. Now,
I don't understand why Kenny comes and says, don't discuss my state. I say, who are you? Are we not Nigerian?
The first time Kenny used to come and I trying to tell me not to talk about
you can't tell
me. The class they don't know
you. If you want, you can discuss Lagos. It's only 5 minutes, but nobody can dare talk about your own state. I mean, what is this, man?
But Martin, when one man started this show, they used to call in. They will be attacking one man. Like it's not like one man was saying. One man is just talking, covering it. They will say, "How dare you talk about Southeast? How dare you talk about Mazda and the Kanu?" When you guys are talking about everybody every day, are you the same Mazda that's talking about Fulani Yoruba? Everybody calling us names, and they will call on the show insulting one man. I wasn't calling in now because I was just watching the show. At one point, I just got tired. I'm like, what is this rubbish? And that time, there were some Yorubas on the show, so they will be there. And people like Baba Akure. I remember them, Baba Akure. They don't come here anymore. You remember Baba Akure now?
Half obedient, half Yoruba.
And this one guy too, you get Yoruba boy like that, called Ayo. That one will you be attacking me because that one, his wife is Igbo. So they will call him insulting one man. One man is talking about Mansin and the county. Why is he talking about Southeast? Why you got Southeast in your mind? Why are you talking about Biafrans? Not that he's insulting you. He's just talking about what's in the news. They'll be insulting one man. Oh, man, that's when I called him. I started dealing with them, man. When I started dealing with them. You people that everybody's watching every day, insulting everybody else. This is your same master that's insulting Alafia for you, insult everybody. Now you're saying because one man is Yoruba, you can't talk about Nnamdi Kanu. Are you kidding me? What the fuck is he? I mean, what kind of behavior is that, man? It's like these people have been so. When South people are talking about Kanu, why can't they come on their show and tell them not to talk about Nnamdi Kanu? We believe Yorubas are not worthy of. Oh man, well I don't blame them. I blame Yoruba people.
Yoruba, you are liberal people. Omoluabi, all those Omoluabi something. So it doesn't take you anywhere. Because they know that if they talk, you're just going to be quiet, doing all this Jason stuff. They know that you will just be quiet. So no, I know you for that, Mike. You don't take that. You don't take at all. If nobody can come out and insult a whole ethnic group Yoruba. Nnamdi Kanu, I didn't hear Nnamdi Kanu talking about Yoruba. Oh my God. I just say, what's wrong with this guy? Is it Yoruba that is stopping you not to get your Biafra? At least Yoruba is the one on the way of Biafra.
Oh, the funny, Thomas. If you just said
Yeah.
let other part of Nigeria vote, do you want them to go south? People will vote yes. Just they say, you know what? Just take a while. It's just tired, man. Yeah.
Look, as an average 10-year-old boy in the Southeast, average just random 10-year-old, he will tell you, oh, Yoruba, they are cowards. Oh, they are traitors. They betrayed our during the Civil War. Oh, I will know poison this. Oh, Yorubas are dirty. They are lazy. They are, that is the narrative of hate that been planted into them. And that's the truth. So who is feeding those children with those lies of hate? And we shouldn't address it. We shouldn't talk about it. Look at all the nonsense that happened during that election. Look at kids crying and say, oh, I don't want to do
3 years old, yeah, 3 years old, 4 years old. What do they know about Tinubu? 4 years old baby.
Look at what pastors were saying. All those pastors, the majority of them, from same sex, look at what they were saying. And you say we should not push, we should not respond.
Bishop, when I saw that little girl crying, I said, what does this girl know about politics? What does she know about Tinubu? What does she know about Peter Obi?
What they have planted, what they have sown into her. One idiot carrying connect. Oh, give us Peter Obi, oh, it's Peter Obi. And he was crying, somebody that should be shot.
No.
So you want to destroy. So you want to destroy something? Yes, you want to rule it. So because I don't, because him being a man, they're not. It's a lot of work. But Bishop, do you know what? They dare not speak that in public. My deep amongst them, they shut them down real quick. If you don't toe that line of what they think you should say, they will shut them down.
That's slavery mentality. Because that means some people have been held captive. Look, there is this saying, I don't know who propagated it. There is no likelihood of being able to suppress human antagonistic tendencies. We all have it in us. It's just an attempt to be, simple. You don't need to agree. But it's either your way or the highway, and because you've been having it your way for so long, you think that who don't have the right answer? Damn it, man. And you listen to some arguments so stupid and barbaric, so offensively annoying. And they'll be talking, like they know better than the others. I used to think that it's good to be liberal, at least to be open-minded, not to stereotype and rest. But hey, it is what you give that people will give back to you. It got to a point that said, no, we can't continue this way. Otherwise, one day some people will just rise up and they will exterminate us. Every tribe deserves the right to fight for their survival and the survival of their king and king. Haba. Yoruba Sakawa. And that is the narrative. Oh, Yoruba betrayed the Southeast. Awolowo and Ojukwu, they agree that, Awolowo pointed, he gave them 20 pounds.
Awolowo gave 20 pounds.
Awolowo pointed, he pointed the food they gave. The propaganda of Ojukwu during the war. To make all the food that was given to be consecrated and given to the soldiers. And starving children. Because he wants to make those children poster boys to take pictures that, it's a genocide. And 50 years after, some people are now breaking the history of genocide to start the war. And you say other people should not defend themselves. You wanted Biafra, yes, you are leading, you are marching towards Lagos to come and take over Lagos. And people call it fear. So we should fold our hands and let some people, some riffraff, to come and overrun Southwest. Hey, the Biafra forces get you already before we fought back, for crying out loud. They got you already, overrun, how do they call it? The Midwest. And some people are trying to rewrite history today. People that were not born there. And you say we should keep quiet because we want to be liberal. But it's that liberal, eh?
Yeah. I think we are born to be liberal. We'll be liberal from onset. So we should continue to be liberal, and people will just step on our face as it is what it is. Ajaligoko is one of the liberalism. We have to be liberal. We have to be. You remember the time of election? Yes. Why can't Afenifere support Vita Obi? We have to be fair. We have to be liberal. We have to be. There is no liberalism in anything. Politics. Politics is a matter of choice and not matter of number. Have you ever seen other tribe try to push for other tribes candidates? Why won't Ohanide endorse Tinubu? Why can't they do that? So why is the other Yoruba social tribe endorsing another party, another region? And they say, don't worry, Yoruba is a liberal. Obasanjo is the most great man. He's a liberal man. He's a Nigerian man. Just all this nonsense of liberal. It doesn't take us anywhere. It's giving us more insults. Bishop, what I hate is the insult. You can't insult me and bully me. No. I have the brains of my brain cells is working. I can choose for what I want.
Thomas will say, look at the way they are insulting their generation.
No. No. But maybe because I was grew up, you can't make any insult. You can't insult anybody in my house. Babati. That is where we grew up with. Insults in the house. Who teach you? What that? You can't even do it. Once you tell me that, Babati, don't say anything. Since you know me on this platform, is there any word of insult has come out of my mouth accidentally to insult people? I can't. I'm not like that. So when people insult, I found it. I like it's just I find it uncomfortable all the time. So the insult is what I even detest. You can't be insulting people, insult their tribe, insult everything because they don't want to vote for your candidate or they don't want to lean in your own. No. Everybody have their mind. Everybody can choose who they want to vote for, who they want to follow. You choose to support Peter Obi. Do I care? The people supporting Tinubu, do I care? No. What I want is better Nigeria. It's what we are doing here. If you don't want, Babati, if you don't want better Nigeria, we won't be here for 8 hours. We won't. I won't be here. It's not about the money. It's just the passion and the love for the country. So that is me. I know. I know. The insults, nah, I can't take that. I can take everything. I can't take insults. That's my life. That's how I was same and I was brought up. Well,
Yeah, hello. We should be thanking God. All these people we are talking about. You see, this insult is even better. Formerly, they just pie you straight. They pie you. That's the way they pie Akitola. The same thing they did to Bolaide. Sometimes I thank God for Tinubu. Before they start insulting him, abusing him, doing this, they wanted to pie him. That SARS, they wanted to pie that man. But thank God for his life. Now because they see they can't kill him, that's why they go so mad. I don't know. I think why we don't use our brain to think. These people they just don't want to hear anything Yoruba. They hate it. I don't know why. Any
And
Yoruba leader.
they said you guys are sharing from North to Yoruba. You are sharing the presidency. So
No. You see, they are liars. They never say the truth. The South Eastern are the ally of the Hausas since the day of Awolowo. They ally with the Northerners. That's why, because when Awolowo went to meet Nnamdi Azikiwe, let's do this thing together. Nnamdi Azikiwe said yes, okay, but immediately Awolowo turned his back. He went straight to the Northerners.
Olobama Hausa. Yes.
Bó ṣe ń ṣe nìyẹn láti day one. I don't know me mọ nǹkan tí Yorùbá gbà wọn, but my people are so liberal, like àwọn bàbá Jánlé Kòkó ó máa ń yà lẹ́nu pé ṣé kò ságbà lórí ilẹ̀ mọ́ ni. Those are the people tó yẹ kó máa put one through pé ẹ̀yin ọmọ yìí ẹ ní sùúrù ẹ máa mọ bá ṣe máa jí ìpẹ́ láwọn people yìí, you understand? Those are our own àgbàlagbà ká máa wò tínú wa máa dùn because they are educated. They can, you understand what I mean? So, sometimes when you hear what he says, oh my God, and you see some youth as well, and that you see that's why my saying ṣáà tí ẹ ń ronú rárá ni àbí ẹ ti gbọ́ nínú history pé Yorùbá pa Igbo kan rí ni kò sínú history.
Can I comment?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Me, I always say this: don't bother yourself, because no matter what they do, right? Lies, insults, propaganda. You know who is a bomb, and you know who the bomb always explodes on? The person that makes the bomb. It has never ever been successful. It has never ever been successful. It has always shot them in the foot. So why are
No, I disagree with that, because he has been successful all the while. They kill like Abiola and Awolowo, the same thing. Yeah, they've been successful all the while. It's only because Tinubu is a very strong man. I'm telling you this.
No, I'm talking
they
about.
They would have killed him long time.
So is another liberal Yoruba, like
no,
they would have fired him long time. They would have fired him.
Ṣé bàbá fẹ́ gbé kò mú ẹ lọ́wọ́ ṣé bó ṣe máa sọ̀rọ̀ ni
wait, let me
take it. You should them in their food. They will become governor of Lagos very soon.
Let me have peace now, Mike. Let me have peace. I just came here.
We don't want to hear your liberal rubbish.
Governor Shinedu of Lagos, I mean.
People like Solly is the reason why Uptown came to me and said he will slap me.
Solly is a gentleman. He's a completely gentleman.
Because he's used to dealing with Solid. Now when we insult him, he won't say anything. So the guy now think he can walk up to anybody and insult, any Yoruba person and insult.
Wait now. Do you know how many times I've fought with Uptown? I don't see. You stress yourself if you're arguing.
So Solly, let me ask you. So the day Uptown say we slap me, I said I just look at him.
To talk to Ganyu. Help me. Somebody help me. Let me talk.
Yeah, go on.
You know, Mike would just see me and immediately just wants to just pounce on me. Let me have peace. So Ganyu, you were talking about Abiola and Co, but those were the Northerners now. Is the Northerners?
No. He's Atom Zeribe that went to court. You should know this. You see, when Nnamdi Kanu is doing his stupid broadcasting, then he was saying it's only bad. Adesoya, he respected the Yoruba land because he knew that Adesoya has a thread with the Igbos.
Well,
you got
from the origin, the root of the death that killed MKO Abiola was between Ato Uzeribe
and Daniel Kanu.
Exactly.
It's already the genesis of everything started with them.
Well,
Tinubu and Daniel Kanu.
Yes.
If anybody remember, why he used NFPN for Abacha, how did you say it?
Well, from my perspective, in Yoruba tribe, we have a perfect balance. We have our yin and we have our yang. We have our liberal Yorubas and we have our staunch Yorubas like Mike. You know,
How many are there?
Wait,
And
now,
myself.
let me finish.
And myself.
Can you let me
And
finish?
Ganiu. Sorry.
And Ganiu, but I don't think you are. You just want to be. But the thing is that when we have the liberals moving towards the left too much, there's always balance on the right to pull us back. And when we have the people on the right moving too much, there's always balance on the left to pull us back. That is what makes us unique. Most of them in the north don't have that. So when they go totally, they go full on. Most of them in the east don't have that. Down is even worse. When they have propaganda, they go full on till it fully destroys them. So you don't need to be fully worried that, oh, something will happen to the Yoruba. We always have balance. And then again, okay, they may have successfully done some things, but look at it majority of the times. Whatever they do usually hits them back in their face. If you try to interfere, you are going to interfere with it hitting them back in their face. And it's just going to affect you. You have to let them do what they want to do, let it blow up in their face, and then you move on. That's always the best thing to do. Most of what they do is not successful. If you look at their history, when the British came, we were a fully developed tribe. In the Southeast, they were still naked, you know. So they're just coming into development, and just leave them alone, let them do their own thing. It never plays out well. It never really plays out
Money
well.
system.
If you are stressing yourself, don't stress yourself about the Southeast. It always blows up in their face. Look at this presidency thing. They cannot be president in the next 16 to maybe 24 years. Guaranteed. Because they have created animosity between two tribes, two major tribes that they will need vote from. And instead of them to romance these tribes, they are still going full on. They are still applying pressure. How do you want to become president then? Who will vote for you? So they've guaranteed themselves failure for the next 16 to 24 years. Because that is the generation that they've slide. So you don't need to stress yourself. You don't let them insult you. Let them shout. Let them scream. That's what losers do. You don't need to go outside entering the mud and fighting with them. Let them do what they want to do. Let them get it out of their system. When they are ready to,
Do you know it's after 60 years you are talking about now? Do you know it's after 60
what did they
years?
gain for the past 60 years? What have they gained from what they are doing?
Yeah, they don't mind because they are like that. But we mind. You understand? They don't want development for themselves.
I don't mind.
But we Yoruba want development for ourselves, but they don't want development for themselves. That's their own problem.
They do. They just tell you they don't. Deep down, they do. If you give them, they'll collect it. Don't listen to what they say. Listen to what they look at what they do. They want
I know they want the presidency just for them to do their ulterior motive. What they have in their hidden agenda. You understand?
But they will never get it because they don't know how to organize themselves. They don't know how to romance a tribe that is not there. How can you be fighting with? We have 300 tribes in the country, and you are fighting with majority of them.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you this thing. Yeah, you see this 2023 election. We have to give thanks to the Fulani and the Hausa. So, if not of them, Tinubu will not smell this thing. I tell you this. That's the fact of it, because the liberal already finished the Yoruba land.
No, because those liberal. Okay, let me tell you something about the liberal. The same Southeast that had the liberal in their hands are the same Southeast that threw it out of their hands. This same Southeast, now that they know that they've lost this liberal, instead of them to apologize, change their ways, in fact, they're even insulting those liberals more. They're applying pressure. So they are losing votes. If we rerun this election, I can guarantee they will never win Lagos again. Never. That was just a one-time fluke. It will not happen again. So they play themselves, and you just have to let them play themselves. A smart person will keep quiet and let you cross yourself. If you are screaming and shouting, they may realize that they are playing themselves, and then you lose the advantage. It's all about strategy. You have to let them play themselves. If Pansat is I cannot take it out. I cannot be offended because Pansat doesn't do research. He doesn't know anything. He's literally an illiterate. If I argue with him, he's going to educate himself and become better. If I keep silent, he remains an illiterate. Who is really winning? Me.
Yeah, but you should understand. You see all these things, yeah. We need to, like the way my children they love Nigeria. I've never seen that. My daughter of 11 years old, she used her home money to buy Nigeria flag. Do you understand? My daughter of 11 years old, she used her own money to buy Nigeria flag to put in her room. You understand? So now, when your children love Nigeria so much, and people like all this liberal, like all these rational mind, which they are not Yoruba, but they keep on pretending to be Yoruba people. And when people listen to them, you come. That's what they are saying on this platform today. Like all these southeastern Africa people, they believe Nigeria is a war zone. Tinubu is a cocaine dealer. Is a drug pusher. Is this? It's the narrative they put on the internet. And people like us, we need to be letting people to know.
Rational mind is, I agree with you there. I agree with you. I will not argue with you there. But rational mind is a contrarian. Anything you say, you go against it. If you say something bad about Tinubu, I can bet you rational mind will say something positive about Tinubu. It just
No, you're wrong on that one, though.
He has done it.
If that one happen, I will give you $100. The day
He has done it.
something bad and you say
He
something
has
good.
done it multiple times.
No,
He has
no.
at
Come
least
on,
two
man, get
times
out
that
of
I
here.
know of. At least two times
No.
that I know that have been on this panel. So rational mind is just a contrarian. If you say it's not Yoruba, well, that's on you. But that guy is a Yoruba guy.
He's not a Yoruba guy.
Sorry,
He's not a Yoruba guy.
He's a Yoruba guy.
He's not a Yoruba. He's not a Yoruba guy. Have you ever seen? Wait. Solly, let me ask you one question. Have you ever seen a Yoruba man
do
who
you know
is
what they
not
call
proud
it?
of his
Ghanaian,
town? His town.
Ghanaian.
Yeah.
Do you know what they call it? Only Yoruba fidi hair. Yoruba fidi
Babati, hold on now. Let me bust his bubble. Solly, do you know?
See, you know there are some atheists. They will say they are atheists too, but let planes start diving down. They will start shouting Jesus. That's
Solly,
what
Solly, do you know? Hold on. Do you know I've been on this platform longer than Rational Mind, and I know the very first day Rational Mind came on this platform, and when he came on this platform, he said it wasn't Yoruba. He said he was from the southeast. He was half Igbo, half something else. He said it. I'm talking about over almost 3 years ago. So I know when he first came on this platform, he told us he said it was half Igbo, half, I don't know if it was half Bini
Yes,
or
I know that.
he said it. So since then he's been deceiving the rest of you guys that came later that he's a Yoruba man.
Well, I know that. I think we all know that.
Me and one man know the guy is not Yoruba. Now. The only two people that know on this platform that Rational Man is not Yoruba is me and one man. The rest of you.
Yeah, that's you know.
So even don't know you buying.
Wait now. Rational mind is half Yoruba, half Igbo. If his father is Yoruba,
It's not.
How is
It's
it not?
not.
How is it not?
Let me tell you something. Surely, this thing that we people don't understand. You can never see a Yoruba that has the interest of Yoruba in his heart talking the way Rational Mind is talking. Never.
Ajale Koko talks like that.
No. You sometimes you see Ajale Koko is just talking politics because of
as much as I don't rack with Ajani Goku, you really insulted him.
Okay, but Ganu,
to compare Ajani Goku to Rational Mind, you really insulted Ajani Goku.
Yes, you can't.
Ganu, you stay in Lagos, right?
Yes.
Okay, and there are plenty Yoruba people that talk like Rational Mind too. I see them online.
No, they don't go as far as.
No, they go far.
No.
Especially the women.
If they go far, hello.
The women. Yeah.
Solely, wait. If they go far go and check them properly. They are not Yoruba. If they go far to that level of Rational Mind, Go and check them properly.
Sorry,
You see,
rational mind is literally if
most
you talk
Yoruba
bad
women,
about
most
Nnamdi Kanu, he wants to kill, he wants to fight you. If it,
most
anything negative about Southeast or even
okay,
even when we talk about
okay,
Biafran war against the
yeah.
Igbo narrative, he will still fight you. So he's completely
Mike,
emotionally
Mike, Mike,
tied.
Mike, Mike.
So you
Don't
don't
you
need to
see
tell me
Rational
what he's
Man
supposed to
hated?
do.
Rational
Mike,
Man hated Professor Wale Soyinka, and you are telling
Exactly.
me he's not a Yoruba
He
man.
called Professor
You hate,
Shoyinka
you hate Tinubu. You hate
and you're telling me he's
Tinubu.
a Yoruba
You
man. Are
hate
you
all the
kidding me?
Yoruba leaders.
there are a
Or
lot of
anybody that Yoruba is calling their leader, you hate them with
there are a
passion.
lot of
And you are not,
Yoruba.
and you are telling me that guy is not.
What's his name? All those Yoruba beat them. They won't insult Shoyinka now. He won't go that far now. They may
Okay.
say we disagree,
No
but they won't
Yoruba
insult him.
person will insult Shoyinka. That one
But
is
Rational Mike came here to insult Shoyinka, man. Are you kidding me?
I
And you're
wasn't
still not
That is
convinced?
that is a red flag right there. It's a red flag.
Are you still not
yes,
convinced?
yes, that's a major red flag. That one is a big red flag.
I just think one man just laugh at you guys. I still don't believe that. One man just trying to. One man knows the guy. It's only me and one man that know because we know when he first came on this platform. So we just laugh at the rest of you. One man is
Sorry,
allowing you guys to guess. One man is want
let
you
me tell
guys to
you.
be guessing. But me, I know. I won't let you guess. I will tell you.
Sorry, let me tell you this. Yeah, when I first came on this platform, I started following this platform since maybe early 2023 during the campaign. No, 2022. You understand? I never come on. But every time Rational Mind talks, I want to go mad. Every time. Over a year, I've been stomaching this thing. One day, I was at work. If you notice, the first day I came on this platform, I was at work shouting like I'm mad. Just because of what Rational Mind is saying. The same is said today, but I just kept quiet. I was on the platform. Most time I was on the platform because I'm at work. I cannot talk, so I just keep quiet. And
Then you argue back
when you
with him and you defeat him with your arguments and facts and proof. We have done
yeah,
that when we do that multiple times here. He just keeps quiet.
yeah, but you know some Yoruba people, some liberal Yoruba people, when they listen to people like Rational Mind, they believe it's a Yoruba say, hey, you see, yeah, that's a big lie. Rational Mind is not. That's why I don't really go fighting with Kene or all these people that show themselves that okay, I'm from the southeast. Okay, you can do whatever you want, but don't pretend. That's a criminal attitude. Yes.
Ganyu, the thing is that most liberal Yoruba people, if you give them proof and facts, they change their mindset because most Yoruba people don't argue with facts. We don't argue with facts. We don't argue with proof. We don't argue with statistics. So if you are bothered about the Yoruba liberal people, they are not really a big problem. The problem is mostly the Southeast. When you give them facts and proof, they don't want to listen. You don't need to worry about the Yoruba liberals. Yes, it was a big problem for Lagos State. That one really surprised me, But now their eyes have opened,
So are you sure? Are you sure? What you want to look here? Sure.
What?
Are their eyes only their eyes are open in Lagos? But is that eye still open or has it closed back up again?
I won't say all of them. I'll just say majority of them.
Okay.
Majority of them. Because Babati, what I noticed is that most of these liberal Yorubas, they are women. And women are very emotional and sentimental. And the propaganda that is always pushed is based on emotions and sentiments, not facts. So it's always easy for them to get the women.
The church going on that they were using the Christianity thing to push as well. That was also an
What do you mean most of the liberal are women? I don't understand.
For the elections in Lagos, it was specific about the Lagos push for P2B. It had some kind of gender and also Christianity.
I don't necessarily with that. I think it's even more men,
Really?
No. It's even more Yoruba men that have always. I'm sorry, from my own experience. It's more Yoruba men.
I went the anti.
I look at this show now. You don't see Doopsy coming at me now, attacking me, or it's the Ajali Cocos and the and those kind of people. Most Yoruba women will back you. I've been in spaces. Hold on.
It was discussing Lagos, just Lagos, not the whole obedience.
And on this panel, we're mostly men. If you go to Instagram and you look at all the liberal comments, it's mostly Yoruba women. Most of them. It's mostly, you may see one or two guys there, but if you talk to them, they'll change their mindset. But those women, and you know, women don't have accountability. So they will not agree with you, but some of them, but no, most of them will not. They are just very emotional and sentimental.
From probably maybe a woman that's married to, women usually, so yeah, they go with the way their
I'm
husband.
telling you, Yoruba
That's what.
women married to Yoruba man with Yoruba family. That's how they
But
are.
one thing I know, I know that most time when I stand up against those people, the people that usually back me up are Yoruba women. They will say, they like, was the Yoruba guy that will even jump on me fighting me. I'm like, wow, what are you doing? I've seen many times. The funny thing, even on this platform, many times when one of those artists will insult me and I'll insult him back. I will go back and forth. The next thing, the Yoruba man will start telling me I will start attacking me. I'm like, didn't you see that this guy was the one that first insulted me?
Mike.
Remember that day Joe criminals started insulting me? The guy told me like 3 times before I started firing him back. At the end of it, Ola, Ajali Kuku, they didn't even say, okay, Joe, you started, though. And or at least if you want to caution both of us. But they only caution me. I'm like, oh, look at this.
Most of those Yoruba men you are talking about, they are feminine men.
So you say Ajali Kuku is feminine? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Yeah, no. Sorry,
You didn't let me finish now. You didn't let me finish.
You said it too. You already said it now. When you finish again?
Finish now. If a man is being based on emotions and propaganda, that's a very feminine man. That's a very feminine man. So if you are saying, oh, most of them are Yoruba men, look at how they are behaving. Are they behaving emotional? Most likely, yes. They are replying with insults. Most likely, yes. That's a feminine man. So we have another problem with feminine men in our society. We don't have a lot though, but we have a growing number, which is another problem. Yeah, I'm not a feminine man. Sometimes emotions get me, but if you give me facts, I'll change my mindset immediately. Sharp. We have a lot of feminine Yoruba men, especially in that Lagos.
So because they use, you see, they use those buzzwords. It will tell you it's a cosmopolitan city, so therefore tribal rules does not apply. Well, in my own part, they'll say, okay, in the southeast, nobody can become governor if you come from there. But in Lagos, because it's a former capital of Nigeria, it's a cosmopolitan city, everybody's there. So therefore, anybody can just show up and become governor.
No,
so they move the goalposts when it comes to Lagos. Like, and people just say, well, it's kind of true. I'm like, no, it's not.
Babati, those people have never been to the southeast. They've never experienced anything in the southeast. They think everywhere in Nigeria is like Lagos. That's the problem. If you want to test it out, tell them to go to the southeast, and you will see that their mindset will change when they come back. It's just like a lot of Nigerians who love white people. It's until you jackpot and you enter white people's country and you see how they behave that your mindset will change a bit. So
do you make a clear decision between the Southeast and that was either born in Lagos or lived in Lagos that compared to those that live their lives in Southeast?
No, I cannot tolerate. I'll just say most of the time, majority of the time, I cannot tolerate Southeasterners that grew up in Southeast. I cannot tolerate them. They insult
the
you.
mindset is different, Abi.
Yes, very different. They insult you. They love propaganda. When they are wrong, they will never admit. They are like Pansat times 10. I don't like it. Very annoying. But the ones that grew up in Lagos, they seem normal to me. If you argue with them, if you give them
the ones that grew up in Lagos, like some of them, I would say depends on the one. Depends. The ones that grew up in southern part of Lagos, I would say the one that grew up in, Lagos has different parts. You have that Ojo area where it's predominantly non-Yorubas that live there. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
If you have those ones that grew up there, they just know they're not far from someone from the southeast. But then you have the ones that grew up in places like Mushin, where predominantly Yoruba environment. Those ones they don't have that deep southeastern mindset mentality. They don't. They reason outside the box. So,
but those in Lagos, they were heavily influenced by those in the Southeast during the elections.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
The influence was just massive because I haven't heard. I can't confirm. I heard that people even moved from Southeast to Lagos to vote. They moved just to push the numbers up in the South in Lagos. I can't prove it, but I just heard the rumors. So they influenced those that ordinarily would not even bother voting, or would just say, "Okay, this is a Yoruba state. Don't even let me bother at all."
What they always push is that because even here, while I was in Holland, there was a guy that used to cut my hair. What they usually push is that, oh, the Yoruba people, because they have this form of hatred from their parents sent to them, so they think every tribe hates them as equal as they hate other tribes. So
That's true. That's what I noticed.
when they always come and they expect me to be hating them, I'm like, where's all this thing? Why would I hate you? I don't even know you. I don't know anything about. They always expect you to have some type of hatred or to.
They are projecting. They believe that others feel the same way they feel.
Exactly.
So they think others feel the way they feel towards others. They feel others feel towards them the same way they feel towards others. And no one is thinking about them. The people they accuse the most is the North. They think the Northerners just think about them. The Northerners have agenda against them. They are planning things. I'm like, dude, these people don't even think about you guys at all.
The people that really don't like them, the Northerners have played South.
No, the people that don't like them are more the South people. Trust me. Those
I want forefathers have been that one.
Those people don't like people. The only people I know that really don't like Igbo people are those riverine people, those Ijaw, those area. They don't want to kind of align with them politically, but in their interaction, you think they are all one. But see, get in their midst. Yes, you can't live in that South.
I told you now. I watched the show on those programs just like 1 hour. People were crying, literally crying, cursing to Nigeria because the guy just said that it would take. They said, "What should they be pushing on the platform?" And he said, he's very big on security. So he said Nigeria security, and they said, no, they should be pushing the freedom of Nnamdi Kanu. And he said that Nigeria security is more important than the life of Nnamdi Kanu. Oh boy, people are literally crying, cursing him. How dare you not being insensitive? I said, what did he say that was controversial? That was security. And they were taking turns on him. It's like, it was actually begging them because they were for hours were just lashing him, different phone calls just coming in, and he was just there, just listening to the bashing. I said, "Oh boy, can you boy say for you?" Next thing,
just because he expressed his opinion, they're
like, why don't you want to know? Where are you from? Because because in that space, he didn't tell them where. Because it's on our show, he told us it's from the Delta area, but to them. He didn't tell them. Nobody knows where he's from in that space. So he tried to hide that he's from the South. And he said, "Where are you from? Tell us. Where are you? We want to know." And he dares not say it. He dares not. Because the day he says it, they will ban him on those platforms. And he knows it. He's not going to do it.
Babati, the thing that's why I cannot be like tribalist, like full on. Because that's where tribalism passes common sense. That Nnamdi Kanu has been a thorn to the Southeast. That guy really dealt with them. That sit at home really dealt with them and dealt with their economy.
The guy was a curse to them now. He's the one that caused to be even these elections. The guy never came out at all. Like the guy never existed. He didn't create all these hypobian. Obi probably would have done better than he did in that election.
Yes, so he brought civil unrest to their society. He brought unknown gunmen and bandits, and kidnappers, which were oppressing their own community. He now started attacking his own people. He now started calling for them to buy the children, to buy Igbo female children and remove their heads for sacrifice for Biafra. These people don't know all these things. That's the worst part. These people don't know the atrocities this guy did in their community. And the worst part is that if you tell them and show them with proof, they will still support this guy. That's when I knew that tribalism is not a good thing. If you can be so tribalist, if you can take it so far that you are ready to sacrifice your own daughter just for then you don't have common sense again. Then second of all, the South people, they are one of the reasons why they lost that Biafra war. When they were doing their Biafra, the Southeasterners started treating every other tribe like second class, as you know now, how they usually do. The moment they get power over you, they'll start treating you like shit. You know, they do that a lot. I'll just
They are the one that chased Ambazonians to
from what I
Cameroon.
see.
The Ambazonians used
Yes,
to be part of Nigeria now. They chased
from
Julius
what
people to Cameroon.
from what I see here, they are always very quick to treat every single other tribe as second class. You know, the nepotism is always so crazy once it's their turn. So when they were having the war, the South people, they could not take it anymore. Nigerian army could not enter into Biafra from outside. The South people are the ones that opened the border to allow Nigerian army to enter and finally end the war and finish the Southeast. So I always say this thing, they always end up playing themselves in the end. They don't look at the final goal. They're always just thinking about now. Let us just put everybody in power. Let us just take everything. But what happens after? Nobody is ever going to sit down and just look at you and take this crap. But they don't think past that. They always end up playing themselves. No matter what they do, they always end up playing themselves. That's why I can't be arguing.
But solely, don't you at some point just look at them now, just in the political space, and just it's sad because you see it, I see it, that it's not going to work the way they're playing. But for some, I won't marry me. They don't see what we're looking at. Like I'm like, what are you guys doing? It's not. You can't abuse me. Then say that I should vote for you. It does not work. So why do you keep doing it?
They abused everybody, and people didn't vote for them, and they are fighting for not voting for them. I'm like, how
Babati, how that doesn't really affect you? It doesn't affect your people.
No, because sorry, I at the beginning, I really wanted them to at least get a shot at it.
That's your liberal side.
No, it has not to do with liberal side. To be honest, even me, I felt like it was their turn in a sense.
They sold They literally sold their birthright to Atiku. Tell me why? Because APC does not own the Southeast any ticket. It's the PDP that owns them a ticket.
But you know what annoys me?
But no.
They will not take their anger to Atiku.
That's my point. No.
They will take their anger to
They went after Tinubu. They have nothing to do it.
Even before that, you see that anger that they took to the Labour should have been in the PDP.
Yes.
That is where you should have fought for that ticket. Like it's our turn.
Even the fact that he left PDP. But he left PDP to go to Labour. That means your enemy is PDP.
Exactly. Exactly. But for some strange reason, they brought the hate towards us. I don't know.
They didn't even attack Atiku throughout the entire campaign. The hatred was just towards Tinubu.
I'm telling you. Look at what Babati. That's why I say you should always let them do what they want to do because they expose
themselves. I want them to succeed, not me. But they don't want.
Babati, they don't like you. This thing that they brought the anger towards the Yoruba people is not brand new. They've always had that anger and hatred. That election just allowed them to expose it because we did not do anything to them, but you are now insulting us. So you let people expose themselves because if they didn't do it, we would not know. Now that they did it, we know. To me, I see it as a positive. The people that betrayed you, for some strange reason, you don't want to insult them. You don't want to curse them. You don't want to do anything bad to them. The people that did not do anything to you, you are now insulting. That means you've always had that hatred deep down. You've always had it. It's not brand new. You've always had it. And thank you for letting us know now. Because now I know how to align myself. Plain and simple.
Yeah, Mike, if you look at the PDP, people forget that PDP primaries. So, but notice, even in the APC primaries, those that refuse to step down for each other were the people that were Southeasterners. So everybody else from the other part of the country, if you're the big fish in your own tribe, people will say that maybe for the VP, we know why that one did not step down. But everybody else will say, okay, Oga, it's your turn, no. But people from the Southeast, for some reason, in both parties, they didn't even work together. I'm like, what are you guys doing? If it is your turn, you're supposed to be planning this thing 2 years ahead before time, making friends, forming coalitions. If you want Obi to be your flag bearer in the PDP. You start making the move. You know, forming. You know how you Tinubu took years to build this thing. Now you form alliance, you form friendship, but you abuse everybody. You had the Kanu issue, you had the IPOB issue. You didn't resolve that problem. From nowhere, it's my turn. That's not the way it works now. You must work, you must build this thing for years.
But Babati, you have to understand that the way the Southeasterners play politics is different. The way Yoruba people play politics went to our favor in this election. It went to our favor because of our culture. In their culture, when they are doing, I think
You favor, so the planning now. This is all planning.
But Babati, you have to understand the culture. In their tribe, they say everybody is a king. We know that's impossible. You can never, everybody cannot be king. Everybody cannot be a pilot. There are only 1 or 2 pilots maximum. There's no 100 kings. So that's just a failure. That kind of culture, that mindset in that culture is a mindset that will put you aback. Then second of all, they go with the mindset of, okay, we can bully. They bully themselves to agree to things, and it works for them. It works for them. But other tribes, you can't bully us into agreeing to you. In fact, we fight you back. That is what they did not understand. And that's what they refuse to understand. Your cultural things only work in your area. They don't work outside your area. Our cultural things aligns very well with the Northerners' culture. They like respect. We are respectful. They are respectful. So we have a lot of similar things culturally. They don't really have any cultural similarity with almost every tribe in Nigeria. I don't know any tribe that is similar to the Southeasterners. So it's very hard for them to spread and gain influence. That is what they don't understand. And as I'm saying this thing, they will refuse to understand too. In fact, they will even insult me. But one thing they can never do is they can never call me a liar. That's one thing. They can never tell me that I lie. They can only insult me. They can only make up things. They can only push propaganda, but they can never call me a liar. And if they refuse to listen, it is even possible that another Yoruba person might become president after Tinubu if they are not careful. If they are not careful, that can happen. Because
can you see now that some Yoruba people have started pushing propaganda as well? They train some Yoruba people to start pushing propaganda. You see, they show one farm.
The Yoruba people pushing
propaganda. Let me tell you,
are only doing it to make money. There's no other agenda.
They show one farm. They say, you cannot just come here. Where that they came in the night to what I love, you understand all this nonsense? And I wrote in the platform, I said, you people, you started this your nonsense again. You started. Just
1 minute. Chioma, you said Yoruba tribe is similar to Igbo tribe. I want you to defend your comments. Please write down the similarities that we have, except for speaking English. And you say I'm wrong. Please tell me what I'm wrong about. You can join into this chat, and I'll give you all the freedom to talk. You can even insult me. I don't care. I just want you to prove me wrong. That's all. And if you can't, please don't mention my name again. Chioma, I'm waiting.
If Chioma is there, please, so na Kate's girlfriend though. She don't get husband for platform. I beg go.
Hello guys.
Kenny Baba, báwo ni?
I did how's everybody?
Now.
I came in because when you guys are talking about this guy called rational mind. That's just that's the reason why.
Okay, go ahead though. I don't know.
The guy has been getting me angry for some time, you know what I mean? And I've been studying him. Actually,
don't hold on. Don't insult my panelist though.
I'm not insulting anybody.
Yeah, go on. I was just joking.
Yeah. The guy, like my brother said, he's not a Yoruba man, and he actually is not the age guy's claiming. I've got his pictures. I'll go deep on it. You know what I mean? So the guy just yes. I can tell you the picture right now. He's as young as me. The guy is in his is in, is in his late 50. Okay, so he's not grandpa. They call him. Picture don't lie. I can send you the picture right
Babati,
now.
are you hearing
you
what I'm hearing?
you buy me on your page, you buy me
Because
on MVP.
no, you know what? Because
I think we have all seen Rational Mind. Who has not seen Rational Mind yet?
it's not grandpa. You gotta call him.
I only saw
No,
his legs. I only saw his legs, not his face. When he was driving.
No, Rational Mind actually is on in his 50s. Of course, I've saw Rational Mind
yeah,
before. I
it's
know
in
how
his
it
50.
looks like. Yeah, yeah, it's in his
Yeah, it's
50s.
not
Yeah.
grandpa. Those people that call him grandpa, you come here and say, I'm not your age. You know what I mean? It's so annoying.
Maybe Mr. Kenny, maybe the children made baby early now. You understand? Some people.
Which children? Which children?
I've seen my mate already a grandpa now because they are women. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
now.
listen, my brother. It's only children that call him grandpa. Not him coming to this platform and behaving as if he's the old man.
Grandpa say grandpa. It is a.
You know what I mean? It's so annoying that he open his mouth and insult Tinubu at his will. It's, you know, it's not a Yoruba man. I know his name.
Kenny.
One thing I like about you guys is that I
Yeah, I'm here.
I would like you guys to say it when he's here. Then, because I learned something from BT and Mr. Thomas and Mr. Allah that we shouldn't talk behind our other parties.
Okay, I hold my peace until I hold my peace until it's on platform.
So that it will be more respectful also, you understand? So he can defend himself. Because I learned it from you guys here. So that's why I keep my camera.
Rational Mind run away in this platform. He never come on this time. You understand? Rational Mind will never stay here because one man is protecting Rational Mind. One man is protecting him. When it comes to this type of platform, he will not stay.
He's working now.
But Kenny,
Kenny.
Yes.
What I only want to say, I wrote it already, that I'm the real Omoiko, the real Yoruba man here. All of you are all fake. You can ask. I'm the real one now.
Honestly, I've been waiting for the day I'm going to face that guy one-on-one. Seriously.
But Kenny, the
I finished him already. Kenny, I finished him.
Kenny, the Tinubu hates before he went for presidency, right? While he was, doing all these things with Lagos, a lot of Yoruba people didn't like him. It's not just your Rational Mind. Even my mother didn't like him because there were some things that he was doing in Lagos State that most of us didn't approve. But
like
eventually it paid off. It paid off in our favor. However, there are some things that they didn't like. So him not liking Tinubu as a Yoruba man is not. I won't really see. There are a lot of Yoruba people that don't like Tinubu.
Look, my brother. Let me tell you something here. There's no perfect man in this world. Nobody's perfect. Even you, even myself. Nobody's perfect. If Tinubu or anybody else,
it's only the perfect man. Is very.
You know what I mean? If they're trying to do something, do something. So they have right to many mistakes. They have right to get his name.
Why?
Who's that? What happened? You say, why? Gani, have you got an accident?
Understand? So like our Lawaida says, as Omoluabi, you cannot come up to on a platform like this and start insulting an elder man. Someone that's old enough to be your father. You call him, you know what I mean? It's so annoying. I can't stand people like that. I'm sorry to say, I can't stand it.
He's just a contrarian. He just likes to be contrary to what everybody is saying. Sometimes it doesn't even make sense. He just likes to argue. I don't take Rational Mind serious.
That's his brand.
That's his brand. I don't take Rational Mind serious.
His brand.
He enjoys infuriating people.
Well, if you come out clean, to let people know that it's not Yoruba man, I should come out clean. Okay, you know what? I'm not that age.
I remember One Piece asked him in front of everybody here that he told him that
you start with your gun, you run away now.
He did not say anything. Then I know where he came from now.
Rational Mind is a Yoruba man. It's just heavily.
It's not.
wait now. It's just heavily
Omo
influenced.
Ajegule ni rational mind though. Omo
Yes,
Ajegule no.
it's just
Tony,
heavily
stop
influenced.
saying this. National mind is not a Yoruba man at all. At all. What we say, what this,
wait,
what, hold on, sir. Let me tell you something. I have two Igbo friends. They were both born in Shagam, yes. I'm telling you now, I tell you, one of them, if you go to Peckham in London, you see him there. He played with over 24 hours. But the second one, his senior brother, he ran away from the Yoruba side and went to the Eastern side people. You understand? During this election,
Mr. Genu,
Ganu, let me explain. See, most people that have Yoruba and Igbo parents, especially if the father is Yoruba, you know how Yoruba people can be now. We can be very liberal. So the Igbo mother will be whispering all these things to their ears. It's just like Badibo. See how Badibo is. Badibo is exactly like rational mind. So when you allow
no. But, oh God, Sonny,
okay,
you are missing.
You say Badibo is not Yoruba.
You are missing this thing. Badibo is a wait. Badibo's father is a Yoruba man. Wait. Let me explain to you. Wait. Badibo is a Yoruba man, like you said, which I can never believe is a Yoruba man, because during the Badibo himself, he went for IPOB. He went to carry the flag of IPOB, and you are telling me that one is a Yoruba man.
Is a Yoruba man with an Igbo mindset.
Have you ever? Do you see a Yoruba man that will follow them to carry IPOB flag?
All these people, they've been pushing propaganda to them since they were very little. That's just
but Gbadebo mom, when you see Gbadebo mom like this, you think she's a Yoruba woman. Gbadebo mom is mother gogo. But when you see Gbadebo, you know it's Okoro. Immediately you see Gbadebo like this. Maybe they brought the pregnancy to Baba that drink ogogoro every time.
But Ghanaian, he was raised by the mother, majority
of
his life. So
he was raised by the mother, and he never.
It's very obvious you have this aphobia mindset. It's very obvious you have this aphobia mindset. It's just how it is.
I tell you, let me tell you something, Soli. I was born and bred in Surulere, Abuja. You understand?
Can you? Sorry, 1 minute.
Yeah.
Chioma, you keep on saying we have similarities. I've told you to come on this platform to defend your claim.
Mr.
And I've told you no, just 1 minute. And I've told you to write it down. Culturally speaking, based on all history, just write. Give me 5. I don't even want 5. Give me 3 examples where we are similar. Just 3. Most Igbo people don't know their history, and I've noticed that you guys don't know your history. You don't read your history. You don't research about your history. Another tribe even knows more about your history than you. But you guys are always arguing so confidently. Read small history. Yeah, I'm not even telling you to read my own history. I'm begging you, read your own history. Your own. Please, just do small research. Jeez, it's not a bad thing to not have similarities. It's not a bad thing. You have British people, they have no similarities with Russian people, but they are both white. You don't have to. The argument is points made because you don't see British people marrying Russian. Doesn't mean they are similar culturally. Try to use your opolo. Try to think a little bit. Don't get too emotional.
So when we are talking about these certain East people and the Yoruba, me, I was born in Surulere. I know them, and we were together from primary 1 to even till now. I know their behavior towards us is not really nice at all. It's not nice, and me, I've taken my own habit from them.
To be fair, it's not all of them that behave this way. You know that. So it's just
sure, it's not all of them, but anytime it comes to that kind of politics thing, they will go. All of them will go the same side. All of them will go the same side.
It's not all of them. At least we have Daniel, we have somebody like Joe Igwe. That is always
And
in Lagos.
we have a maker here. We have a maker on this platform. He's
Exactly.
a very wonderful
So
guy.
exactly. So
Yeah.
when we're speaking about these people, we need to
You
be
can see
neutral.
Emekana, the Igbos they don't call him Igbo guy, they call him Omo Yoruba. What will you say?
Otilo, we have taken him.
Let me tell you something. If somebody like David Umahi come out to contest for anything, I will vote for him and I will campaign for him because I love the way that man is. I love the way he's doing his things. And somebody said on this platform today that these Southeast people, they go against their own people that people love.
Yes,
You
I noticed
understand?
that too. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's why they're going against Soludo now. That is what they do to Soludo now. You know what I mean?
I like Soludo.
And they destroyed that guy bit by bit. They're destroying bit by bit, and they don't realize it.
They
So
go
that's
against.
Yeah, we will vote for Soludo. If they don't like him, we will vote for him. Yoruba will vote for him. No, that's the truth. I will vote for Soludo if I'm opportune to be in Nigeria. If it's contesting, I will vote for him.
Do you have a voters card?
Yeah, but
I have voters card, yes.
If people like Soludo come out now to contest for anything, and this IPOB people follow him, we will change our mind. When they follow somebody, they follow with abuse and with their hate.
Yeah.
And don't you see what all the Kenyan always say about him? The Kenyan never say any good thing about that guy. You know? Hello? Can anybody hear me?
Chioma,
Yeah, we can hear you.
Chioma, when you go to
Mr. Soli, please Chomale, leave Choma alone, please. Leave her alone.
No, she's telling me that I'm creating division.
Leave the comment section now. Are you in love with her? Choma,
But I'm not creating division. I'm just stating facts.
You have a new lover
go
now.
To museum. Don't you learn history? Do you go argue with this?
Only Falabalẹ̀ now.
I'm not. It's just. I just want her to defend her point now. She's trying to emotionally. She's trying to use a sentiment to make me seem like a bad person. I will. Yes, Chioma, I'll marry an Igbo woman. If you bring a fine Igbo woman to me tomorrow, I'll marry her.
You're not proclaiming Chioma.
Typical Yorùbá Libra. Ṣé gbọ́? Àti ní títólì. Orobìnrin ní ti gbogbo kọ́ dìde. Aláìní ti jì torí nǹkan rí.
ọmọ ẹ ò ní lè contest fún ẹni tí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tó mọ̀.
I can contest for Ekiti and Lagos State now. I need your vote, please. Igbo people, I love you.
So go. Soli is a Libra. It's been you can't pretend Libra.
Because of Funani now, you talk to Igbo people.
Before let them be fighting themselves. That one should not, destroy my relationship life.
Okay.
And if I need votes for Lagos State, of course, I need Igbo people votes now.
Okay, at least I know that you like Choma. I know Choma. He likes you. Don't worry about what he says on the platform.
No, I don't know Chioma.
When they talk about Chioma now, people think is like the girl is going to be like Davido's wife. No, Chioma like that. So you people should just get it to your brain.
I'm not talking about Chioma.
Chioma lè fẹ́ tó bá broke o lè fẹ́ Chioma ọ̀n fẹ́ broke o ọ̀n
Oh my God.
Oh no.
Pé Chioma yẹn máa di ṣíṣọ̀ bá mú ẹ lọ́wọ́ ni. Kílá jù báyìí.
No. Choma said that she doesn't.
Jerry, our people need láti pera wọn sínú yàrá. Wọ́n lọ ṣe meeting.
Gani ní sùúrù. Tá a máa pè yàn sínú yàrá tó máa ní ẹni tó máa jẹ́ bí elder tí ẹ lè gbọ́rọ̀ sí lẹ́nu. Àwọn ò ní yẹn, wọ́n ń gbọ́rọ̀ sí dá wọn lẹ́nu ni.
Wọ́n ní ìkéde èèyàn ní wáyà.
Sọ̀rọ̀ gbọ́rọ̀ sí lẹ́nu náà, sọ gbọ́rọ̀ respect ẹ̀ ní.
Ìyá òun gan support wọn ni.
If an elder, you start with the truth now, you bring them to get to fight. That's the way. That's the way you behave. But no matter what support one, sorry to say, Ganu, so joy, don't lead one.
In fact, ó yẹ ká máa dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run bọ́lọ̀ ṣe dá Yorùbá. Can you ṣe lè ronú pé àwọn Yorùbá king kan wọ́n support Sunday Igboho? Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn kan ló dì.
Okay. Ganu, mo gbọ́ Mayegun gbà kan long time ago when he was still okay. Wọ́n ní pé àwọn Igbo yẹn ní why tí Mayegun ṣe lè ṣe bí Nnamdi Kanu kó máa lead the Yorùbá into the way he was doing that. Mayegun ní sorry, in my own culture, because that back then it was still normal. Only in my own culture, because the bush is strong too. There will always be an elder that will talk you down to say no, stop it. I won't need. So the Kanu we can't have the Kanu in Yoruba land because there will be some cabbage that say, Amawa, let me talk to you. Kilon share, Gani Shori. What's going on? But I won't need any other one bang. They don't have that. That's the issue.
Babati, I have a proposal. If you are really ready, 2027, everybody should choose an Igbo man as their candidate of their party.
So give me Soludo, and I will vote.
Against Tinubu? Are you against Tinubu? What kind of proposal is that?
No, give me Soludo or Ngozi. I will talk, but not Peter Obi. No, sorry.
So why are you not telling me about Continental now? You're telling me about Continental.
No, he said if I have to pick, like he's forcing my hand. That's what he's saying. If I have to, not because I want to, but if I have to.
If you have to,
it's not Peter Obi. Anybody, give me a clue when the boy.
Mogalu.
Isli Mogalu.
David Umaye.
Those ones, I will vote for those ones. But that Peter Obi. No.
They're gonna flip now.
So you people meet Mr. Bishop Thomas. Hey, General Thomas, just meet Mr. Bishop because anything he's doing, we are hearing it here. You understand, please? Thank you.
So anything to you about his basic, it's disobedient that they are even pushing you, anyway. So
but I think he's making money off it,
Yeah, they are contributing money now. They like contributing money.
Maybe it's a good business model on the internet. Just be a propagandist.
The same thing with the pastors. Because pastors. They are making money.
I'll be very honest. The majority of the pastors, they are raining hell on the Nigerian people. I'm sure these people make. I can bet they make billions of dollars a year off Nigerians. Billions or trillion. It can even enter trillion.
Mr. Soli, I'm not going to that area. I washed my hand. You're your home.
I didn't say all. I said most. Most of them.
I'm not going there.
Most of them. They are building mega. No, look at the absurdity now. Let's be very honest with ourselves. They are building mega churches. They are not building companies. They are not building and giving employment. This does not wait, but it doesn't matter. You don't. Okay, for example, we import toothpick. Are you telling me one church cannot just out of the goodness of their heart? Wait now, please. And government is not even supposed to set up business. Can you just tell me that these people preach about goodness? These people preach about
them, they have the private
now. Can you just let me just finish? Okay. They preach about giving, but when have they ever given back to the society? They give about tithing, but when have they ever tithed all the offerings back to the society? What is tithe for? Tithe was
they do.
What
let me hold on now. Let me tell him how they do. This is from their own members. So they will say, "Do you know how valuable that the GO's preaching is. That is how he gives us. He gives us the word. By preaching the word of God is given. That's how they defend their pastor now. That's how he's giving he's blessing the world with and in return, they will now bless him with the gift. That's their defense. I'm serious.
Okay. Let me tell you one.
And even if they were supposed to give birth to the society, even if wait, just please let me let it all out. Even if they are supposed to give back to the society, it should be non-for-profit, for non-profits. You know, these people are building schools so that they can make more money and have wait now, please. I'm telling you what I see. Wait, you can defend it when I finish. Please now, you can defend it when I finish. And then when you take people into this school, you start forcing down your doctrine on university students. You are punishing them, you are flogging them, you are telling them how to dress, you are not giving them the freedom to be creative. They will never be able to think outside their box. You are putting them in bondage. So this thing has become an oppressive, unchecked regime. Yes, there are churches all over the world, but the one in Nigeria is taking the piece. It's really taking the piece. It has surpassed. It is one of the most successful cults in that country because they don't behave like Christian. Majority of them, they behave like occultists. I'm done.
Okay, are you done? Okay.
You can build toothpick factory. Let's get the employment and let it be for non-profit. Let it even benefit the economy so that we don't import simple toothpick or pencil.
Let me tell you something you don't know. Let me tell you. Do you know that many of them they have hospitals that they give out and they build schools and give it to churches?
Give me examples.
Like one I know because I follow. I normally look at it on the internet. And
how many do you know?
I don't want to say their names. Look, I'm promoting.
No, I'm not. Okay.
No. Tell us one school. Tell us one school, please.
Like Port Harcourt now, Salvation Ministry. He did it. He gave it out. He gave it. He built this plan.
That man is doing it. You are right. That man is really doing it.
No.
What I want to ask you is that. Wait, I just want to ask you two questions. How many churches? How many big churches do you think there are in Nigeria? Can you just give me an estimated number?
I don't know that one.
It's probably in hundreds of thousands, right?
There are churches in every street now.
Okay, so now let's use statistics. Let's use statistics. How many non-profit are there from churches? How many non-profit are there from churches?
They have. Can
you brag of 20? Can you brag of 20?
Okay. Oh, yes, yes, Mr. Suli. There's something that's going to happen very soon, within 2 to 3 years. I said something the other day. They called me Antichrist. I just kept quiet. That's why I don't go there. Yes, now they call me Antichrist. Now I don't go there. I leave them before they start praying on my name. Triumph. Oh, no, I don't want to say anything negative. So that's it. One thing is that I know that very soon in Nigeria, if you don't have university certificate, they will close down your church. It's coming up, but many of them don't know what is going on. Because this one that tomorrow somebody can come out, I'm a seer, I'm this, I'm that. It won't be happening anymore because of they just now hungry because of these things, Mr. Suli. Now hungry. When you have money, you won't be thinking too much now. At least you will do the calling for real. But many of them are dead just for the tithe and offering. They'll be there. If you don't give, you will die. It looks somehow now. You understand? That's creating fear. Because I remember those days. Me too. I was like that. You understand? It's when I came to the Western world, understood that anything, prayer times 0 is 0. Blessing times 0 is 0. You have to do something with your hand for you to prosper. And that's true. That's true. Anything you don't do, now lie you, nothing will happen. Nothing. This year I learned it now. So when they talk to I just say calm down. I have friends that are pastors now. Very new pastors in Nigeria now. Big time pastors. Big time. So Mr. Ford, many of them they have hospitals, they build it and they give it out. They have schools. Sometimes they build homes for motherless people. All those are widows. I'm aware of it, and they give it out now. And again, there's one I like also that works with the government that always give this look, I'm promoting them. And this Domino City guy, David Oboli. I like the guy too. I listen to his program now. I listen to him too now. One thing is that I just listen to sound teachings. Understand? They do help. They do help.
Okay.
Because
Can you
what
mention
we need today, and if the religious group in Nigeria start saying the truth to their members, I believe this corruption will reduce. Many governors that did not do the road. There's a governor in the east. He died in the same road that they did not repair. Now I was shocked when I heard it. He died in the same road. Understand? So now he'll be there anyway. He's not crying. So one thing is that I just believe that as I normally used to say, to bring Nigeria out is through awareness. If they start educating them and giving them awareness, they will good. But we know the secret of politicians. They don't want these guys to progress. They don't want Nigerian people to progress because they want to be giving them every for 4 years. People want for 4K, then 10K. Ali, what Jigbo, go and vote for me, which is very bad. You understand? So that's it. So we diaspora that we're going to develop Nigeria. Thank you. Not them back home because of the environment. So Mr. Suli, over to you.
I understand you, but some people will still argue with you.
Thomas, you
Yeah.
wanna go better talk about you online, no? Kadawo.
No. I'm a follower. I'm not a leader.
But
I'm a follower.
you are born in the ministry now.
Yes, of course. No. God has not called me. Yeah. I don't want to call myself. Those ones that you see, they are the one that call themselves. God doesn't call them.
That's true. They start struggling. Any people you see struggling.
No. Yes.
Not in the line of.
You know, some people they have failed in every aspect of life. So their last go-to is that God called me because they know that is the most wolf money in Nigeria.
I have a friend that's a pastor in Nigeria. Big time.
Big time.
I
know the guy that I saw him on BBC yesterday. He just left from America. I said God called him to go and do pastor in this year. He left America somebody left America to go and do pastor in this year. You see, all these people are funny.
They want deport here, Nidalomo.
Gani, God can call you too now. Are you accepting yourself from God calling?
No, God can never call me. God, me, I'm better than the people that God called. I'm better than the people God called. Yes. You see your handwork, yeah. If you can be boast of your handwork, I tell you what, that's your mind is 100% clear. I'm not a pastor. I'm a Muslim.
Other side now.
No. It's not possible.
You can be imam of London. Where do you go to London?
Let me tell you about Muslim. Let me tell you about Muslim.
UK,
tó bá jẹ́ pé mi lọ́lọ́run ni, tó bá jẹ́ mi adájọ́ ni mí Nàìjíríà ni, gbogbo àwọn Muslim tó ń gbéra wọn lọ court yẹn, inú àwẹ̀ yìí ni màá fi court wọn sí. They are so mad. Èmi ò tẹ̀ rí bí ìmọ̀ nǹkan tó Nàìjíríà nǹkan kan ti ṣe wá, àwa Yorùbá most especially. Nǹkan kan ti ṣe wá.
All right, see, look at okay, you guys, I'm going to insult you. You guys are very stupid people. What is that? No, yes, because let me go at these people. Judean Empire. He has been spreading.
Sorry.
The guy is spreading rumors.
You know, comment section, there are some special diets.
No,
no. Sorry. Don't. If you sorry.
Has been repeating the lies over and over again.
Sorry. If you are replying comment center, that means you are very childish. You know them now. You just leave them.
I just feel like punching him in his face. It's because
no. They are just making themselves happy. They are just making themselves happy.
You that people are calling liberals only you can see. You are listening to them. I don't care about them.
You don't care about those.
They are just making up lies and rolling.
No, you don't have to go the rabbit hole with them. You just ignore them.
And later,
This
you
internet is
Sudi,
really.
remember you called Baba Jalikoko feminine, eh?
And that's not what I said, though. That's not what I
That's
said.
not what he said, though. Don't roast him.
I can't
No,
remember.
you said that men that
But
No,
I did say I
he
can't.
explained it. He explained it. Oh,
I wasn't even talking about Janli Coco.
I know you said that you have a feminine mindset. Eh?
You know, and
He says,
this Jude just took it and started lying, and he has been repeating it for the past 15 minutes.
You don't know. It's from Cameroon now. Do they have brain in Cameroon?
my brother, Judy is my brother, my Cameroon brother. He's my
that one is IPOB, Jare. He's not from Cameroon. He's IPOB.
He's my Cameroon brother.
And you blacks, you know, I don't know what he dying gun. Africans, I don't know what he dying gun. I don't understand you.
We are the best. We are the best. Look,
God.
If everything was on equal fields, like the whole world was first world country, we would have left all these people behind. That's what I believe, Sha. We have left these people.
Explain.
Because we have all the resources that they crave. We have all the intellects that they crave. We have
I'll join you guys later, tomorrow.
We have
Yeah.
Bye.
We are shutting down in the next 10 minutes too.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much for showing up. Yeah. Thank you so much. God bless. Yeah.
Okay, me too. I'm going. You bye.
Yeah, I'm shutting it. I'm even shutting it down.
All right.
Yeah.
Guys.
Thank you, guys. I don't even know we can push it to this time around. Yeah, these guys are very amazing. Yeah, thank you. Comment section. Your comment doesn't hurt us. Yeah, if you are really sure of yourself, open and come on the studio. Yeah, then we can know that you are man enough. You have the balls. You have the testicular fortitude. Your comment doesn't hurt us. Yeah, you keep writing what you are writing. We are enjoying it. Yeah, thank you, guys. Yeah, God bless you. I'll see you at the other side. I said peace. Yeah, we can't live without playing something. Yeah, let me find some.
Recovery, because we've been through. Where's Governor Peter Obi? Has run away. They should go and bring him for me. I need to talk to him about a few of those. Go and bring him. I don't want to join issues with Governor Obi. He's an excellent governor and a patriotic Nigerian, but a few of those things he was reading are not quite accurate. Thank you. Don't run, sir. Thank you very much for retrieving Pastor Obi for me, Governor Obi. So thank you very much. So I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about the night.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka Government House, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, no. I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? It must be an omission.